Hi, and welcome to Exponential Solutions Day here at Stockholm Climate Week. Today is all about exploring solutions to the greatest challenge of our time, halving greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Already now, we have all the solutions we need to drastically reduce emissions. That's what the UN body for assessing climate science, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, on IPCC, clearly said in its most recent report. And what's more, the solutions are affordable. But the challenge lies in scaling them at the speed that's needed. The session today will highlight how we can exponentially scale the available solutions in energy, in transport, in nature, and in finance, and by leveraging supply chains. You'll hear leaders in policy, business, and science. One world leader who's very clear that cutting emissions has to be a priority is the UN Secretary General. His special advisor on climate action, Selwyn Hart, is first up now.
Colleagues and friends, thanks for this opportunity to address Stockholm Climate Week. We are at a critical moment in the fight against the climate crisis. All indicators on climate are moving in the wrong direction. Global emissions are at their highest level in human history, and they continue to rise. Climate impacts are wreaking havoc on economies, businesses, supply chains, and public finances. And we are on a trajectory for far worse. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has told us that whilst the window of opportunity to take action is narrowing, it is still possible to limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius and minimize the worst impacts of the climate crisis. But only if there is a quantum leap forward to ensure immediate and deep cuts in carbon pollution. The science is clear. For us to have a livable planet, global emissions must be halved by this decade. The good news is that we know exactly what needs to be done, and we already have the financial and technological tools to do it. The Secretary General has proposed an acceleration agenda aimed at supercharging climate action in every country and across every sector. Action by and the leadership of governments is absolutely critical. They must put in place enabling policies and regulatory environments that provide certainty and predictability on the inevitability of a fair transition to net zero. But we cannot achieve our shared climate goals without the full engagement of the private sector. At the core of the acceleration agenda is the need to accelerate the phase out of fossil fuels towards renewables and a fair and just decarbonization of every sector. As events over the past year have made all too clear, our continued reliance on fossil fuels puts the global economy and energy security at the mercy of geopolitical shocks and crises. We need to fix the broken global energy mix. As the Secretary General has said, now is the time to put the pedal on the metal towards a renewable energy future, instead of hitting the brakes on the decarbonization of the global economy. Renewables deliver on all fronts, on access, affordability, and on energy security. So I ask all of you, what are your plans to phase out coal and other fossil fuels once and for all? How do you intend to seize the opportunity to accelerate the transition to renewables this decade? And what policies will you take to decarbonize high-emitting sectors? These transformations are the right thing to do. They're also the smart thing to do. They can drive investment, innovation, and far stronger and more sustainable profitability, productivity, employment, and growth. And they must be zero tolerance for greenwashing. This is why the Secretary General has called on all non-state actors to present credible, comprehensive, and detailed transition plans, fully in line with all of the recommendations of his high-level expert group on net zero pledges. These plans must be aligned to the latest science and support a just transition. They must be publicly disclosed and cover all activities, including those up and down the value chain. They must also detail real emission cuts for 2025 and 2030 and how they will be achieved without the use of offsets. They must also disclose all lobbying and policy engagement and activities. And finally, they must highlight efforts to change your business models and accelerate your transition to scale up renewable energy. We need to show how coalitions of governments and the private sector can be a force for good in all other high-emitting sectors, including shipping, aviation, steel, cement, aluminum, and agriculture. The Secretary General will be welcoming early movers on his acceleration agenda to his Climate Ambition Summit this September in New York, ahead of COP28 in the UAE. And he looks forward to welcoming any business, financial institution, and city or region taking the kind of concrete and credible actions I just described above. Friends, our world has a major climate challenge before us, but also a major opportunity. I urge you to raise your voices in support of cooperation and collaboration within and between countries and regions. No one country or region acting alone can solve this crisis. We must rise above disagreements and geopolitical divisions and work together to drive decarbonization and find solutions across every country, region, and sector. We've never been better equipped to solve the climate challenge, but we must now move forward into high gear. The UN is counting on you. The world is counting on you. And at the same time, you can count on our support and solidarity as you accelerate your efforts to achieve net zero. I thank you.
And that was Selvin Hart, Special Advisor on Climate Action to the UN Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General for the Climate Action Team. And he really reminded us that we have the financial and technological solution to halve emissions by 2030, that we've never been better equipped to solve the climate challenge. And joining me here on stage now is Johan Falk. He is CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative that aims to cut half emissions by 2030 by scaling solutions. So Johan, what are your reflections after having listened to the special advisor here?
First, I'd like to say it's so great to be here again and here on the stage. It was almost 1 year ago, and welcome everyone who has joined us. Well, I think it was an excellent speech. We are at a critical moment. We need to halve emissions by 2030 while protecting nature and building the carbon sinks. We know we are not on track. We're losing 1% of the carbon budget every month required to keep us close to 1.5. But the good news, as we heard, is that we do have the solutions to take us to the first halving by 2030. But then we have really to scale the solutions. It has to be done exponentially.
So Johan, how would that work get to be done? I know you have some slides here.
That's right. So simply to drive out the fossil economy, as you can see on the slide, we need to scale up the climate solutions. But that can only happen at the pace we need if we push these solutions over the tipping point into rapid exponential acceleration. And the tipping point, that is the point from which we have positive feedback loops, which means demand rise, cost fall, prices fall, demand rise again even more till we reach a cross point and finally can wipe out the fossil solutions. That's what we see here, simplified of course. Some climate solutions have passed the tipping point, such as wind, solar, and storage. That is why renewables contributed to 83% of all power capacity added last year. That's quite exciting. The second one is electrical vehicles. 90% of new cars sold in Norway are electrical vehicles, close to 60% in Sweden. So if we follow a similar exponential curve for the world, which is now around 15%, we can reach close to 90% by 2030. For the next solutions, energy efficiency, buildings, nature-based solutions, we haven't reached the tipping point yet. So that is where we need the big push by accelerating demand from companies, from governments, by supporting policies, by shifting finance towards climate solutions, by applying digitalization. And all these solutions I highlighted can take us to the first halving of emissions by 2030. But that isn't enough. We also need to scale solutions for the second and the third halving to take us to net zero by 2050. Solutions which are still in the development, such as shipping, steel, cement, aviation, and so on. Here we need to invest heavily today, accelerate demand from companies, from cities, from governments, from all parts of society. We need to get rid of the fossil subsidies because the subsidies are partly blocking this development. So, to conclude, we need a laser focus on bringing climate solutions up and over the tipping point, getting positive feedback loops into play, and we must make it a race to the top. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Johan. Up next, we'll hear from Boholo Kedewondo. He's Special Advisor Africa and Africa Director of UN Climate Change High-Level Champions. And Boholo, you have our full attention.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be joining you today. I often say, it's great that we speak a lot about a decarbonization agenda and how industries will help to add to us reaching our long-term climate goals. But it's equally important that we also mention quite strongly how it is that as active agents in the economy, we intend on protecting nature and contributing to the mainstay of nature in order for us to reach our long-term climate goals. As we know, half of the world's GDP is very dependent on nature thriving, and biodiversity loss costs the economy about 10% of its output each year. And we must actively work towards reducing biodiversity loss and the delivery of CBD post the 2020 framework at COP15 was very fundamental. So the deals that have been struck to this point all state that we do need to protect over 30% of land and oceans for nature by 2030. And we need to reform about $500 billion of environmentally damaging subsidies and tackle species extinction, increase funding, and crucially, we need to promote and protect the rights of indigenous people who are taking care of the nature assets that we need. So to meet these targets, we urgently need to scale up initiatives that not only protect and manage nature, but also those that restore natural ecosystems in order for us to reduce any further nature loss and set the world on the right path of recovery. Land use, including agriculture, is 24% of global emissions and a major force of all planetary boundaries and affect all SDGs. Now, I think it's important that as we talk about the protection of nature and nature's contribution, we think quite actively about exactly how we intend on investing in nature and how we intend on holding each other accountable, which is why I think the thought around resilience credits is very important and how carbon markets play a role in that. Our goal is not only to protect nature, but it's to ensure that those that care for their nature assets assets are actively remunerated and rewarded for being custodians of nature assets. And it is important that as we look towards carbon markets or towards nature asset companies, we think about the real value that we can put towards these nature assets and think about the opportunity cost that most of these communities must forgo or must meet in order for us to have these assets. As an example, there's an opportunity cost of no more incidents of drilling in the Congo Basin. What do the communities have to forgo in terms of economic development in order for them to protect the very crucial Congo Basin? We have to think about this commercial value and be willing to contribute to that commercial value in order for the communities to realize development. We cannot separate climate action and development. They are pieces of the same coin. And it is very important that we think about economic development, sustainable livelihoods, as much as we think about the protection of nature. And one of those best ways is to ensure that we are not only throwing CSR values and money towards these communities, but really actively thinking about the business case of nature. And then another is for how it is that we engage in agriculture in particular, because food and agriculture are main drivers of deforestation, particularly in Africa. And we need to think about how we are closing that triple gap by 2030, and we need to increase yields by 17% and produce nutritious food for over 10 billion people without necessarily expanding the current agricultural frontier. This is why it's very important, and according to a study by Vivid Economics for IUCN and the Climate Champions, we found that if regenerative agriculture is practiced on just 50% of African farmland, that would equate to close to 17 billion in savings to farmers and companies each year, as well as a reduction in soil erosion, improvements in water filtration rates, nitrogen content, and all providing adaptation benefits without aggravating climate actions. We know the solutions, they are out there. Now, what is crucial is for us to unlock the financing that is associated or that is really needed for us to implement these solutions. We know that we need to work on land restoration. We know that we need to pivot towards regenerative agriculture. But most importantly, we know that we have to take care of and protect the nature assets that we currently have. And for as long as all indicators point to that land restoration is more important than the protection of nature and it's more rewarded in terms of commercial value, then we stand a chance of completely losing on the nature assets that we absolutely need. And according to the Nature Conservancy research and others, we need to provide up to 37% of the emissions reduction by nature needed by 2030. So we absolutely cannot forego any of these benefits, and we cannot stand by and watch the cost of not protecting nature pass us by 2030. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Bohola Kanewando, for that important message. Our next speaker will soon join us here on the Space Arena stage here, Solitaire Townsend. She's Chief Solutionist, what a great title, right? And co-founder of Futera, which is also officially named a climate solutions provider by the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and the UN-backed Race to Zero campaign. Solitaire is also the author of the hot off the press book, The Solutionists. So please join us here on stage, Solitaire Townsend. Give her a warm hand.
Hi, Katerina.
Welcome, Solitaire.
Good morning. Right, so everybody's here because you all know that we stand at a moment of choice. On one side, we've got the extractive and exploitative economy, where we've hit 1.5 degrees of global warming, where we're in the 6th mass extinction, and where extreme poverty rates are growing for the first time in 20 years. Or a solutions economy where over 10 billion fed, healthy, educated, and free human beings can live in a recovering natural world. Aren't we lucky? We get to choose which one of these the future gets. Now, when I have this conversation, a lot of people go, yeah, but aren't we like totally fucked? And so one of the things I want to share with you is how change happens. Because if change happens in a linear way, then we have missed our window. Because actually, we are, as you've heard already this morning, far behind where we should be, particularly on climate change. But thankfully, that's not how human societies change, whether it's social change in terms of same-sex marriage, women's suffrage, getting the vote, whether it's how we adopt technologies, whether it's how we bring renewables online, or even, I just did this a couple of days ago, how interest in topics rise. Human beings do not change in a linear way. We change through exponential curves. So if you look at this and if you think about the impact we need to have and over time, how we planned climate action to happen really shows that we are off track. How climate action is actually going to happen is how human beings have always changed. And by the way, you are about here. We've begun to feel some action. Events, you being here, you being online today is proof that change is happening. But the next decade, things are going to change the same way that they always have. And by the way, the internet is the same age that I am. And yet, before that came online, people would never have expected that during one woman's not that long lifetime, that we could be living in the kind of world that we're living in now. It also happens to come with a lot of economic benefits, which some people argue you shouldn't have to make the economic case. It's like, well, we're dealing with human beings. So making an economic case tends to be a great way of enthusing and inspiring us to bring solutions in energy, buildings, materials, money, nature, digital, and even cultural solutions, according to McKinsey, can be worth $4.5 trillion per year between now and 2050. Over 2 decades of working with many of the biggest businesses, biggest organizations in the world on trying to face into sustainability, I've learnt it has got nothing to do with the policy or the technology or the institutions. It all comes down to the people. This is all about human beings making difficult, challenging, exciting choices in everything that they do. I call them solutionists. And by the way, you do not have to have a sustainability job title to be a solutionist. I've also discovered there's about 3 types of solutionists out there. I hope you see yourself in one of these. You've got the architects. We're going to hear a lot of architects over the next couple of days. Big picture thinking at a sort of international space station level, putting together esoteric bits of information to think about how the whole world might operate. We probably are overabundant resource in sustainability. I'm one of those. Accelerators are people. People who understand what makes human beings tick, who build great teams, who bring people on board, who train people up. If you're that kind of person, a people person, if you're a great contributor, then please, we need you. You're going to recruit more people, more solutionists, and you're going to make sure that everyone's well-being is taken care of in this journey. And then we need actioners, people who are like, great, love all that big planning. What do I do? How can I actually make a difference? What am I going to take action on? How can I push? Now, I show this because sometimes people think if they're not one of these big picture thinkers, they're not a big contributor to climate action. One of the other things which I've discovered over decades of working with hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people around the world who are working on sustainability is how optimistic they are compared to the general public. Now that's quite surprising because we're the people who know exactly how bad things are. To a level of scientific detail, most of the general population don't get access to. But the reason why we're optimistic is because we also know about the solutions. Our media covers the problems of sustainability to 60 to 80% more than they cover the solutions. Those of us who work in this area, we know that there are answers, which is why we tend to be more optimistic than the general public. And I'm just going to leave you with one other thought, because if you're here during Climate Week and if you're watching at home and caring about climate change, you're going to get overwhelmed. You're going to get sad. You're going to feel awful. You're going to feel like you're not doing enough. You're going to find it difficult to take rest. And one of the final points I want to leave with you is in these few days when you're taking on board this huge agenda, please remember that you are a human being and rest and joy is part of the package of being a person. We need happy, joyful, rested, motivated solutionists, not a bunch of desperate and depressed change makers. So you are a solutionist. We need you. I love you. I love being part of this community. Everybody in this room and at home is a brilliant person. Thank you so, so, so very much for the chance to come and chat. I do that because my publisher will be very angry if I don't. And I'm really looking forward to being part of this conversation.
That was brilliant. Wonderful. Please take a seat, Solitaire. I think we just rebranded ourselves, right? We all have new titles now. Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much. And joining us now is Johan Falk again, CEO and co-founder of this Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and also David Eklund. He is CEO of Icebug. Please give them a warm hand. And join Solitaire on the sofa. You can take a pick, but this one is mine.
Okay.
I need to sit here in case we get a Zoom not a contestant, but other speakers I need to be able to watch. So David, you're new here on stage, so please tell us about Icebug. What does Icebug do in this field of sustainability?
So if we start on like a commitment level, what we decided to do is to try and use our company not to maximize profit, but to maximize our impact on the sustainable transformation. So a starting point here is, of course, what do we do? Making products that people really need. So we make footwear to empower you to get out more, and then making those with the smallest impact and to last for a long time. But that's just the starting point, because that would kind of limit ourselves, our impact to our negative impact. And we want to have more positive impact. So when we find solutions in our supply chain, in our work, we work to scale them and share them as fast as possible. So we've done that with FSC certified natural rubber, and we're doing it now with solar energy in the factories. And then to have like an extra spin on this, we also work with our community, our customers, to find those lifestyles that are great and that are future fit. Because this future is not dull and deprived. We can indeed live different but rich and great lives.
Thank you, David. It's fantastic work you're doing. I've been following it for many years. It's fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
So Solitaire, you just presented the Solutionist book and the fantastic work, but tell us about the company behind what you do and how you work with this.
Brilliant. Well, first of all, they look fab. Really, really like them. Excellent shoes. So Futerra is what we call a change agency. So we work across Europe, North America, Asia. We have an office in Mexico City. And our job is to help organizations make the Anthropocene awesome. So we work with folks such as Google, such as Nike. We work with WWF and others. And at the core of our philosophy is this optimism and positivity, not because I'm a Pollyanna about the future or because I think everything's going to be okay, but for me, optimism is the attitude that gets me to do something, whereas negativity and doomism is kind of like an excuse for inaction.
I completely agree, and it's really, you can tell the response in the audience that that's exactly the medicine we needed. A spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. That's
exactly.
Not Pollyanna, that's somebody else. Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins.
So Johan, you bring together world-leading companies to accelerate this transformation exponentially. So what should companies do to start if they're just looking at this and finding it extremely interesting, but they really need to get going?
I think companies should really, of course, they should join a community, because you can't do this on your own. It's so incredibly important. Join the UN Race to Zero. There are different organizations. Of course, Exponential Roadmap Initiative, something called the SME Climate Hub for small companies. So you can do it in several ways. Join a community to start to work with others. and get going. Of course, set the target. Don't overcomplicate it. Set a target which is reasonably aligned with science. Start with action. Start to take action immediately and get the positive feedback loop inside the company and start to engage people inside the company who really, because it's a journey you have to do together. But I would say it's really important for companies to really get started today. Companies who start too late, they would have to go out of business, in my view, because things are moving really fast now.
Thank you, Johan. So David, how did you get started on this trajectory? Because you're really scaling Exponential Solutions fast.
Yeah, well, I never really had woke up with a desire to become an environmental activist. But then you look at what's happening in the world around us, and first understanding the world, the Earth Overshoot Day, that we have to be really mindful about resources, and then being fast about taking climate action and making this the top priority. I think that was the summer when it didn't rain where we are for 100 days. 2018, which is unheard of if you know Gothenburg weather, the west coast in Sweden. And all of a sudden this forest where I grew up as a kid, and which I always take it for granted, it's not sure that it's going to be around. So then we decided we need to speed this up. And then we decided to become climate positive. That had a lot of complicated other implications, but we learned a lot in the process. So we understood that, are we doing good or are we doing bad when we measured footprint? We don't know, because there is no data to compare with. So then we made something which is like a digital product passport, where we have a QR code on the products, and you can come to an estimate of the CO2 footprint, and you can reach that. And when we did that, we saw that, okay, underlying data sets, a lot of them are pretty shaky, but where we see that we can make an immediate impact is if we burn less fossil fuel for energy. So then very much focus on the solar rooftop program for the factories.
Thank you, David. So Solitaire, going from targets, crucial. So going from targets to actions, how did Forterra really get about to spread the word, and also in your own company?
So targets are really crucial. Human beings like big ambitions, and this issue demands the biggest ambitions you can possibly set. They can be motivating, they can be challenging, they get a bit of guts and glory to the whole climate movement. And then you've got to take action. And one of the biggest challenges I've found in all of my work with organizations internally and externally is not the business case. It's not whether you can justify it. It's actually often individuals feeling that they aren't the right person to do it, or it's embarrassing. By the way, British people can literally die of embarrassment. It is embarrassing to talk about it. They're worried that they're going to make the wrong decisions, that they're going to get called out on doing something because they made the wrong choices. So one of the hugest things we can do at the moment is raise capacity. And that raising capacity doesn't mean educating. It doesn't mean sending everybody back to school. It means making people understand and empowering people to understand that they're not going to make the right decision. You can't make the right decision on sustainability. You can make a better decision than you were making. So I spend a lot of my time going around to people saying, number one, you've got to learn about sustainability, because not doing so is a little bit like all those CEOs who thought they didn't have to learn how to use a computer. Like going to have the job prospects that they did if you don't know about sustainability. And secondly, just do something, take an action. It doesn't matter if it's imperfect. And so that trying to validate those choices is really important to me. And take, for example, one of the projects we worked on, Lovebug, which is an insect-based cat food. So an insect-based cat food is a significant 90% reduction in terms of footprints. But it's not a perfect solution, because cats are also a biodiversity nightmare, despite being a cat person. They kill loads of birds. But it's a better solution than we had. It's a step forward. It's something that can take action. So essentially, do anything.
Excellent, because doing nothing is also a choice, right? Bad choice. Thank you, Solitaire. So you are listening to Solitaire and David here. What are your reflections from the curve perspective that is always on top of your mind?
I think it's two amazing companies, so very impressive, and that's also why you're part of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. We're very proud of having you in Exponential Roadmap Initiative. We have great big companies as well, but sometimes I would say that some of the small and medium-sized are really in the front line to actually drive innovation, as far as I see it. And one example is, of course, we had all the focus so far on just cutting emissions, for Scope 1 and 2, and now, of course, through the complete value chain, that is happening. But what I also like with your companies is that we're actually looking into how can we scale up the solutions. The solutions, the other side of the coin, the solutions which cuts emissions and align to help transform your complete value chain. And also the next, how can companies actually influence lifestyles? Because we actually carry with every product the sort of dream for people. And I think you were in the front line there. And what we like to do is work with the best to create the guides, best practice, and get all these $1 trillion companies to adopt some of these ideas as well.
Thank you, Johan. Let's talk a little bit about value chains from your perspective, David, because this is tricky for you, I can understand.
Yes,
Challenging, maybe?
It's tricky because we're a pretty small player in our value chain. So if we talk about tier 1, and it's a global value chain. So if we're talking about tier 1, we're about maybe between 2 and 20% of their business. So it means we don't have great influence over our value chain. So then we have to be smart, give them really good projects, which doesn't cost a lot of extra work, but has good benefits, and team up with others. So we actually work with our colleagues, competitors, the peers that are in the same factories and want to drive the same change.
Thank you.
And I'm in an industry with a tiny footprint, like literally the average comms agency or consultancy has a smaller direct footprint than a kindergarten. But we have an enormous brain print, and we're a $2 trillion industry, is professional services. And the impact that we can have, and the Exponential Roadmap's been brilliant at this with the work that they've been doing beyond Scope 3, is to think about the imprint that we have is the advice we give to our clients. And too many organizations in my industry are playing both sides, doing all this fantastic work on sustainability for one set of clients and then doing some greenwash for the oil companies on the other side. And there are so few companies in this $2 trillion industry who have said, no, we are going to make a commitment that we will only work for the solutions. We won't also work for destruction.
So what is your take on the new talk about the greenwash directive here?
So a greenwash is pervasive. And by the way, it's not just greenwash. If you're the person who uses makeup, we have beauty wash. We know we have advertising's, the entirety of advertising's job is to push the boundaries of what you can actually claim. The problem with greenwash is that unlike beauty wash, it actually matters. And that by lying to people or overemphasizing what you're doing, it overall reduces the public's trust in all sustainability messaging. And that's a problem because we need people's trust. We need people to believe and know that what they're being asked to do is real. So the new rules that we've got coming out of the EU are not good enough, but what is on sustainability? They're much better than they were. They have consequences, including a percentage of your profit that could be taken if you infringe the rules, but it's all going to be about how they're applied and how rigorously that they're applied. On the flip side, we don't want companies to stop talking about this. Green hushing and this sort of coyness about sustainability, we need advocacy. And maybe that's the way to get out of greenwash. Do advocacy, stop claiming. So stop talking about yourself and start talking about the issues.
Excellent. So Johan Falk, some final words on what you heard from David and Solitaire here.
I think it's really excellent, and what you talk about, Solly, I think there is an opportunity to bring together leaders in also the influencing industry, the advertising industry, and so on, going in the front line, actually claiming this is how we should do it. This is trying to get rid of greenwashing, but also communicate about climate and nature in a good way. I think there is a tremendous opportunity. Bring together leaders. We also need some more guardrails, of course, so it's not Wild West. But I think that will happen, and I know you're doing a lot of work there, and we're doing a lot of work as well.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Solitaire. And thank you, Johan Falk. Wonderful to have you on stage.
Thank you.
Now, moving on, it's my pleasure to welcome Johan Rockström, Director of Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and co-chair of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Johan has recently been listed in Times Magazine this week actually, as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. So please give Johan Rockström a warm hand. There we are. I'm going to sit next.
Hey.
Hey, Johan.
Hey.
Wonderful to have you on this stage again.
Great to be with you.
So, Johan, what are your reflections on the latest IPCC report that just recently came out and the risk of hitting the nature and climate tipping points?
Of course, there's a deep concern, but it's also very reassuring that remember what the IPCC is. It's the common denominator. It's the consensus across the entire scientific community. And for the first time, the sixth assessment, IPCC has a long, long list of all the tipping point systems, recognizing clearly that we have nonlinear dynamics that risk to be pushed into a point where they irreversibly can push the entire planet to drift away in a direction that makes it just less and less livable for us humans. So if you look carefully at the IPCC, the top message is that human-caused climate change is now unequivocally hitting human well-being today. We're in the middle of the climate crisis and threatening the stability of the planet. It has never been stated before. It confirms the planetary boundary science. The second statement of the IPCC is that it won't be enough to phase out fossil fuels. We have to maintain the resilience in the Earth system. We have to keep the carbon stocks and the carbon sinks in all the tipping element systems intact. So this is again confirming the frontier of Earth system science. It just shows that we are on a very sluttande plan, and we're really kind of sliding down a very dangerous path, and that the tipping elements, the only reason why we're debating them is not that we're questioning that whether they exist or not, is that we don't have yet the exact detection and prediction of the exact quantitative points at which they're crossed. That's the challenge. But you may have seen yesterday there was quite a shocking scientific paper. I mean, we've been at the Potsdam Institute leading a lot of the risks of a shutdown of the whole overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, connected to the Gulf Stream, making it possible for us to live in this part of the planet. Now, yesterday comes a paper showing that actually the biggest risk of a shutdown of the overturning of heat is probably in the Antarctic Southern Ocean, because we see more and more signs of a slowdown of that whole overturning. So this just gives even more scientific evidence that we are really in a completely non-analog new state where we are approaching tipping points.
So, well, given this context, we had a speaker earlier on this morning, and of course, a lot of speakers still claim that the 1.5 degree target is still alive. So, what is your assessment here?
Well, we are unfortunately in a very, an incredibly challenging position, because there are two frontiers moving at the same time. One frontier is the one we just touched on. More and more scientific evidence showing that 1.5 is a real scientific physical limit. We published 6 months ago in Science the first time actually that there is a full quantitative assessment at what temperatures are we likely to cross tipping points. And we conclude in a very careful, I would argue even conservative assessment, that 5 of those 16 known climate tipping element systems are likely to be crossed at 1.5 degrees Celsius. And I won't go through all the 5 of them, but 2 of them is the Greenland ice sheet and the West Antarctic ice sheet. 10 meters sea level rise. Again, big misunderstanding, as if we would, just fall off a cliff if we cross that threshold. That's of course not the case, but it would be irreversible. we would be handing over to our children and all future generations a less and less livable planet that would irreversibly lead to 10 meters sea level rise. So 1.5 is real. That's one part of the story. And then we're losing 1.5 because we're simply not bending the global curve of emissions. I mean, the IPCC showed already in the 5th assessment, we need to bend the global curve of emissions 2020 and cut emissions by half every decade. The carbon law, which is basically the basis of the Exponential Roadmap initiative. I mean, we're guiding humanity with the ERI initiative on that pace, and we're not making progress there. What's the conclusion of all this? If you put all this together, does that mean we've lost 1.5? Well, the IPCC is quite clear here, and I support IPCC, that the window is still open but rapidly shutting. There is still a small global carbon budget remaining, some 300 gigatons of carbon dioxide, so we need to have a net zero world economy sometime 2040, 2050. That's a minimum. But we also need to invest big way in transitioning the global food system, maintaining all the intact carbon in nature, but also start scaling negative emissions. So whether we like it or not, we have no choice anymore. We've pushed the climate risks too far. So we have to start investing in carbon capture and storage and different direct air capture systems. Let's call it friendly geoengineering as far as we can. This is unfortunately where we are. The problem also is that there is no IPCC scenario. We've gone through all the 120 of them quite recently. I can point you to a Washington Post article which really goes through all of these, showing that there's no credible pathway that holds 1.5 without overshoot. So whether we like it or not, we are at the best scenario, we will reach 1.5 sometime 2035. And then we'll go up to something like 1.7, potentially 1.8, during 50 to 70 years before landing back at 1.5. And the only reason we would land back to 1.5 is that two criteria have to be fulfilled. One is that we're completely off fossil fuels. I mean, that's number one. We cannot continue loading greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. But number two is that the resilience in the living biosphere is intact. So the ocean and the remaining intact nature, not agriculture, not managed land, but intact nature, continues to have this healthy ability to absorb carbon dioxide. Currently, these systems are still absorbing in the order of 50% of our emissions. That is what the IPCC models are assuming will continue also by the end of this century. So very optimistic, but that's the charge we have. This is why we in the scientific community today say we're not on a climate journey, we're on a global planetary journey. A safe landing for humanity on climate requires that we come back into the safe space on all the planetary boundaries, because we need the carbon sink capacity intact. That's our only chance.
Well, thank you very much, Johan, for pointing it out so clearly. This is the Exponential Roadmap Initiative context that we're in here at. So, and you listened in, obviously, at the previous session. So what is your take on the need for exponential scaling of solutions now?
Yeah, so we are, so if I said earlier that we have no choice anymore than start really seriously looking into negative emission technologies, it's exactly the same on exponentials. We've pushed the risk pattern so far that there is no safe landing on an incremental linear journey. It's all about exponentials today. I mean, we need to cut emissions by half by 2030 in 7 years' time. That means reducing emissions globally by between 7 to 10% per year. The last time we had a revolution in the world was the Green Revolution. The Green Revolution was phenomenal. It gave Norman Borlaug the Nobel Peace Prize, lifting large parts of Southeast Asia out of an imminent hunger, thanks to massive investments in research, on maize and rice, enormous breakthroughs. What was the pace of change? 2%. 2% per year of yield increase was a revolution. Now we need to do 7 to 10% per year in our new revolution, which is a safe landing on climate. That is why we need exponentials. We need to really start scaling very rapidly. And the beauty is, I would argue our only chance is that we have more and more empirical evidence. That's what your previous discussion here focused in on, that not only do we have the solutions, not only can they be scaled, but they give better outcomes. They give a more secure, more stable, more economically viable, healthier, I would even argue more peaceful, more resilient. I mean, it's much better to have a diverse energy mix independent of autocratic dictators than sitting in the hands of just one pipeline across the Baltic Sea. So of course, this is really what can push this towards an exponential journey. But wow, is it big.
Huge challenge indeed.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see the signs yet of succeeding. That's the dilemma still, that everything we're talking about here are islands of success in an ocean of ignorance. And the drama is we have to turn that ocean into a surfing journey towards a safe and just landing. We can do it because we have the narrative. We do have the narrative. I mean, when you think of it, it's quite a dramatic narrative. I mean, we're putting the whole planet at risk. We're putting all of humanity at risk. We're coming close to disastrous and unmanageable tipping points. We have the solutions. We can scale them. We can do it exponentially. And out comes a brighter, better, more attractive, peaceful future. I mean, it's like the best action movie you can dream of. We just have to put it out there and get going. And that's why I slightly disagree, perhaps, with. I mean, I respect Solitaire so much, but I think it's not only about you. It's not only about, us as individuals. It's really about leadership, and I'm sure that that's what she means as well, because this requires some top-down big decisions. We don't have time we don't have a century in front of us. We have a few years in front of us, and that is the challenge.
So Johan, your call to action here, I mean, we have people watching all over the world. We have decision makers, policy makers, politicians, industry leaders, academia, etc. So what would your call to action be to this crowd?
Yeah, I think, well, there are many pieces of that call to action. I think the most important today is to firmly hold hands between policy, business, science, and civil society, to really show the world that this is a unified, collective journey. I'm every day spending time today in the science business bridge. It is really encouraging and very constructive, but I'd like to see so much more, because business leaders are still not stepping out to say, not only do we see that this sustainability journey gives us more competitive, better outcomes for our businesses, they have to start putting much more requirements on the leadership of the political leadership. I mean, think of just electric mobility. With the start of exponential curves, it's really exciting. But when you talk to the CEOs in the OEMs or in the private car industry, I'll be talking to Volvo Cars later today, they're clear. We can't make it unless we get a complete system change in the entire infrastructure at a large scale. And it's not only about charging infrastructure, it's basically about redesigning the whole energy system in society. And for that, you cannot do it, I cannot do it alone, but we have to do it as a society, and it has to have that political leadership on board.
And that's why we don't have time to launch the We Can Do It campaign, to really push the political leaders to understand that there are many of us that wants this.
Yeah, and that's why, it's so interesting in Sweden, where we have a new government coming in and kind of backtracking on climate. And where does the loudest voice comes from to criticize that? Well, it's not the Green Party, it's the industry leaders. And that,
indeed,
I think, is very significant.
And there's lots of hope in that.
Definitely. But they have to push harder.
We all have to push harder, right?
Absolutely. We have a huge responsibility.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Johan Rockström, for joining us here today.
No, thank you.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So now let's welcome Johan Falk back on stage to wrap up this session. There you are. You're right behind.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Johan. You have our attention. So we actually going to do this as a Q&A because it's more fun for us. So after listening to Johan Rockström here and also just stating the obvious and this really sense of urgency, we realized the need for action, and the roadmap is, of course, an action initiative.
Yeah, right.
So please go ahead and describe your mission on the ERI and also how we accelerate climate action and optimism.
Absolutely, yes. So about a few words about our Exponential Roadmap initiative. We bring together what we say innovators, transformers, disruptors to drive the transformation to halve emissions by 2030 through exponential climate action and solutions, which is really, really important. And yeah, you met some of the companies here, which is going in the absolute front line. We will meet many more today. We work really closely with UN Race to Zero because from our perspective, that is also an opportunity to influence the global narrative, like the halving by 2030, which is picked up by UN Race to Zero, as you know, so to influence the narrative, but also to scale out what we can do in our initiative with a much broader group of companies and organizations. I link around 11,000 companies to UN Race to Zero. And as you can see, we're working with the leading scientific organizations, NGOs, and some of the leading companies. And when we onboard companies, we have something called a climate performance review, which is not just targets, it's about targets, plans, action, implementation. So we basically assess the company, so they need to pass a particular line to apply with our requirements. And we do that on a yearly basis. Let's see if the clicker works.
I'm sure we can get some help from the...
Yeah, maybe.
Go ahead.
Okay, it works. Okay, and we're all about action. So some of the initiatives, just to explain that, what we've done, we talked about publishing the first Exponential Roadmap, like 2018, which really highlights what are the key solutions, 36 solutions, which can take us to the first halving. And that's later on been emphasized by the IPCC report. So we had some influence there as well. We're also setting up particular initiatives like the supply chain leaders, so where we have like 10, 15 leading companies working in the front line to actually crack the recipes, how you can halve emissions together with your suppliers. And the idea is to develop the best practices together and then sharing it openly with any other company on the planet. So no firewalls, everything should be open. But we need the leaders to work on the front line to actually develop these best practices. We'll hear more about that later today, by the way. Very exciting session. The SME Climate Hub, I like to mention, is another initiative, basically to make it easy for small companies to make a commitment, to get access to tools, to take action, and to report in a more simplified way. So we do that together with the Women Business Coalition and the UN Race to Zero. So these are some examples of concrete projects. One cornerstone is our business playbook, which is not just a white paper, it's more of a framework. We launched it 3 years ago at Davos, and it's continuously updated. So we have these set of companies representing $1 trillion backing up the playbook and working on implementing the principles and spreading it everywhere. And we are now complementing that with action guides, which should be even more concrete, focusing on the how you do things. So this is one way how we contribute, and it's built on this framework which we developed the last years, which is very simple, strategic framework, and where we basically put the requirements on companies to work on the 4 pillars. It's your own emissions, scope 1 or 2, it's your value chain emissions, but it's also about integrating climate and nature in your mission statement and start to accelerate climate solutions, rethinking your business model, and finally contribute to climate action in society. So to be in the front line It's not sufficient just to look at your own emissions, of course. You need to work across all these pillars. So here are some highlights, what we're doing.
Excellent, Johan. So what do you have in store for the Exponential Solutions Day? Could you elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, I think we have an incredibly exciting program coming up. We'll talk about some of the key areas: natural climate solutions, absolutely essential. How can we scale up the natural climate solutions? We'll talk about the energy transformation. We talk about transportation, personal transportation, how we cut emissions. We'll have a special session on supply chains and also how we support suppliers to switch to renewable energy with IKEA, Apple and Ørsted. It'll be very interesting. And finally, we'll also talk about how companies can put pressure on their banks to actually ensure that the cash in the bank works for the climate and the planet and not in the opposite direction. So there you have it.
Excellent. Well, it's going to be a fun day too, an interesting day indeed. Thank you very much, Johan Falk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Greenhouse gas emissions from land and food need to reach net zero by 2030. And this is a huge opportunity for businesses to really drive the biggest transformation of the food and land sectors in a century. Now is the time to accelerate the shift towards regenerative agriculture, sustainable forestry, healthier plant-based food, and also protect and restore nature. But how? Well, by exponentially scaling food and nature solutions through enabling policy, technology, and climate leadership. We now have the privilege to introduce a keynote from the UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for this year's UN Climate Conference, COP28, and also President of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, Razan Al-Mubarak.
Hello and welcome to Exponential Solutions Day and this important session on nature. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. Nature is our life source. It provides a stable climate, food, and overall well-being. But right now, nature is not being valued as much as it should. Forests are being destroyed. Agriculture is expanding, even while we waste more and more food. And there is no Paris without protecting, managing, and restoring nature. As UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP28, protecting nature is one of my top priorities. This is because nature enhances resilience to climate change and is therefore vital to our race to resilience and the Sharm el-Sheikh adaptation agenda. Nature also provides at least 1/3 of the mitigation opportunities required to achieve 1.5 degrees and is a key pillar to our Race to Zero and 2030 breakthroughs. Race to Zero is rallying over 11,000 non-state actors, including businesses, cities, states and regions, finance institutions, universities and healthcare institutions, to cut global emissions in half by 2030. I applaud Race to Zero 25 partners, and many of whom are actively integrating nature into their work by stopping deforestation and protecting biodiversity. The Exponential Roadmap initiative partnered last year with Conservation International to issue the Natural Climate Solutions Roadmap. This roadmap underpins our breakthrough goal to mitigate more than 10 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year through nature-based solutions. To achieve this, a series of actions need to be taken by 2030. On land use, we need to secure indigenous rights and protect 45 million hectares of land, restore 350 million hectares of degraded land, and sustainably manage forests and other terrestrial biomes. On food, we need to change our food consumption, including a culturally appropriate shift to sustainable and healthy diets and cutting food waste in half. On agriculture, we need farmers everywhere to adopt climate-resilient, sustainable agriculture and manage sustainably 2 billion hectares of land. We also need to invest in nature. We are calling on leading financial institutions to join the finance sector Deforestation Action Initiative. This initiative includes 37 financial institutions representing over $8 trillion in assets under management, which are addressing deforestation risks and investing in nature. Looking into 2023, Race to Zero is working closely with partners like you to implement nature-based solutions and to highlight your leadership. If you're not yet a member of Race to Zero or Race to Resilience, please join us so we can race to a healthier, fairer, zero carbon world.
Thank you very much, Razan Al-Mubarak. Fantastic speech. Joining us now on stage is Owen Gaffney. He's co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and also Chief Impact Officer at the Nobel Foundation. Please come join me here on the stage. No. Hi, Owen.
Hi, Katarina. Good to see you.
Wonderful to see you.
Yeah.
So what are your reflections on the Climate Champions speech?
Well, actually, she's summarized what I'm going to talk about absolutely brilliantly. So it's really good to hear such a clear articulation of the challenge with nature, but also the solutions where we need to go. And I think over the last few years, we've been talking about reducing emissions a lot for decades. The conversation on nature hasn't been as far developed. And now I can really see at the political level, there is a lot more energy. A lot more needs to happen, but there's a lot more energy there. And the knowledge is there. The knowledge of how we can do it is there now, which I don't think was there 10 years ago.
Excellent. Well, now you have warmed us up for your keynote, so go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. Great, yeah, and as Razan said, and as Johan said, we have the emissions challenge, halving emissions by 2030 globally at speed and scale. That's a huge challenge for humanity. We know it's still feasible. It's possible to do it. We know it's cost effective to do it. But the other half of the challenge is on nature, which is why we worked with Conservation International. And I should mention Mike Woolison, David Hole, and Bronson Griscom as the leaders working with us in Potsdam on this exponential roadmap. For the first time, we looked at the solutions for nature and what are the solutions that can scale fastest to get us to where we need to go. So where are we right now today? This is from the Global Carbon Project. Obviously, we know emissions are still rising from our use of energy from fossil carbon. On land use, obviously land use is a significant emitter of greenhouse gases and particularly carbon dioxide. And here we see it. But what we see as an interesting pattern is that it's actually been level for many decades. And what's going on there? And as Johan said, for our greenhouse gas emissions that go into the atmosphere, for CO2, 50% of it stays in the atmosphere, and land and the oceans then take down the other 50%, providing a huge service to humanity. But why is it stabilizing, given how much we know about deforestation in the tropics? tropics. And it's because, while there is huge deforestation, this in red area across the tropics, absolutely massive, we're also seeing a pattern of greening further north in China, in Europe and bits of North America and Canada. And this is having some sort of balancing effect. And this is about the resilience of the Earth system, really. But to get to where we need to go by to get to net zero, all the major models that stabilize around 1.5 with some overshoot end up with, by 2030, reaching net zero for the land sector. That's just in 7 years' time. So it's phenomenal. It's only on an exponential trajectory can we actually manage that kind of scale of change we need. This is basically the carbon law for nature in a single figure. That currently we have 12.5 gigatons of CO2 going into the atmosphere each year related to land use. That needs to be agriculture and land use must get to net zero by 2030. Then we need to start pulling it down by about 5 billion tons a year by 2040 and about 10 billion tons by 2050. That's our carbon law trajectory. What we want to do is, we wanted to really focus on the roadmap on who are the main users and drivers of change on the land. Indigenous communities, foresters, farmers, livestock managers, the public land managers. And who are the enabling actors driving the scale of change that we're looking at? It's social movements, it's government, it's businesses, and it's the finance sector. So the roadmap is really built around the agency in these groups. And here are the 8 categories of solutions that will drive at the kind of scale we need to be working at. One is no deforestation supply chains. And we had some very, very good news yesterday from the European Parliament on that, which I'll speak about later. So progress there. We have climate critical protected areas. We did some modeling on giving indigenous groups more rights to the land. It creates a massive, massive carbon bonus, 1.5 billion tons of CO2 by rights to indigenous groups. Climate smart forestry, climate smart grazing, climate smart farming. And diet shifts and food waste gives us 2.5 gigatons, and forest and wetland restoration. So we've separated this out into protect, manage, and restore as the 3 groups for our categories of solutions. So if I talk a little bit about some of the key milestones we need to meet in each of these areas, this protect, manage, and restore area, by 2030, we need the 30 by 30. We need 30% of global terrestrial freshwater and marine ecosystems protected by 2030, especially in high carbon ecosystems. And we have government commitments on that with the Global Biodiversity Framework. So some progress there, at least politically, but we need to start acting on it. We have illegal deforestation ends by 2025, and 80% of major forests and forest risk and commodities achieve no deforestation supply chains by 2030. And we're making progress there. We need, for the manage, we need $300 billion $300 billion of harmful subsidies need to be changed by 2030. And again, we're making some progress on subsidies. And on the restore side of things, we need by 2050. We need 50%, half of the population, the global population, on sustainable diets, eating healthier diets, and we need food loss and waste to be halved. So even within this, we're not talking about the entire population transforming diets, which may be unrealistic, but we are talking about a huge, huge change for humanity. And we then calculated which regions we can have the most impact in these different areas. Obviously, in South America, looking at protection of the existing carbon stores gives us the most benefits. But in places like North America and Europe, it's really on the management of our agricultural lands that will give us the most benefits. The problem at the moment is the costs of the transformation. So the costs here, if they're in yellow, then that means that we have the costs are similar to today, but a little bit more expensive. And the costs in red are more expensive than today. So unlike with wind and solar and now with electric vehicles where we have price parity, or with wind and solar much cheaper than fossil fuels, we still have a long way to go. We're still further behind on this journey with agriculture. So we need to make major progress in costing these solutions within the next 3-4 years to make the kind of progress we need on this agenda. But just to finish then, on the EU, yesterday, the good news from the European Parliament, incredible news, in fact. You know, Johan was talking about these islands of hope in this ocean, and I see this as a very, very big island where for the first time globally, for the first time, a major grouping has put in force a UN deforestation law, which will come into force later in 2024. But essentially, Europe is responsible for 10% of deforestation. European consumers are responsible for about 10%, and this law will cover all of that. It'll force companies to remove deforestation from their supply chains in beef, in paper, in wood, in soya, in cocoa, in all the major commodities driving deforestation. We will have that kind of, we will have a law in place. So this is major. This is major news. And the good news is as well, this will probably have a spillover effect in laws in the United States and elsewhere. So it'll be, and with businesses, just to finish, the business community often goes by, if they're looking at which legal frameworks to operate within, they often go for the hardest and just adopt that across their business model because that's the cheapest thing to do. So this is absolutely a fantastic. This will be a driver of major change. So there is hope. For the first time, we have a roadmap that gives us that kind of the scale and the speed that we need to act to address the nature challenge. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Owen. Fantastic. Please take a seat in the couch on the sofa. And joining us now is the Director of Sustainable Eating, another fantastic title, and also Public Affairs at Oatly. Please give Cecilia McAlevey a warm hand. Wonderful to have you here, Cecilia.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
So Oatly is a company that is known for, well, fantastic advertising, sometimes a bit provocative, and also that you're producing plant-based milk. But please tell us a bit more about your company, what you try to achieve.
I would like to start about where we come from.
Please go.
Oatly is a small company, actually. It actually started at Lund University, a university in south of Sweden. There was this research group who was researching on factors behind lactose intolerance. In this research group, there was a PhD student who realized that the majority of the world's population suffers from intolerance of lactose. And he saw, being the true entrepreneurial spirit, which is, Richard Öste is his name, he saw a phenomenal opportunity, a business opportunity. He also came across the phenomena of soy milk. Well, you said milk there, Katarina. You're not allowed to say that. It's a drink, actually, according to the policies and regulations. I'll get back to you on that, leaving that aside for now. So he saw that there was soy milk on the market, and he realized that also soy is an allergen. And then, being the Swede he is, he looked, what kind of popular, good, nice crops do we have available in Sweden? And he fell in love with oats. And oats is phenomenal. I know, I'm an oat nerd, obviously, because it has a really beautiful soluble fiber called beta-glucans, which has proven to balance cholesterol and actually help preventing cardiovascular disease. So that is beautiful. It also has a mild taste. So he's starting doing this really deep diving, innovation, experimenting work with lots of failures in the lab, but eventually managed, together with his researcher team, develop this oat base. And he was delighted, the team was delighted. As a matter of fact, our innovation manager, she was like number 4 in Oatly's history as a recruit. She's still with us. They were so excited. So they started going to everyone and starting with the dairy industry, obviously. Here, look what we have. We can offer this. Do you know, there's so many people who cannot drink milk, please. They were not interested. But our team believed so much in what we had, so they decided to go ahead. And that is actually how Oatly was created. There was so much commitment and dedication to that this is the way forward. And also, given late years, this was in the beginning of the 90s where we founded Oatly. And later on, as we know, and as we've seen here today, we have a situation where we just simply need to shift dietary patterns, not only due to medical reasons, as was the very first start for Oatly, but actually to tackle climate change. What I think, because it's quite depressing, all the data we're being presented with here, obviously. What I do find beautiful is that there are solutions, and there is an enormous potential at the consumption level. Because by changing the dietary patterns, you can have a huge impact yourself in the way you reduce your own climate footprint. And that is actually what we want to achieve. So what we do is we offer oat-based alternatives to traditional cow's dairy, and with a much, much smaller footprint. We have LCA analysis, happy to provide data to you, proving my point. Also less water use, less, obviously, hugely less, if you can say that, hugely less land use. But also we make our voice heard, because we think it's important to spotlight, coming back to what you raised, Katarina, it's important to spotlight the unsustainable norms we have today, and norms we're not even aware of. I mean, me, for myself, I was drinking cow's milk at school every day because I was taught it, so it was nothing weird to me at all. And those are the kind of norms all over in the different sectors that we need to tackle. So that is also what we do as a company. We try to spotlight through campaigns, raise awareness, and also to empower. You can change, you can make a difference. And thirdly, which is also what I want to come back to, is we do try to drive societal change throughout the value chain. We engage with farmers to help support regenerative farmer and to diversify and do engaging research projects to see how can you move from animal-based production and farming towards a more diversified and plant-based farming. We also engaged in seeing how we can develop and look at oats to be even more sustainable. They are engaged in several research projects there. And finally, we engaged in to change policies and regulations. And coming back also to EU, I'm happy to tell more on what's on the agenda there. So I think I'll stop there, but just to, so you can make a difference. That is really what I want to convey here, both as a business and as an individual. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Cecilia. Please take a seat next to Owen. So, Cecilia, what reflections do you have after having listened to Owen's presentation on the NCS?
I think it's phenomenal. I think it's really important to have this roadmap. One reflection I make, and diet change, I mean, as you highlighted very much, and that's what we are about. One reflection I have is that there is a growing awareness that you need to shift from meat. But dairy isn't mentioned very much. But it is, and I know, and this sounds ridiculous, I know, but many people don't even understand it's the same kind of animals. Not all of them, obviously, but cows provide both milk and meat. And somehow that is always below the radar. It's not detected, and that is just as important and even simpler to some extent, even though there are more and more innovative new products emerging on the markets that does facilitate this conversion. So I think diet change is really something which could and should be highlighted to a large extent, because that is also empowering, because that's something you can make a huge difference. Otherwise, it can feel so far away. You know, you're detached. You can't do anything about the deforestation. You can't do anything about the farming. But as a consumer, you can do a lot by changing your diet.
Yeah, in a single meal, from one meal to the next, you can change, and that will have a huge impact on your carbon footprint. So I think as one of the biggest personal changes you can make in your life, absolutely. But what I'd be interested from you to know is I'm amazed how much perception has changed on the move to more plant-based diets in society over the last 5-10 years. I honestly didn't expect it to happen this fast. There's something happening. There is a real movement emerging now.
Indeed, I brought plant-based milk for my when my children went to preschool, 25 years ago, and they thought I was a complete idiot, the teachers, because I said, well, they don't need to drink cow's milk; they can drink plant-based milk. So, but now it's getting there. But the EU Milk Directive is still one of the hot topics to make this happen on a broader scale. So let's go back to your presentation, Owen, with the EU deforestation proposal. So Cecilia, what impact can this have for Oatly, for instance, if this gets to put into play, and what implications?
Well, that is difficult for me to respond to on the deforestation. But of course, I mean, it's a fantastic development, and but because we mainly buy oats, and they are Swedish mainly.
I was thinking more on the line that people start understanding the impact of produce and products per se. And that might also point in the direction to more plant-based alternatives.
Absolutely, and we can see, like you're saying as well, that there's we call it the plant-based revolution, actually. There is a clear movement that is driven by young people and very many times young women, which I love that. I really love it. It's actually the young women's time to drive development in the world. What I also find, which also resonated with me in your presentation when you spoke about the enablers, what I can see is, which is an interesting phenomenon. For the first time, you have business who want to drive change in society, who are not interested in preserving status quo, who work hand in hand and go together with consumers, driving demand, and the NGO sector. That we work together with loads of NGOs in driving the change, trying also to make policymakers understand. Because I think one challenge we have, because we're changing, like you said, it's also inspiring that it's happening so fast. But decision makers, many of them are still of old school. You take decisions based on the knowledge and experience you've lived and you have, and whereas we are in a movement, we're in a transformation now, and it is necessary, and you need to be at the front of that, not lagging behind. And unfortunately, that's what I see now. And there are several other policies preserving and going backwards. And getting back to the school milk scheme you mentioned, Katarina, I think. So there is a vote now in the European Parliament, again on the 8th of May, where they will vote on a report on whether or not to include plant-based drinks in the school milk scheme. I mean, to me, it's a no-go. I mean, no-go, that's the wrong, but that's like, of course it needs to be
a massive subsidy.
Yes, it's a subsidy, and preserving what is, because the purpose of it is to ensure long-term production of milk. That's why it emerged once. So that's one example, but there are loads of examples, like how you are allowed to describe, where initiatives to try to further censor the plant-based
drinks.
Yeah,
cannot say milk.
No, naughty.
Shame on us.
Yes, and taxes. There are several distorting taxes, like Netherlands and Germany. They are exempting milk or have lower VAT levels for milk, whereas plant-based drinks need to pay higher taxes. There are lots of distorting mechanisms like that.
That's right, and I think that to me is why this Deforestation Act is so important, because it levels the playing field for the first time. So there have been good actors, good companies, good multinational companies at least, pushing the agenda and wanting to change at scale. Yet whenever they did, it was not good for their share value, like with Danone, for example, and so then the CEO gets kicked out because they're not able to transform fast enough and keep value, because they're competing with everyone else who's not acting at scale, who's not doing the transformation. So I see this is a very important part of the puzzle, that the EU has taken a very brave step, and it's incredible how what a large majority of countries voted for it. Actually, that's really heartening to see. Actually, especially in the particular political climate we're living in.
Indeed. So, Cecilia and Owen, what do we need to get in place to make the plant-based alternatives more financially viable for the market?
Shall I start?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh. I think, for me, is policymakers need to get up to speed and remove all these barriers that are there, and also because there are so many barriers distorting the markets. So just creating a level playing field at the very minimum, I think, is a starting point. Removing taxes and VATs, which are clearly distorting, and subsidies. Also, when it comes to promotion schemes, which are financed by public money, they should, of course, promote sustainable diets, plant-based diets, and the new alternatives, helping people. And I think to raise awareness and to teach people about the climate impact of food, invest in research, and also help all those young entrepreneurs trying to find solutions to respond to the climate urgency which we are experiencing.
Thank you, Cecilia. Owen?
I completely agree. I think that's the biggest thing we can do is that government intervention. But the issue is governments don't like telling people what to eat. That's not.
They do already.
Yeah, they do already. Yeah, but we've seen very success here with like sugar taxes, for example, and people don't mind being nudged if they align with the values that are nudging them. They're fine with that. And the issue, what's interesting about the food transformation is that this will be good for people. It's good for people's health, and people want to be healthy generally, and they know it's very, very difficult. We're in a situation, we've got another tipping point coming up in the next few years where half the world will be overweight or obese. We're moving in that direction.
And that's going to be costly.
Yeah, that's right. And the health and the well-being impacts of that. So it's a huge opportunity for governments and producers and the public to work together on ways of transforming diets. And the thing is, things can happen very, very rapidly. With the right incentives coming together, I could imagine diets could be absolutely transformed within a decade.
Let's end on that hopeful note. And of course, we're all getting hungry here in the studio, in the audience. And there is plant-based food in the clubhouse, or the club room behind here for all of you. So enjoy. And also, we're going to let a video roll now. It's pre-recorded interviews. They're actually pre-recorded interviews from the UN Water Week in New York. So enjoy that. Bring out your lunch. And thank you very much, Cecilia and Owen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thrilled to be here at the New York Water Week. We Don't Have Time special coverage of all things water inside the United Nations, and I'm here with Assistant Secretary Monica Medina, Assistant Secretary of Ocean, Environment and Science. Thank you so much for taking a moment to chat with me. We know that your role here is significant. You're involved in these critical discussions. Tell us from your vantage point why these conversations are so important to be had.
Well, it's been 50 years, nearly 50 years since the UN gathered everyone to talk about one of the pivotal SDGs, SDG 6. Well, it's somewhere up here. And it's been an important meeting to bring the world together because I think there's a growing recognition that water is something we all rely on to live, and it's not just a local issue, it's a global issue. So it's wonderful to be here to see so many people from civil society, from governments all over the world. High-level leaders came to talk about this very important topic. We know it matters for people in their daily lives. We also know it matters to global security and to keeping the planet healthy and to keeping countries able to keep their economies going and stay out of conflicts over water.
We're halfway through the UN Water Conference, and we're curious what your thoughts are in terms of how it's going so far, what you're hoping to see come out of this as well.
It's going great so far. We've had tremendous input from leaders in finance, from NGOs and other activists who've been in this space for a long time. They've all come here, they've shown up. There are more side events than anyone could even get to. Those are the kind of conversations that need to happen. This is not just meeting for meeting's sake. This is meeting to make progress. And I do believe we will make progress, and I think we're hopeful that the UN will decide that there needs to be a new global UN water envoy that could help organize activities, that could bring us together. There's one for oceans now, and he's been very effective, and it helps bring the organization along in creating the space for these kinds of meetings. So now there's a UN ocean meeting every 3 years. That's fantastic. We need that for water.
We're definitely making progress in this space, and the United States obviously supports these discussions and sending representatives like yourself to be part of these conversations. So how is the United States really playing a role in moving the needle forward?
Well, two ways. Here at this meeting, we brought a whole of government team. Secretary Deb Haaland from the Interior Department was here, gave our national statement. Our ambassador to the UN Food and Agricultural Organization, Ambassador Cindy McCain, was here. We've had a huge turnout, maybe 100 or 120 people from the US government here to engage with lots of people, as many as we possibly can, to reach out and talk about the work we're doing. Domestically, we are spending huge amounts of money to improve our own water infrastructure and to make our country more water secure, to bring water to the 2 million people in America who still don't have it in their homes, can't get access to clean and safe, healthy drinking water. That's really important. But on top of that, we're replacing lead pipes. We're making our coastlines more resilient. We're doing all kinds of things to improve our own water security. And as we do, we're going to learn things and be able to help other countries. One of the things I've heard the most is we need funding, but before we can spend the money, we need technical expertise. We need the knowledge that you have from having built up the water infrastructure that you have in your country. We need to learn from you how to make the right decisions with the funding that we are now seeing start to flow into countries. I was in Pakistan last week. That's exactly the message we heard, and we brought along experts from our Army Corps of Engineers who understand the flow, who understand how to create the right flows from melting snowpack in the Himalayas all the way down to the Indus Delta in the Indian Ocean. So it was really a fantastic way to prepare for this meeting. And I know that the U.S. government will be all in on water and helping other countries solve their water problems going forward.
Well, thank you for your leadership and the United States, everything that it is doing to really support moving these conversations forward, because of course water does not respect political borders. It's an issue that crosses borders. It's a basic human right to have access to clean, healthy drinking water. And I hear from you how important collaborations are, from government to the private sectors. Thank you, Monica. We'll do our part through We Don't Have Time to highlight the good work that, that everyone is doing. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a friend of the platform.
It's my pleasure. It's so great to see you here. Thank you for being here and covering this important topic.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. You too.
at the UN Water Conference during New York Water Week, and I'm thrilled to have with me Hindu Ibrahim, who is a friend of We Don't Have Time, a personal friend, and an advocate for Indigenous peoples. Hindu, thank you so much for joining me.
It's always a pleasure being with you.
Hindu, I see you everywhere. We were just recently at the World Economic Forum together, and of course, UN Water is having its first conference after many, many years, decades in fact. What brought you here? Why did you think it was important to be here as an advocate for Indigenous peoples around the world?
Actually, traveling around the world is not a pleasure, but it is a necessity. So we cannot respond to the crisis in silo. We have to respond to all of them together. So the World Conference on Water is linked to the biodiversity, linked to the climate, linked to the desertification, linked to the economy when we go to Davos. So we need to put all that in one box and get one solutions for all.
Exactly. We can't think about these things in silos. We have to think about water as one of the many impacts of climate that doesn't respect political borders, right? Just like drought, just like all of these different, hurricanes and storm surges and all of these things. So what is the role of water? Why are we paying special attention to water?
Water is life. And in Indigenous people languages, so in many of our languages, the meaning of water is life. So if you don't have water, you cannot have food, you cannot have trees, you cannot have birds, you cannot have even your own life. So water is the common denominator of all our survival in this planet. So I'm shocked that why we are having the conference of water now. We should have that since all the past decade, and we should have the water as cross-cutting issues through all the agenda. As humanity, we failed to put water in the center of all our agenda. So it is now time to catch up, to discuss about the challenges, but to discuss about the solutions. And I wanted to share with you some of the challenges that I'm seeing here. When we talk about water, people wanted to talk water and energy. Yes, of course. They're always looking the side of the benefit. To use the water to do a big dam, to generate energy, to create money. But even we cannot think about water and energy just because we wanted to use again this water as commodities to put more money. Another challenge is when we are in this conference, it's very sad, but we are only 2 indigenous peoples from Africa. Because all the rest didn't get the visa, they didn't get the time to get prepared and come. 2 peoples who represent the entire region as indigenous peoples. And even the representations of the civil society and indigenous peoples couldn't get the chance to speak in the plenary. It is the CEO of the private sector who are speaking. So this is a big challenge because we still do not understand why we are hosting this event.
So I was just going to ask you that because you have been such an advocate for Indigenous peoples. It's still very underrepresented, especially at these major global convenings. What do you hope to bring in terms of the perspective? It's a big burden on your shoulders as this advocate for those around the world who have, are being impacted and at the same time have some solutions. They have indigenous knowledge that we need to respect and incorporate into the solutions that are being discussed. So how do you bear that burden? How do you bring the voices of the indigenous and the solutions of the indigenous forward to these major multilateral discussions?
Absolutely. So as indigenous peoples, when we ask for our participation, because we have something to bring in the tables, we are not there just to say we are the most impacted, we are the most vulnerable. No, we do have our solutions. They are cheaper, accessible, and for everyone inclusive. When you protect a rainforest protect the water. So we capture the water. When you capture the water, the soil helps to filter the water, to give you the clean water in the city to drink. But people think about the other easy solutions who cost very much. So just like create a big factory of collection of water and treat them, and people from their own money, they are paying for that. So invest on indigenous people solutions, because we do have the simple nature solutions that we can do. So that's why we wanted to be in the tables, to give the chance of the peoples who are not in this conference, who are on the ground, who do not know about the UN, but who do have the solutions to be a part of the world's crisis. So indigenous peoples can bring a lot. And we cannot bring that if our rights are not recognized and respected, and our participation is not full and effective.
Fair point. Thank you for being such a champion. You've been a champion for years, and you're doing so much good work. Do you see it paying off? Do you see the needle moving in the right direction? There's still many, many challenges, but how do you feel about the direction we're going?
The direction is the right one. But the problem, it is not the fast highway that we are taking. So that's the thing. So we should move in this direction and accelerate the way we are wanted to access to those areas. So here we are only two, but we are doing our best to represent the others. We are taking the voices of all those who are not there. So what we want is having more indigenous peoples to be there and listening from us, not checking box, but being in the real places where we can contribute, we can give our solutions, and going on the ground, investing on the ground, the solutions as always at the community level. The solutions are not in the city or at the offices. So let us be serious. If we wanted to resolve the water issues, we must invest on the peoples who are on the ground by giving them direct access finance and supporting the project that they do have. And we know how to do that. So trust us for the first time, please.
Okay, well, from your lips to our audiences around the world who will be listening and feeling inspired by you and taking your words to their communities and demanding exactly that kind of support at the community level. Thank you so much, as always, my friend. Really appreciate you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much. And relay this message, please.
Welcome to We Don't Have Time special coverage of New York Water Week. Thrilled to be here inside of the UN in the iconic UN Plaza. And with me is none other than Jim Andrew, Chief Sustainability Officer at PepsiCo. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Great to be here with you.
Thank you for joining us today. We're really curious to get your perspective on this conference. Why is PepsiCo here?
We're here fundamentally because water is a human right. And we were one of the first big companies that really took that stand. And I think water is a human right, full stop. It's also very important to our business. And we use it as an ingredient, we use it for sanitation. We also grow a tremendous a number of crops. And so we need water to do that. And at the end of the day, the world's going to run out if we don't do something. That's why we're here.
Fair points, all very fair points. And these are some great challenges. And the private sector really needs to be part of these multilateral conversations. And I had the pleasure of joining you for a side event at the World Economic Forum earlier that the Global Commons Alliance also took part in. And you spoke on this broadly, why the private sector really needs to collaborate and play a role. Let's expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think this is a team sport, right? And it's going to take all of us. It's going to take governments, civil society, NGOs, private sector. It's going to take all of us because fundamentally water is a global problem that gets done locally. And so you need everybody in the watershed to be a part of it. I think private companies play a role because we can get stuff done. And that's fundamentally what we can bring to it is how do you do things, do them fast and scale them up. But I think it's a team sport. It's going to take all of us.
And PepsiCo really is a leader in the private sector in the strategy that it's putting forward for reducing all of the impacts related to the water crisis. So talk to us about PepsiCo's strategy internally across the value chain.
Yeah, I think the water crisis is either underappreciated or even worse, ignored. And what we're really trying to do is to do our part and then show leadership across the whole system. So it's really, first and foremost, it's use less, right? And everything we can do to drive water use efficiency, we're down 17% in our high water risk locations since 2015. We got a goal to get to 25% by 2025. We think we're going to do that. But it's also, how do we expand into the watersheds? How do we replenish more than we use? And so we've said we're going to be net water positive by 2030. That's a rallying cry, get our whole organization around it, get our whole value chain around it. And then third, safe water access. I mean, let's not forget about that. Through the PepsiCo Foundation, we've brought safe water access to over 80 million people around the world. We have a goal to get to 100. It's really those three pieces, because it's more than just our business. This is a global problem, and it's a human problem.
Sure. And we really appreciate you take that view and that you have this ambition, net water positive by 2030. Can this be an ambition that's scaled through the sector as well, with PepsiCo leading the way?
I think it absolutely can be, because companies can use it. It's very clear. It's easy to understand. And it helps work on both the efficiency standpoint, because the less you use, the less you have to replenish. But it also addresses, how do we get more water? How do we recharge the aquifers? How do we get, and so it brings together both parts of it. So I think it absolutely can. It also says no company, no organization can solve this by themselves. We need to get everybody working together, so that not only as companies can we be net water positive, but even in a whole watershed we can be net water positive, because ultimately we need to preserve and get more of this precious resource that we all need just to exist.
Sure, and as we're talking about water, we're feeling the raindrops come in. So one last quick question before we all run for cover is, what are your hopes coming out of this conference?
What I hope first and foremost is that this is elevated on the global agenda. You know, it's the first water conference, as we talked about when we were together, in over 45 years, right? I mean, there's a lot of people here that weren't even born when that started. The real question, though, is what are we going to do coming out of this? What is action? How do we take great intentions and move them forward? And my hope is, for us, it's new partnerships, more support, so that together we can work to solve this major, major crisis that we're all facing.
Well, we're thankful for leaders like you in the private sector that's going to make that happen. Thank you very much, Jim. Appreciate you talking to me. To be here inside the United Nations for New York Water Week. We've been speaking to representatives across public and private sector throughout the day, and I'm so happy to have with me Jane Madgwick, who is the new Executive Director for the Global Commons Alliance. Jane, thank you for joining me.
My pleasure.
So Jane has been here already this week as part of the Global Commons Alliance at the World Economic Forum side event that was really kicking off UN Water Week. And so now that we are actually in the middle of the conference, I'm curious to see how you think everything is going.
Yeah, what I'm picking up is that there's been really a sea change, in the sense that there's real recognition that we need to bring actions for water, nature and climate together, and that it's not about whether we should integrate policies and investments, but really how to do that, and also who can best do that. So I think this is a huge step forward, and it also will create some momentum going forward to COP28, the climate summit later in the year.
You have been working in this space for decades. You come from Wetlands International, and you have a vested interest in seeing the water policy progress, the critical conversations around really protecting this resource that's critical for human life. You have a vested interest in seeing this move forward. How do you feel about this convening after decades, actually, since this type of conference has happened?
Well, I think that many people here share the feeling that I have, that we can't just rely on the multilateral mechanisms and commitments to get us to where we need to be in a good enough way and in time. because we don't have time. So what's really coming through strongly is that yes, we need these top-down commitments. Yes, we need governments to come together. But actually, we really need a bottom-up push as well from civil society, local communities, indigenous peoples. And we need the private sector to join the party with them as well. So the collective effort, which is of course what the Global Commons Alliance really stands for, is actually what everyone's calling for.
Absolutely, and we have to think about water as part of the Global Commons, and it deserves its own attention, and that's why we have brought together so many different actors that have a vested interest in really seeing policies around water make it to the forefront, see innovations in water, make it to commercial viability. What are you hoping comes out of this dialogue that's occurring?
That water really becomes central in climate action, and that when anybody talks about water, they don't just talk about the product or the commodity or what comes out of the tap, but they're recognizing that water actually comes from nature. And then when we value water and when we care for water, we need to actually care for the natural systems that are capturing that water, storing it, purifying it and delivering it to us. And that's the piece that has been missed out. And I think we still have quite a way to go to really bring this piece together.
What are you hoping that the Global Commons Alliance is going to achieve as it relates to water and as it relates to telling that big picture story about nature as well?
Well, I think that's an open question that I will need to work with my team on. But I think there's great opportunity for the Alliance to step in where there's already major commitments like the Freshwater Challenge that was announced here this morning, which has got some momentum, but no one really has a clue how they're going to make it happen. I think the Global Commons Alliance could help bring the science, the tools, and the alliances together to really drive that through. So that's something that I will be wanting to explore.
Which I'm thrilled to do with you. I'm a proud member of this steering committee for the Global Commons Alliance and really excited for your leadership and seeing where we are going to take this narrative and really protect the planet, because this is the one home we all collectively share, is it not? We sometimes forget that when we are in our bubbles in New York City, where we are, for example, where it's easy to turn on the faucet and have water come through, but that's what we know isn't true for so much of the world. So do you see us moving in the right direction? Are we actually going to be able to overcome this water crisis, overcome this climate crisis?
Well, I would have to be an optimist to be doing the jobs that I'm doing. So yes, I think it's possible, but it's not small shifts. It's really radical change, and it is radical collaboration that is needed in a very short term. And I think there are still speakers here, representatives here who are pushing for business as usual. So it's a huge challenge to turn it around, but I'm really inspired by the groundswell of the big push from civil society. I think this could be the game changer.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're thrilled to have leaders like you in this space that are championing water and really ushering in a future that is equitable for all. Thank you, Jane, so much for your work. Looking forward to working with you.
Me too. Thank you so much.
We Don't Have Time is thrilled to be broadcasting from New York Water Week. We are here inside the United Nations. We have been following the critical conversations that have been happening to progress water advocacy around the world, and we've had some incredible speakers joining us today. I'm so thrilled to bring a partner of We Don't Have Time, Rang Sells, and Parlar Shan, who is joining us, who's been on the broadcast with us many times before. We are so thrilled to hear what Rang Sells is doing here at the UN Conference on Water. So, Par, let's start with what brings Rang Sell here?
Well, the main reason is to show that there's possibility to use circular solutions that both can solve the problem with mitigation and adaptation. Most of the discussion here is about the problems, and the problems, and the problems, but we don't see the solutions. And what we see is that circular dimension has now started to be up on the agenda here in UN at the water conference. And if you adopt circular solutions, we will both take away the problem and always make sure that you can also replace use of CO2, methane, and nitrous dioxide. So it's huge potential.
So a lot of criticism we hear about these types of multilateral discussions is that there's a lot of talk and not enough focus on solutions. You have been involved with the UN for years, and so obviously you see benefit in coming and contributing to the conversation from as an individual, as representing Ragn-Sells and Sweden. So please share with us why you see so much importance in being here.
I think that the important part is that we start to see an understanding that business can and must contribute. Solutions will not be done by society. It will be innovations that will need to be implemented. Society needs to make those innovations possible to be implemented. And here we have huge challenges when it comes to the legislation across the globe.
And so what is it that Sweden and Ragn-Sells can actually contribute to furthering those challenges, to overcoming those challenges, furthering the solutions and making them actually reach commercial viability?
Yeah, I was moderating one of the sessions here at UN yesterday, and I gave two concrete examples about what is potential and what is possible. And one was that we have developed a solution to catch fish poo or fish sludge. That is in Norway. And by doing that, we will then mitigate the challenges, meaning that we can then extract the resources out of the fish poo, producing energy for 600,000 households, and then, of course, huge amount of phosphorus in ocean. But we also need to do that out of an adaptive perspective, adaptation. Why? Because if we don't collect this fish poo, it will cause eutrophication and a dead seabed and no more fish production. So here a very good example of adaptation and mitigation. At the same time, of course, then we need to be allowed to use the phosphorus, because then otherwise it will be someone that needs to pay for it. But in the long run, if we can produce the higher value resources, the cost will be zero for the society. So please make sure that policymakers understand the potential to reduce their cost for the climate mitigation.
This is an example of the private sector truly being part of these conversations, showcasing the innovation that exists out there and bringing the circular economy to the forefront of conversation as it relates to water. So tell us why this particular conference on water is actually contributing to this bigger picture of the circular economy as well.
I think that the insight is that it is no longer a moment just to clean our problem, because we see all the time now that the water are getting more scarce, or we have too much water, depending on that we have more rainfalls. So we have too much, too little, and then the problem now is that we understand that it's getting too dirty, so we can't use it for agriculture. And that is an insight that UN now are discussing, I would say, in each and every session. It's talk about microplastics, it's talk about challenges when it comes to PFAS. That discussion has just started, I would say. But then nutrients. When I came here to US on the TV channel in the evening, I saw that we had the challenge with the algae in the Atlantic Ocean. So the algae are now coming into the shores of Miami or the Florida coast. And then the reason why? Well, we have the phosphorus pouring out in the Atlantic. So even the Atlantic is not big enough to swallow it.
Right, so thank you for making that connection to the bigger picture here. And the true reality is that water connects it all. And so being part of this conversation is really critical to think through, again, the solutions of the future and the circular economy that we are ushering in, that we need to usher in, we must. So how do you feel it's going? Final question for you. How has the conversations progressed from your point of view? What do you hope to see come out of these next couple of days?
Yeah, it's 46 years ago there was a water conference in UN before. Still, there's no really negotiations. It's just about how can we commit. So it's commitments that each and every party need to do. Of course, the two main countries that are behind this, Peru and the Netherlands, they are really, of course, they see the problem already today. And I think more and more countries see the challenges. So I hope that the next water conference will be one that we take negotiations. Of course, we had for a couple of weeks ago, we had a fantastic negotiation ready where you preserve the deep seas, meaning that we can make sure that we can continue fishing in the future also. But I think it's, as with anything else, it's a slow progress. But what's evident is that the CO2 challenge, the climate challenge, are really connected with water in both ways. So I think that is something that will increase the importance of also making legal binding agreements in the future.
Yes, you mentioned oceans, protecting oceans, the role of water and how we use water to really have a bigger picture conversation and talk about the big picture narrative around how we're really going to overcome the climate crisis. It's a crisis of water, it's a crisis of drought. It's that dual crisis that seems counterintuitive, but actually can coexist. So thank you so much for your insight, your expertise. Thank you, Rangsells, for being a valued partner of We Don't Have Time, and we look forward to continuing to track your progress. Thank you, sir. To be here inside the United Nations during New York Water Week, where we are having discussions with some of the leaders that are advocating for water. We are championing how water needs to truly become a human right, and we are talking to those in public sector and private sector, and we are thrilled to have with us Heather Polinsky. She is the Global President of Resilience for Arcadis. Heather, so lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here. Talk to us a little bit about what brought you and Arcadis to the United Nations for the first conference on water that's happened in decades.
Arcadis' mission is to improve the quality of life for all, and so water is a key component of that. We need water for life, and so as a engineering and consultancy, it's really important to us to be really part of shaping the direction that the industry is going, as well as providing our services. And so Arcadis, given our Dutch heritage, we've been working since 1888 in solving water problems and challenges around the world.
I was fortunate enough to attend an event hosted by the Netherlands last night, and where I met your company, and it was really incredible to see the innovation that has come from the Netherlands, given its topography, given where it falls in terms of sea level. And so talk to us a little bit about the history of Arcadis and why innovation is so integral to its culture and to the country from which it really came to be.
Well, I think we always have to improve. The challenges aren't going to be solved the same way today as they will be tomorrow, and they're not solved the same way that they were solved in the past. And so I think our long history and heritage really allows us to continue to evolve and recognize the need to evolve, because the ways that we solved water problems in the Netherlands in the early days is not the same as we're solving them today. So we used a lot of civil engineering and concrete, and now we're realizing that we need to build with the water. We need to build nature-based solutions that can really add value to the communities at the same time as protecting them.
I love that. That's really recognizing where the built environment can coexist with the natural environment, how we can really look at this and create a narrative where we're one with nature, not actually on the outside looking in. And the reality is the environment is changing around us, much because of so much carbon that we're pumping into the atmosphere. And so how is Arcadis thinking about the future? How are you thinking about not just overhauling your own operations to really meet the pledges that the companies, private sector, and governments around the world have put forward so that we can mitigate against worst-case warming scenarios, but also how do you think across your value chain?
Yeah, so I think it's really interesting because we really do need to collaborate. So I will say the way that we've evolved is we do a lot more collaboration. We're bringing innovation and digital solutions, and we're not looking at things the same way. I mentioned in my speech at the UN about a partnership we have with a company called Tomorrow Water that is able to pair data centers with wastewater facilities to really use the footprint, so reducing the impact on the environment, but then also reusing the water. And it's a really really innovative partnership. And so I think we're continuing to look for those types of partnerships that allow us to bring new thinking into the sector. We're not going to solve this the way that we've solved past problems, and it really requires us to be creative and to look outside of the traditional people that have been in the sector.
This is why we need the private sector, because it's really accelerating these solutions by supporting policies that are being put forward and advising on what policies need to be put forward to support commercial innovation, to support innovations reaching commercial viability, because that's what we need. And we need public support. We need widespread public adoption of many of these various solutions that are being put forward. So how do you see this conference, this engagement with this multilateral organization to support the acceleration of the solutions that Arcadis is really at the forefront of?
You know, I think what's been really great is the sharing of lessons across the world. So I saw this morning a desalination plant that looked like a park in Singapore. I saw people sharing stories about what's been done in New York by Rebuild by Design. It's really bringing together architects and data scientists and climate specialists and engineers to come up with problem-solving techniques and come up with new solutions and envision a different future. And I think that's really what I see happening all around us, is passionate people who come from the water sector paired with people who are just passionate about our climate and our environment. And I also see dialogues occurring about what barriers do we need to take out of the way, whether they're organizational structure barriers or they're funding barriers or they're technology barriers. And I think that's really where the conversation starts. And the really great part about this is about action. So you'll hear about water action throughout the conference, and I think that's what we need. So talking's great, it's the first step, sharing's the second step, and I think the third step is taking actions.
Taking actions, implementation. So my final question for you is, what do you think will come out of this conference? Are you hopeful that we will see solutions accelerated, we will see implementation of much of what's being discussed? And then what is the takeaway for the audience that's tuning in that couldn't be here? They are able to see what's going on through the platform that we're providing. We don't have time, and various other channels to get plugged in, to get engaged. But from your vantage point, what is the key takeaway for those audiences?
I think the first is that we're making these commitments, and we need to hold our policymakers and our politicians accountable to help us in implementing those. And then as individuals, we have personal accountability. There is so much that we can do as individuals to reduce water usage, to reduce construction and activities that aren't necessary, that increase our climate change aspect. And then if we think about energy and we think about carbon usage, we can also do something to reduce our energy usage and reliance on fossil fuels.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for being a leader in this space, being an advocate for water, and for really bringing that private sector collaboration, because that's what we need. We need that partnership to really see these solutions and ultimately overcome this climate crisis and water crisis that we're in. So thank you, Heather. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for helping us amplify the message.
Our pleasure. Thank you. Here with We Don't Have Time in our special broadcast of New York Water Week inside the United Nations in the iconic UN Plaza. And with me is none other than the Mayor of Rotterdam. Sir, it is such a pleasure to have you joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Please pronounce your name for our audiences.
My name is Ahmed Abu Talib, and I'm the Mayor of Rotterdam, the Netherlands.
So why is it that the Netherlands is playing such a critical role in these conversations here at UN Water Week?
Water is our DNA. Rotterdam means Rotte, that's a river, Rotte, and a dam is a dam on the river, Rotte. The whole existence, the whole DNA of the city is water. We have the largest port in the Western Hemisphere, built on a river. That is providing a lot of working opportunities. It's feeding Europe, it's feeding the European economy. Water is our economy, but it's also our enemy. If there is a hard wind in the North Sea, and we get water from the sea into the city, we face the danger of flooding. So the DNA of the city is water. That's why we have developed over the years a tremendous policy in the city in collaboration with the universities and the commercial institutions to make the city safe as long as possible.
As someone who's been to your city and to the Rotterdam University, I see that you're really leading the charge in innovation and how to deal with these water issues. So talk to us a little bit about the unique policies and innovations that Rotterdam is bringing to the world stage.
Yeah. Well, first, water is special planning. And cities most of times complain about the role of national governments and federal governments when it comes to make cities safe, when it comes to the danger of water. But the most powerful instrument is in the hands of the city itself, special planning. How you plan your city, how you plan your roads, how you plan green areas, how do you deal with your roofs, and to make the water not a danger in your city, but to use it to make a city attractive, to use the water as a leverage for social policy in the city. It's all an integral approach, and that's what we try to do in the city. So it means to reallocate our resources, financial resources, to develop new policies in which water is playing a key role.
And what can New York, we're here in New York, we were with the mayor of New York last night as well. As a fellow mayor to you, what is it that you are sharing with the mayor and with the city of New York that can help New York City in the face of water crises that are inevitable?
A city of New York is another dimension. It's a bigger, millions of citizens, but nevertheless, they are implementing Rotterdam-based technology that is building a water wall to defend Lower Manhattan from flooding. And this city faced a couple of hurricanes with dramatic impact, and they are finally investing, I think, 4.3 billion euros to defend the city from flooding. And finally, they do that, and we support them with technology and knowledge from the Netherlands. His Majesty, the King, was yesterday visiting the location, and I did that in in July last year. So we're connected with the city and try to help them where possible with knowledge and ideas, but they have the resources and the money, and they can do it.
Well, there's a lot for Rotterdam and for the Netherlands to share here at the United Nations. What are you also hoping to see come out of these conversations? What are you hoping to take back to the Netherlands that will be helpful for you?
I had the honor to meet the Secretary General of the UN this week, and I friendly asked him to underline in his speeches that water is a human right. It's not always a human right. We have a lot of places in the world, Africa, the continent where I was born, where still a lot of people don't have access to clean drinking water, with all the consequences for healthcare, for health, and for foods and etc. It's even a source for wars if we don't take that into consideration. So it's, I think what we have to take back is that if you want to proceed and to make progress in terms of water, that the only thing you can do that is collaboration with businesses, with universities, with public partners, and I think it's really important to collaborate and to exchange. We're living in an era of change. If you have one idea and I have a different idea and we exchange, you go home with two ideas and I go home with two ideas.
A novel concept, unfortunately, but it's so clear and obvious. So thank you for being such a great collaborator. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The goal for today is to contribute to the change of the narrative on the energy transformation to a narrative of exponential optimism, highlighting the potential for renewables to transform the energy sector, create jobs, and improve energy security. We will now explore the latest innovation, policy, and finance solutions that can help us reach a 50% renewables share of total capacity by 2030. We have the privilege of opening this session with a pre-recorded keynote with Spain's Deputy Prime Minister, and Minister for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenges, Teresa Ribera. She joined us here yesterday on stage, as many of you might have seen, and that's when she recorded this message. Please watch.
Hello everybody. Do you know what is the most powerful message I prefer from the IPCC assessment report? Whatever we do today will define what we have tomorrow. So think about this. Think about how much we can do and how fast we can go using the existing technologies, and the most important one, our mindsets, the way we understand our relation with the energy. We need to transform the whole energy system. And probably this is not just a technological issue or a business issue. There's a cultural approach that we need to put in place. We need to be quite aware that we need to be very smart, very intelligent when using energy, being as efficient as possible, using the most damaging energy you may ever find. This is why our option is to prefer and to favor renewable energy solutions. Small scale, micro, small scale, medium scale and large scale, of course. And this means putting in place many different solutions, being much more smart in the grids and transportation, using the different complementarities that we can find with the wind, with the sun, with the storage, with the batteries. So many things to make this attractive, which is important for citizens, which is important for business and predictability. There are many things that we already know. We are doing lots of them. But in fact, when Irina says, this is fantastic, but this is not enough, we have to be very serious, to take this in very serious consideration, because we should be multiplying by 3, 4 our current efforts. Probably things do not change in a linear manner, but we need to accelerate the transformation. We need to be very effective, very efficient, to save as much as possible, to electrify what we can use in final uses of energy, such as transportation or heating, thermal uses at home, but at the same time, we still need many renewable energy solutions. This is also attractive from the perspective of employment, jobs creation, and innovation. Think about how much money we can free if we use these stable, low operational cost energy solutions. We can reinvest in social needs. We can reinvest in innovation and further steps that can provide more performance when using existing technologies or new materials, so reducing the pressure on the materials that we have identified up to now as the key materials to make this transformation a real thing. Think about it. Think that what we do today will define the things that happen tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
Thanks to Teresa Ribera. It's now my pleasure to introduce Laura Perez. She is Senior Project Manager at Exponential Roadmap. Please join me here on stage and give her a warm hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katarina. Well, thank you very much to Teresa Ribera as well.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The latest IPCC report, we have all talked about it. I will pick up on that once again. The bad news that we all know is that basically the warmer it gets, the more difficult it will get for us. That's plain and simple. Now, I would like to specifically focus on the positive messaging behind the report. To start with, it is highlighted that in order to limit warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, we must reduce our CO2 emissions by roughly 50%. Why is this positive? Well, this is a way that we at least know what to aim at. Also, the report mentions that the current situation is a rapidly closing window of opportunity. This is mentioned all over the report. And this shows its urgency, but then at the same time shows that it's still possible. We have to be aware that we have started to go on the right path, that we should not stop, and that science backs up the fact that there is still a possibility. So let's use it. In terms of energy, we continue with the good news still. And that is that the combined global potential of low carbon technologies is sufficient to allow for significant reductions in emissions. There are, however, still certain constraints on specific technologies that need to be further developed, some of which they will be covered shortly. In this session specifically, we will explore the exponential scaling of clean energy technologies globally, as well as showcase how deployment of these technologies can contribute to cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030. Note that the discussions that will be taking place today not only affect companies, the companies that will be speaking here, it affects every single one of us. From the moment that we turn on a light, from the moment that we put our phone to charge, we must not forget that the change can start in the smallest of things, and that one action will always be greater than none. Before we start with the session, I would like to start by noting something very, very simple, and that is that in terms of energy, the best sort of energy is the energy that we do not use. Thus, being mindful about what we actually need is key. The energy we use, on the other hand, must be efficient. Let's not forget that energy efficiency is one of the cheapest, fastest, and more environmental friendly ways of meeting an important part of energy need. Thus, an improved energy efficiency reduces the need for investment in further energy demand. Finally, there is the energy that we still need and that we will need. And for that energy, it must be clean. This means that it applies to absolutely all of us. Now, with that being said, and without further ado, I would leave it here. And I would leave it here for the fantastic session that awaits. Thank you very much, and over to you, Katarina.
Thank you very much, Laura. Excellent. Please take a seat. We have joined any second here by another fantastic speaker. It's my pleasure to welcome up on stage Sebastian Hallbühl. He's country manager for Sweden and Norway at Ørsted, which is a global leader, of course, in renewable energy. So wonderful to have you here, Sebastian.
Thank you so much.
And you have our attention.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here today. So I'm here to talk a little bit about how we can accelerate the exponential potential of renewable energies. And I will talk about that by starting with my own company, Ørsted, and our story of change from fossil fuels to a global renewable energy leader. And you can't tell our story without also telling the story of offshore wind. So that will be the second part of my presentation. For those who are not intimately familiar with offshore wind, this is what offshore wind looks like. This is a small part of a big offshore wind farm. These are built today at the scale of nuclear power plants. One of these turbines, every time those blades rotate, they generate enough power to power a home for 24 hours. This is really large-scale renewable energy. And I've spent the last 10 years of my life working with this. When I started in Ørsted, we were called Dong Energy. Dong stood for Danish Oil and Natural Gas. We were world leaders in running efficient coal plants. We made the majority of our profit from oil and gas. In fact, you can see we made about 93% of our profits from fossil fuels and grid services, and 92% of the power and heat we generated came from fossil fuels. This is about a decade ago. Today, we're known as Ørsted. 85% of the revenue we generate is from renewables, and 95% of the power and heat we generate is from renewable energy. We still do big structures offshore, but unlike the oil field you saw before, this is an offshore substation, which basically collects all of the power from the offshore wind turbines and brings it onshore. Today, Ørsted is the global leader in offshore wind. And we helped pioneer this industry. So we built the first offshore wind farm in 1991. Since then, we've been a first mover in many markets in Europe and outside. And we today operate the world's largest offshore wind farm, which is Hornsea 2, 1.3 gigawatt in the UK. That generates enough power for a couple of million people's annual power needs. So our transformation took about a decade, going from world leader in efficient coal plants and an oil and gas company to becoming almost purely renewable. And actually, in a few years, we will be 100% renewable. And offshore wind was central to this transformation. So let me talk a little bit about offshore wind. So we believe that offshore wind is a unique renewable technology for a couple of things. One reason is it provides what the International Energy Agency calls renewable baseload. The reason why this is possible is that the winds at sea are stronger, they're more consistent, which means that we're generating a lot more power per installed megawatt than you would get from onshore wind or solar. The second reason, as I've touched on before, is the size that we can build at. In the ocean, there is a lot of space. And the turbines that we build don't need to be scaled to avoid being seen by neighbors, because 50 kilometers into the ocean, there are not a lot of neighbors. So we can also build the turbines much, much bigger. This is why we're able to build renewable energy generation at nuclear scale. It is also, after a decade of intense industry effort, it has become a source of low-cost power. And it's also a huge economic engine. When we build one of these offshore wind farms, it represents an investment of several billion dollars. And a lot of that goes into local communities. And then finally, these offshore wind farms can also deliver positive biodiversity impacts, which of course is really important, because right next to the climate crisis that we're facing, there is also a biodiversity crisis. And that's the thing that we're really excited about. That these offshore wind farms can help actually meet both of those challenges. This graph here is just a quick snapshot of the cost evolution that offshore wind has been through. If you look at the first graph, that's the cost of offshore wind in northwestern Europe in 2012. It was one of the most expensive ways of generating electricity. A decade later, we've brought the cost down by about 60%. And it is now significantly cheaper than fossil fuels, which you can see on the right-hand side of the graph, and at par with other renewable energy sources. So finally, I want to talk a little bit about how do we keep getting offshore wind and other renewables deployed at scale. And on the positive side, we are seeing really strong policy signals from a lot of governments across the world. We're seeing ambitious targets being set out. Here I've shared some of the targets from Europe, where you can see very, very big numbers. For instance, on an EU level in general, they want to go from the 16 gigawatts that we have installed today to 60 gigawatts by 2030 and 300 gigawatts by 2050. So an exponential increase. And ambitious targets are really good. It's a good place to start, but they are not enough. The graph here shows the amount of offshore wind that was installed in 2022 in Europe. It was about 2.5 gigawatts. However, to reach the targets that we have in Europe in 2030, every single year from today till 2030, we need to build 16 gigawatts of offshore wind in Europe. That's almost a 6-fold increase from what we managed to do last year. And I can tell you already in 2023, we're not going to hit the 16 gigawatt target. And I think the main message here is targets are great, but we also need action, because alone they will not deliver the renewable power that we need. And basically, to deliver on these offshore wind ambitions, we think there's a couple of key things that regulators need to pick up. Very importantly is clear and efficient permitting frameworks. Today, it can take 6 years to build an industrial-sized offshore wind farm, or it can take 15 years. The difference is the permitting system. I'm running out of time, so I will just move ahead a little bit. Let me quickly take my concluding points. The technologies that we need to deliver large-scale renewable power exist today, and also the technologies that would allow us to shift very rapidly exist today. Offshore wind can bring significant economic benefits to countries that it's deployed in, And with the right framework, it can also be developed in a way that it ensures a net positive biodiversity impact. Ambitious offshore wind targets are a really good place to start, but we need the kind of engine that delivers on those targets to also be in place. And then finally, I didn't get to talk a lot about it in the presentation, but I think on the panel afterwards I might talk a bit more about it. But Sweden, since we're here, is a country that has all of the right ingredients to deliver renewable energy at scale and to really become a renewable energy leader. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Please take a seat. Yes, go ahead. And joining me now is Lina Håkansdotter, Vice President and Head of Public Affairs at H2 Green Steel. Wonderful. Give her a warm hand. So Lina, please introduce H2 Green Steel to the audience here online and in this studio.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see you all. So H2 Green Steel, we're a startup, an industrial startup, and our mission and purpose is to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. And we start with steel, and we do it by using hydrogen. So why do we do that? Why do we start with steel? Well, the steel sector accounts for 8% of the global carbon dioxide emissions. So it's a really good place to start. Also, the customers buying steel is actually, we have a lot of customers who are really front runners in decreasing their upstream scope 3 emissions. So it is a good place to start because we have the customers on our side. Also, the technology is ready. We can do it. It just hasn't been done, but the technology is ready for it. And it is a short value chain, which makes it a lot easier. So why do we use hydrogen? Well, I think we will speak a bit about hydrogen in the sofa later, but hydrogen is actually a great energy carrier for some hard-to-abate sectors. So we will use hydrogen to replace carbon. In the traditional steel production, you use coking coal in the process to reduce the oxygen in the iron ore. And this process produces a lot of carbon dioxide. So we will replace that carbon with hydrogen, and the rest product from that process is water. So no emissions anymore. And actually, did you know that to produce 1 ton of steel, today you produce 2 tons of carbon dioxide? So by using our process, we will decrease and abate 95% of those emissions. It's a real good start. So what we're doing right now is actually building our first green steel manufacturing site up in the northern part of Sweden, in Boden. Why we chose this location is because we have an abundance of renewable electricity, both hydropower and wind power. So we can use that and utilize that oversupply that is actually locked in due to poor transmission capacity south. So we can use it and utilize it to decarbonize the steel sector. We will use approximately 10 terawatt hours of green electricity for our production of 2.5 million tons of steel. And by doing that, and actually in the second phase of our production in 2030, we will abate approximately or more than 7 million tons of CO2 emissions globally. This is not, of course, by far reaching any targets, but we see that we can act as a lighthouse by showing that it is possible, showing that we have the customers, and also showing that there is a market for green steel and green iron. And by doing that, we will be able to help the rest of the steel sector to transition. So that's what we aim to do.
Excellent, Lina. Yeah? Let's take a seat in the sofa. So let's start talking a bit about the permits. And I'm turning to you now, Sebastian, because already at COP27, we talked about permits and how we need to speed up the transition of permitting offshore wind and other examples also, of course. So please run us through, how can this be speeded up, and what is needed to make this transition happen faster?
Yeah. So I think the permitting, as I also touched on briefly in the presentation, and this goes not just for offshore wind, but I think renewables in general, it's really the thing that is the difference whether it takes 5 years or 10 years. And unfortunately, I think we have probably created a permitting system that maybe wasn't ready for the kind of scale that it has to now start working through. So I think the scale is a challenge, and that is, we see this in most markets where the authorities, they really, and I think they mean it, they want a huge build out in the renewables, they want it to go faster, but at the same time, the framework, the systems that they've set up can't really support it. So I think a simplification is necessary, making it more efficient, also trying to figure out what are the key kind of pain points in every country, and this is different from country to country. Some places it might, like in Sweden, be defense. That could be a key sticking point. In other places it could be indigenous peoples, or it could be specific types of animals. You know, it's very broad, but it is a universal challenge, I would say.
It needs to be done with all these aspects at mind.
Exactly.
Not the least taking care into consideration indigenous people's rights and also, of course, biodiversity. But
exactly,
there is room for improvement.
I think there is, and again, you know, I think we're optimistic because we've seen it work. You know, we've built projects in unison with indigenous peoples. We've done it with nature. We've done it with defense. So I think the good thing is there are really great solutions, but it's more configuring the systems to kind of take those in and work through them more efficiently.
Indeed. So Lena, from a green steel plant's perspective, that's a mouthful. So what is your take on the permit problem, and also what is needed from policy perspective to speed your process up?
Yeah, well, actually, we got our permit at record speed, but we don't have the same challenges as a lot of renewable production and grid production. But we actually handed in our application December 2021. We got our permissibility permit in July last year, so only 6 months after we handed in the application. And actually, yesterday, we ended the final trial to get our environmental terms. And the last permit will be delivered by June 1st this year. So in 1 year and a half, we will have gotten the whole process done. And that's, I would say, is a record for this kind of installation that we have. And actually, we are building the first steel mill in Europe for the last 50 years. And it's a green steel mill on a green field piece of land. So it's actually great. And I would say that the recipe for success here has been...
that was my question.
It has been collaboration. We have been really active, engaging with stakeholders, both locally and authorities and everyone, answering all the questions, also engaging in discussions, of course, and mitigations. So we have always been like a step ahead through this process. And then, of course, everyone is really eager to make this happen. So we also have the good intentions and wills from all these stakeholders that we engage with. But yeah.
So collaboration is key. We always say this, and it's true, of course. So could you please talk a little about how to reap the full potential here of these technologies, and also like offshore wind and also the green steel, to really connect the dots here, because you are needed. We need the energy to be able to do what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
So how do we really focus really strongly on this need for collaboration? What is needed?
Yeah, well, I think this is a really good way. I mean, collaboration is really essential here. We work a lot within the value chain. Our way of making this project happen is actually to sign a customer base before we have started even building our plant. I didn't say that, but we are aiming for start of production by 2025. 2026, so it's really short time. But already we have signed like 60% of our production customers for that. And that is what makes it possible for us to get the funding to do this, to build. And it's the same in the renewable energy companies. They need us to make sure to sign PPAs and make sure that you have the offtake for your products.
Yeah, exactly. But also, to give us the green products that we need, because we also
you need the green steel too.
Exactly. We have very ambitious targets that our entire supply chain will be carbon neutral by the early 30s. So we're also, I think it's a positive symbiosis, I guess you could say.
Many of our customers is also our investors. Yeah.
So it's almost going like full circle.
Yes.
Wonderful. So let's talk a bit about hydrogen. Because it might not be easy for a layman to understand, what are you actually going to do with the hydrogen, and how is it made up there in the north? Because it is really, really, for those that don't know the geography of Sweden, it's all the way up.
Yeah, it's far up north. Well, actually, I would say that direct electrification should be used wherever it's possible. That's the most efficient solution. As many have said here before earlier, we need to be efficient in our use of energy and electricity, so direct electrification where it can be used. But for certain sectors, that is not possible.
You can't make steel with electricity.
No, not today, not in scale.
No.
So you have to go through another energy carrier, and then we use hydrogen. And for this, hydrogen is super. I mean, for this application, it's really good. But it takes a lot of electricity to produce the hydrogen. What we're actually doing through electrolysis of water, we separate hydrogen from oxygen. So that's the way to produce the hydrogen, and that's a really energy-intensive business. So that's why we will use 10 terawatt hours of electricity for this.
And where will the energy be coming from? What sources?
Well, hydropower and wind power is our sources up in north.
So what is your take on the talk about Vattenfall opening up more hydropower in the north?
Yeah, I think that's excellent. Of course, it has to be in line with environmental permitting and such. But I mean, to be able to utilize more hydrogen power in Sweden, that's great.
All right. So we're here at Stockholm Climate Week, and we all love good examples. So could you share a little bit about what's going on? You did on your fantastic presentation, but give us a little bit more juicy stuff.
Yeah, more juicy stuff. Well, I think just sticking with hydrogen and Power-to-X, in Sweden we've started constructing what is Europe's largest green e-fuel project, and this is to make the whole Power-to-X hydrogen more complex, I don't know, but basically it's using that green hydrogen and then processing it further to make green fuels for shipping, because heavy shipping is one of the other very hard to abate sectors. I think a big container ship probably uses or emits as much CO2 as a small town. So getting that bunker fuel out and putting in green e-fuels is, we think, really important. So we are building what's called Flagship 1.
And where is this?
It's in Örnsköldsvik, up in the north of Sweden.
Örnsköldsvik.
Yes. Your pronunciation is much better.
I'm Swedish, you're Danish.
Yes.
So that's okay.
But this should be up and running by 2025. So that's one thing that we're doing here in Sweden, very concrete. And then we're also developing a number of large offshore wind farms. The most progressed one is in Skåne, so located in the south of Sweden. And that could be delivering, significant amounts of power before 2030. Something that we think is really important because the south of Sweden needs a lot of new power. It needs it relatively soon. And there we think offshore wind and our Skåne project is one of the best ways of meeting that demand in a green way.
For those that might be even more curious, what is the name of the project?
It's a Skåne Havsvindpark.
Skånes Havsvindpark.
Yeah, very original naming.
Thank
you, Sebastian. So Lina, further juicy stuff.
Well, actually, I mean, building Europe's first steel mill in 50 years is quite a juicy stuff, I would say. So we put a lot of effort into that right now. But also we are looking globally. where will our next site be? And as I said, we're using hydrogen for the decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors. And to produce, and we are world leaders in large-scale hydrogen production and knowledge how to do that in an efficient way. So what's most important for us when we look globally is to find sites around the world where we have abundance of renewable electricity at affordable prices. So that's where we focus now, and we are looking all around, all over the globe to make our next site. And what will be produced there is not decided as of yet, but it could be perhaps not green steel, but green iron, which is one of the intermediates in this process.
And could you disclose what areas you're sort of narrowing it down to?
Well, we have fantastic possibilities in, I would say, Northern America, Canada, and also Southern America, for instance, and also southern parts of Europe.
Well, exciting stuff, juicy stuff, and we'll keep going at it because we need front runners like you. So thanks so much for your important work, and thanks for joining us here, Sebastian and Lina.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we're now leaving Scandinavia behind, and we're going to talk about how we can unleash the renewable energy potential of the Global South. So I'd like to welcome two distinguished speakers on Zoom. And with us now we have Dr. Orna Bargosh. Wonderful to have you join us. And also Rebecca Shirley, Deputy Director, WRI Africa. And Dr. Orna Bargosh is CEO, Council on Energy, Environment and Water. So, Rebecca, could you please start by sharing with us a bit about what WRI is, please?
Sure, absolutely. And thank you so much for having me. The World Resources Institute is an international nonprofit research organization with 40 years of history in designing data-based approaches to raising ambition on, growing markets for, and tracking progress against solutions for sustainability. Sustainability for people, sustainability for nature, and sustainability for climate. In Africa specifically, I'm calling in from Nairobi. And in Africa, our focus is on those solutions for sustainability that will allow us to unlock thriving and resilient cities, solutions for revitalizing our rural landscapes, and solutions, of course, for delivering clean, affordable, reliable energy access to all. And the basis across all of that for us is how do we actually transform the institutional, the economic, the institutional economic pillars of society, of our economy, in order to unleash those solutions. On energy in particular, we're doing work in three major pillar areas. We do work to expand access to clean energy. Of course, this audience will be very familiar with the abysmal rate of energy access across the continent. We focus more on the demand side. How do we build up sustainable models for offtake of energy once that energy becomes available? Because of course that affects the entire economics of the operation. Secondly, we do work on transitions road mapping. So we work very closely with national governments to actually build out what the roadmaps of transition to low carbon energy systems would look like. And we work even with the county and subnational level actors to think about what those plans would look like and build that capacity. And third, we focus on energy finance. So how do we increase the scale and change the color of the finance that is flowing into the continent for energy? So that's a bit about what we do in the energy space.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Rebecca. So, Ornaba, could you please give us a brief introduction of yourself and your work?
First of all, many thanks for having me as part of this conversation. I represent the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, which is an independent policy research institution based in New Delhi in India, but we work across India and in many other emerging markets. Our mission is to use data, integrated analysis, and strategic outreach to explain and change the use, reuse, and misuse of resources. For us, sustainable development only makes sense if we are trying to do it at scale, but with people at the heart of whatever it is that we attempt. So we organize our work across three pillars. One is system-level transformations that includes starting with energy access for tens of millions of households that we try to support through our data, but also system-level transformations in industrial sustainability, like we were hearing right now, in our livelihoods in rural areas, and so forth. The second big pillar is around the quality of life of ordinary people. Clean air, clean water, good food, sustainable mobility, and sustainable cooling for hot tropical countries like India and elsewhere. And the third big pillar is what we call enablers. What will make it all happen? And that's where we have a dedicated Center for Energy Finance. We support a lot of technology collaboration between India and other countries. We double down on the circular economy. And of course, we work extensively on critical minerals and climate resilience. These are the elements of how we can make sure that these system level transformations and the quality of life issues can be impacted at scale in a way that is sustainable and sustained over the long term.
Well, thank you very much, Arunabha. We had the pleasure of having you join us at COP27, and we spoke a bit about the limitations of financing these exponential energy solutions. So do you have any updates on this in this field, Arunabha?
Well, the updates over the last few months are both encouraging and yet not so good news. The encouraging side is that global investments in energy transition crossed $1 trillion in 2022. I think about $1.3 trillion. The not so encouraging news is that the number actually needs to be about 4 times that much. So we've got to not double down, not triple down, we've got to quadruple down on our commitments to the clean energy transition. But the other thing that is happening is actually that 2023 is an important political moment, or rather I should say has several important political moments. I am right now speaking to you from Washington, D.C., but where the spring meetings of the World Bank, IMF have happened just last week. So the reforms of the multilateral development banks are going to be absolutely critical towards scaling up investments. But equally in the summer this year, President Macron and Prime Minister Modi will come together to host a financing summit in June. That will be very important to try and see how we can deliver financing, especially for vulnerable countries and communities. And then India, my home country, is hosting the G20 presidency in September, and the summit will be held in September. And sustainable investment is at the heart of what India has put forward as part of its G20 agenda. And of course, then we have COP28 hosted by the UAE. So I think it's important that we run a relay race across these different political moments and make sure that the baton on not just the wish list of investment that's needed, but the actual solutions on de-risking, on making sure that we focus on the vulnerable, on making sure that we price the externalities correctly. Once we get those tools and building blocks sorted out, then we can really leverage the moment that we have this year to make it transformational.
Well, thank you very much, Rebecca. I'd like to hear your reflections on the timeline here, and also the key actions that needs to be in place.
Well, I think it's from the point of view of Africa, there's a lot that still needs to be done. And I love Dr. Ghosha's relay race analogy. The question for us is, Africa has renewable energy potential that is grossing 19 times the size of what is projected to be our global power demand by 2050. This means we're in a very ideal location for green commodities, green production, green manufacturing. We have the fastest growing and fastest urbanizing populations. And say we're young and getting younger. That's the language that we use now in Africa, which means that this is going to be the epicenter of demand in the future. We have more than 10 cities that are going to be mega cities, more than 10 million people apiece by 2050. And already we have 10 million young people pouring onto the job market every year. So there is a workforce here. And then thirdly, of course, we have the mineral complement that we will all need for clean energy technologies in terms of green minerals, as Dr. Ghosh was just talking about. So we are really poised to deliver solutions, not just for Africa, but really for the world as we all transition to low carbon economies. Despite all of that, somehow we are still 80%, almost 85% of those without energy access, the highest climate vulnerability indexed countries in the world. More than 20 African countries already reporting average increases in temperature above 1 degree Celsius, and less than 2% of global clean energy finance. So for us, these are the issues that we're trying to solve for, why do we have that juxtaposition between the potential and what is the reality? And the issues really revolve around, of course, we all talk about the limits and the limitations, the limited access to finance. We all know that, but when you unpack that a little bit more, you start to see what comprises that finance issue. It's big challenges around the cost of capital, the cost of acquiring finance on the continent. It's the challenge around a pipeline of investment-ready projects. It's the challenges around accessing finance, even where it's available within country. And it's challenges around the enabling ecosystem. And here I don't just mean the policy ecosystem, but also the infrastructural ecosystem that will allow clean solutions to thrive. So the Africa Climate Week, which is another event in that lineup that Dr. Ghosh was mentioning, Africa Climate Week and Africa Climate Summit are going to be held right here in Nairobi, Kenya, in September, and intentionally meant to play off of each other, to position Africa as a solutions provider and talk about how do we solve those issues. Let's not talk anymore just about the victim story for Africa, but we have the solutions that the world needs. How do we unlock those solutions? And those solutions revolve around more support for project development. So, of course, we all saw the Africa Union and the AFDB launched together a multi-million-dollar platform in support of project development for green infrastructure at the last COP. The solutions revolve around local fiscal solutions, so solutions that allow local currency loans, blended solutions that bring local banks, regional DFIs, international DFIs together to reduce risk, solutions that increase the capacity of local finance institutions to dispense funds, and then, of course, solutions that allow for a focus on a grid fortification. For every $1 million that we're investing in energy generation right now, IEA suggests that we should be spending 1.5 million in grid reinforcement, and we're nowhere near that number. So lots to be done, and that's the conversation that we are ready to have in Africa now, is solutions such that we can be a provider of technology, not just for ourselves, but for the world.
Well, this is truly inspiring, Rebecca. Thank you. So, Arunabha, we're focusing on exponential solutions here today. So, what low-hanging exponential solutions are there that we haven't really been addressing fast enough?
Well, the biggest low-hanging exponential solution is scale. And that scale is as Rebecca was saying, in Africa, in Asia, and South America. But money does not flow where the sun shines the most. I mean, the per capita renewable energy investments in sub-Saharan Africa compared to or rather in Europe, was 41 times that of sub-Saharan Africa in 2021, was 57 times more in North America compared to sub-Saharan Africa in that same year. Are we trying to say that Europe and North America have sunnier days than sub-Saharan Africa? The point is, if you want exponential solutions, you got to figure out how do you get that scale. And that scale, getting to that scale means you got to do three things. You got to solve for three different market failures. The first is that climate risks are highly uninsurable because they're nonlinear in nature. And that means we've got to focus on creating a resilience cushion for the most vulnerable. Using the IMF special drawing rights to create what I've called a global resilience reserve fund can immediately create tens of billions of dollars of an insurance cushion for the most vulnerable communities. Number two, we've got to bridge the delta, the gap between the perceived risk of investing in emerging markets and the actual real risk. The real risk is actually far lower than the perceived risk. How do you bridge that delta? You pool the risks across economies, across geographies, and you make sure that things that developing countries don't have control over, their currency exchange rate fluctuating because the US Federal Reserve decides to increase interest rates. If we can reduce those kinds of risks, we can bring in private capital, about 10x, 15x more than what the public capital is deployed. And finally, we need to start pricing in many different types of externalities, not just carbon. We are not pricing land, we're not pricing air, we're not pricing water, we're not pricing biodiversity. And that's why you end up with market distortions. The problem is not that some poor people need some energy infrastructure and there is a lot of money out there, and if they only fix their domestic policies, the money would flow. The problem is that we have a global level market failure, a triple market failure that we're choosing to ignore. And that's why money is not flowing to where the sun shines the most, where the wind blows the hardest. If we start fixing these market failures, all of which can be fixed in this calendar year alone, we will see a completely different exponential flow of finance going to where the energy infrastructure is needed and where it needs to be sustainable.
Excellent. Thank you. I hope the political leaders are listening here, indeed. So, Rebecca, we have a few minutes, or actually half a minute left, but you can go over time a bit. What would you like to add?
I'd say that in terms of low-hanging fruits, I want to bring up two things. One is that countries like Kenya are already 90% renewables coming through our 90% renewables for electricity. And in fact, we have more power than we're actually using right now. So the low-hanging fruit is demonstrating what an entire portfolio of green manufacturing and green industry based on green power right here in Africa could look like, demonstrating that potential for investment. The second thing that I would say is a low-hanging fruit is our natural economy. We just launched recently Terra Fund, which is an international, it's a fund for restoration champions working across the continent. Last year, we received over 3,000 applications. There are already so many champions of restoration, champions of clean energy, champions of circular economy, doing fantastic work across the continent. The challenge is not to create those champions. The challenge is to support them. And for me, that is another really important low-hanging fruit.
Well, wonderful to listen to both of you. Fantastic work. And let's hope we had millions of viewers. We do have plenty of leaders listening. So keep up your fantastic work. And thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
To make the green transition happen in time, we need to see exponential change on many levels. So therefore, it's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Nafid Ahmed, Director of the Futures Lab, Unites Communication. And he'll be joining us via Zoom from London. And there you are. So you recently wrote an open letter to the president of COP28, Sultan Al Jaber, about the energy transformation. And it states the COP28 agenda is a recipe for economic Armageddon. So please tell us about it and why it's so important. You have our attention.
Well, thank you so much. To Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, who is obviously holds the UAE presidency of COP28. And I did that after listening to some of his various talks that he was giving around the world. And so I have to say, I was quite surprised by some of the things that he was saying. He essentially said, I've broken it down to 6 things: that we need to work hand in hand with the fossil fuel energy industry. And some of this stuff sounded very sensible on its face. He said we should double hydrogen production, that we should expand nuclear power. He wanted to scale up carbon capture technologies. And then he said, we should triple renewable energy capacity and we should improve battery storage. Now, all of this sounded kind of okay, but when you kind of apply a more granular systems-oriented approach that really looked deeply at the economics of what he's saying, it doesn't add up. And so I wrote to him in the hope that I could try to help him and his advisors see that the path that he's taking COP28 on could be really damaging economically as well as environmentally. And I kind of broke it down into the key areas and went through them bit by bit. So the first thing I really wanted to address was, well, we want to, if this idea of working in partnership with the existing oil and gas industry, it's kind of questionable because the existing oil and gas industry and coal industry is actually in collapse mode right now. And one of the tools that we can use to really understand the exponential speed of this collapse is energy return on investment. And that diagram that you can see there looks a little bit complicated, but actually it's a really simple idea, which is the amount of energy that you use to get a certain amount of energy out from any given resource. And that produces this kind of simple ratio. So essentially you put 1 unit of energy in, and hopefully you get maybe 15, 20, 30 units of energy out. That's the idea. As you can imagine, the less that you get out, the smaller that ratio and the more expensive your energy resource. What we're seeing over the last decades is that the EROI, the energy return on investment of fossil fuel resources, is dramatically declining. It peaked around 1960, and since then it's kind of hemorrhaged by around half, and it continues to decline. French scientists a few years ago did an interesting study focusing specifically on the oil industry. And as you can see from the graph on the left, they found that this was an absolutely exponential decline in terms of EROI. So the amount of energy that we're getting out compared to what we're putting in is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And the graph on the right is also fascinating because it specifically focuses on the amount of energy that we're using just to get oil out. So right now, it's around maybe just under 20%. By 2030, we'll be using nearly a third of the energy from oil just to get more oil out. And by 2050, we'll be using about half of the energy from oil just to get the oil out. It's already unsustainable. It's already not working economically. And we are feeling that in the global economy. Many economists say that this is one of the reasons why we're seeing that there are difficulties with global economic growth. And so the scientists pointed out that really what's going to happen by around, once we get to the 2030s, and we kind of moved past the kind of heyday of the US shale revolution, which is also starting to come to an end, there isn't another backstop of fossil fuels that we can switch to in the same way that we switched around 2005. So what are we going to do? What's going to happen in around 2030? Essentially what we're seeing here is from 2030 onwards, the oil and gas industry is going to enter an accelerated collapse mode due to these economic factors. So how does that play into some of the other technologies that Dr. Al-Jabr was talking about, this idea about hydrogen, for instance? Well, I think the problem is that the current way in which we're talking about hydrogen is very much linked to maintaining business as usual with the existing oil and gas industries. So we've heard of blue hydrogen, which produce it from gas with carbon capture and storage. And interestingly, there was a study very recently which tried to look at the EROI of this, and it was absolutely low, really, really low, 1.6 to 1. So for every unit of energy you're using, you're getting to only about 1.6. And many analysts think that really you need around 10 to 1 EROI in order to kind of maintain a functioning civilization. And what this means is that hydrogen within the current system, it can't work. It's not economically competitive with disruptive renewables. The only potential scenario in which hydrogen might be viable is when we're producing it from renewable electricity. But that's not what Dr. Al-Jabr was talking about. We have similar problems when we're looking at nuclear, which is also in decline. Dr. Al-Jabr wants to have more investment in nuclear capacity, but the EROI of nuclear power is already likely to be pretty low. There is a meta-analysis that was done by Manfred Lenzen, who is a nuclear physicist. He found it was around 5 to 1, which is lower than renewables and actually probably lower than oil and gas. And other scientists have warned that the EROI of nuclear is likely to decline further in the near term due to various issues with obtaining mineral resources and so on and so forth, and also the cost of the wider energy system. There was another kind of analysis which tried to look at, well, if we were really to do this, how much would we really need to build? And there's only around 440 nuclear reactors currently existing. We'd need to build around 15,000 commercial nuclear reactors. And we'd have to do it really, really fast in order to kind of really hit our climate targets. But it takes up to 12 years to build just one and 20 years to decommission one. And they need decommissioning and replacement after 50 years or so. When you're looking at the economics of this, forget anything else, just the economics, it just doesn't add up. And the costs of this stuff are just getting more and more expensive. Same things kind of apply when we're looking at carbon capture. Again, carbon capture by itself in the current system doesn't really make much sense. Most experts believe that carbon capture and storage, we know it's not commercially viable right now, but they say it probably won't be commercially viable until around 2050, which is far too late to solve the climate crisis. And what's interesting is that the UAE's own Masdar Institute found that CCS technologies had 30% less EROI than renewable energy with storage. So in other words, what we're doing with CCS is adding that on to existing fossil fuel industries, which are already in this decline mode, and that will just increase the costs of that and make everything far worse economically and environmentally. Again, the economics just don't add up. So the question, of course, is, what is the solution? What do we need to do? Well, the reality is, as I'm sure we've heard from many of other experts that have spoken today, is that there is already an energy transformation underway, and it's happening exponentially. The key technologies in the energy sector are wind, solar, and batteries, and we can see the exponential change happening in the complete opposite direction to what we're seeing with the incumbent energy industries. In all of these technologies, which already exist, they're not breakthrough things that we need to wait for, they exist right now, we're seeing exponential cost declines over the last 2 decades. And as they're getting cheaper, we're seeing these exponential adoption rates. So, and these are happening at the same time. So wind, solar, electric vehicles, battery cells, these are all going through the roof. And what's also fascinating about this is that the incumbent energy experts, such as the International Energy Agency themselves, are consistently wrong about these scenarios. So this graph shows us some of the, if you look at the blue lines going towards the right, those are the IEA's forecasts in their world energy outlooks every year, over the last 2 decades. And they're always wrong. They always say that it's going to happen very, very slow. The adoption rate is going to happen in a very linear fashion. It will take its time. But the reality is illustrated by the red line that you can see there. It's going up exponentially, and it's always surpassed expectations of incumbent analysts. What does that mean? It means that the assumptions and the frameworks that are being used by incumbent energy analysts are completely wrong. They are unscientific. They do not understand the reality of exponential disruptive transformation that's taking place right now. And of course, as I said, it's not just energy, it's also the transport sector. And I mentioned the transport sector because that's going to really hit demand, and it's already started to hit demand for oil. So we have these 2 converging forces. There's issues within the internal economics of the oil industry, and there's also the external demand realities that mean that we're just going to be asking for less oil in the coming years and over the next decade. This kind of analysis is quite well done. It's very well tested. There's different ways of looking at it. People use Moore's law, they use Wright's law, but essentially it's a way of analyzing what's the relationship between the cost of these technologies, their learning curves, and how that affects adoption rates. And we can see that consistently with disruptive technologies, in dozens of cases, they go through this very consistent trajectory, which means we can make pretty sound predictions about what is going to happen over the next few decades when we see these same cost dynamics in play, which is very interesting. And if we look at previous disruptions, that also gives us a sense of how fast this is going to take place. My colleague, Tony Sieber from Rethink X, a technology forecasting think tank where I used to work, he often uses these very powerful slides to portray how fast this happened in history. In 1900, you're looking at the slide on the left, there were no cars hardly on the streets of New York. But in just 13 years, all the horse and carriages completely disappeared and were wiped out. And now you're struggling to see, well, where are they? overtaken by horses. This disruption was driven by the economics of these inventions, of the car, but also the auto assembly line, which led to these technologies to be fundamentally economically more competitive. Once those dynamics kicked in, it just drove this exponential transformation and change. We've seen these disruptions happen in many, many other technologies, whether it's the disruption of video rentals by video streaming, digital newspapers, by print newspapers being disrupted, landlines being disrupted by mobile phones, smartphones, as well as TV news being disrupted by social media. We're seeing that these disruptions can take place within as little as 10 to 15 years, so really, really fast. And what's really, really critical to understand is that these are not one-for-one substitutions. So it's not just one product replacing another product. It's a whole new system that comes into place. What that means is that apparently this new product actually changes the whole system in which we communicate or share or travel. There are new rules, new properties, new possibilities. And that's what's really exciting about what we're seeing with the energy transformation. It's a whole new system that's coming into being. And it could happen really, really fast. According to these Oxford University economists, as early as 2040, we could see this dramatic transition taking place where the energy system will be fundamentally transformed. And this is not just happening because of, climate policies and so on and so forth. This is what is interesting. We do need robust climate policies, but there's an element of this which cannot be stopped, which is very important to understand. There was a study in Nature Energy recently, which concluded, looking at these two issues, solar power and electric vehicles, these two technologies, that based on those technologies, the transformation of energy is well underway, and it will create a whole new emerging energy geography. So in that sense, there's something unstoppable about this due to the economics. What that means is that oil and gas are already stranded assets. They are vastly overvalued. They will never deliver hopeful returns to investors. And one study estimated that losses could be as high as $11 trillion. So we have these two big reasons to get out of these industries straight away, both climate policies as well as existing technology disruptions. And what's really interesting about these new technologies, as I said, it's a whole new system. The EROI of these technologies is constantly improving, not declining. And there's a real interesting opportunity here when it comes to batteries. Dr. Aldover was saying, well, we need to improve battery technologies, and absolutely agree. We should always have improvements, and there's new sodium batteries now which are coming into play, and so on and so forth. But there is a lot of studies which have looked at how do we really optimize the rollout of solar, wind, and batteries. And what they showed is that if you supersize solar, wind generating capacity by about 3 times demand, around 3 to 5 times, you can lower your system costs by around 80%. And you can also reduce your battery storage by around 90%, which is colossal. And this is really revolutionary because batteries are the biggest component of a system, the most expensive. They're also the most mineral intensive and materials intensive, copper, all the rest of it. So if you reduce that by around 90%, you're also dramatically reducing your mineral inputs into that system. That also has a counterintuitive implication. My colleagues at Rethink X called it superpower, where a number of experts have started to say, well, if you're going to be producing 3 to 4 times more energy than in the incumbent fossil fuel system, rather than curtailing it, which is what conventional analysts were talking about, why don't we find ways to use and access that power? And that's where we can get all sorts of exciting applications, whether it's powering, wastewater treatment, sewage. This is where you can power exotic technologies like carbon capture, which are very expensive within the fossil fuel system. In this system could now become commercially viable. In this context, hydrogen then might become commercially viable. So this is where we begin to see there's a lot of game-changing things that can happen as long as we accelerate the clean energy transformation. How huge could this system get? Well, one study by Swiss scientists found that we could have 10 times as much energy as we're producing today, potentially if we really maximize it. And that's, rolling out solar on kind of rooftops as well as building a solar infrastructure on deserts. 10 times as much energy as we're using today with a far less material footprint. So this is obviously an astonishing opportunity, and it sounds Like, we're there. What else do we need to do? Well, the problem is that as fast as this is happening, it's just not happening fast enough. What we do know is that so far, we have had an impact. And it's really important to realize that. Now, I remember the days when the IPCC UN report was saying, we're heading towards 6 degrees Celsius, uninhabitable planet. The good news that we know now is that most of the devastating warnings have kind of reduced that by half. The danger zone is saying that business as usual will get us to around 3 degrees, which is still catastrophic by the end of the century. It still leads to an uninhabitable planet, but it shows that we've made progress over the last decade. And this graph shows that we have made some progress in slowing emissions growth, and that's because of the disruption of coal. So we've got left the disruption of these other dirty industries. We need to accelerate that. The danger is that if we continue on our current pathway, we're at risk of breaching that 2 degrees Celsius, safe limit. And that's, well outside the 1.5C, we're hitting 2 degrees Celsius. That's probably where we're currently going if we continue on our current path. We have to accelerate, but we can do it. If we accelerate it, research that I was involved in 2021 showed that we could actually reduce emissions by 90% by 2035 if we accelerate these sorts of transformations. But how do we do that? Well, if we're looking at where we are right now, we need annual growth rate for solar and wind of about 1.3 to 3.3%. Right now, the annual growth rate is too slow. It's about 0.6 to 0.8%. So that means that we are still heading for a 1.5C 2 degrees Celsius breach, which puts us in a climate danger zone on our current trajectory. So that's with an inevitable transformation of energy within the next 2 decades or so, depending on which perspective you look at. We're still hitting the danger zones. We need to accelerate. I believe that there are 5 main things that we can do to accelerate this. And this is what I put to Dr. Al-Jabra. The first thing is, let's wake up and recognize that a global phase shift is underway. Once we recognize that, we know that we need to get out of the old industries and get into the new ones and accelerate them. So let's make that commitment to accelerate the transformation of energy and transport systems by 2035. How do we do that? Number 2, hearing from the previous participants, definitely we need to look at the market. And that means fundamentally stop non-emergency subsidies and all new investments in conventional energy assets, as well as in internal combustion engine transport. Just end those subsidies. You're looking at trillions of dollars of this government subsidies, propping up these industries who are effectively going bankrupt due to a combination of economic dynamics. It's a completely insane economic choice. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any environmental sense, and it's distorting the market. So the best way to level that market playing field is end those subsidies. Thirdly, I think we need to design free, open, and transparent energy and transport markets at all levels. Make sure that we can guarantee the right for individuals to generate, store, and trade electricity. You might even call it an energy bill of rights. In that way, again, you're kind of accelerating the role of the market in doing that. But number 4, there is an important role for governments, of course, to play. Not only do they need to make those decisions about how to recalibrate markets, we also need governments to focus on difficult interventions where the commercial incentives aren't there.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ahmed. I need to intervene a bit here now because we need to go on to the next session here. So kindly I have to ask you to sum this up.
Yes, well, just the 2 things. Focus on government intervention, electrification of residential and commercial heating and cooking. We're seeing that Germany's already imposed a ban on those things, but we don't just need a ban, we need investment. And we also need the 5th thing and last thing is protect people, not industries. So rather than saying, let's protect these old industries, no. Withdraw support for those incumbents, but protect people, protect workers, train people up, create new schemes to support people to move into these emerging industries. And I think if we do all these 5 things together, we can accelerate that transformation. I'm still waiting to hear from Dr. Al-Jabra. Unfortunately, I've not heard from him about this stuff.
Well, thank you for a fantastic presentation. Thank you. will now change focus and talk about the future of personal vehicles, which Dr. Ahmed mentioned already in his presentation. And we're going to talk about how we can cut emissions through the complete value chains very quickly by doing this speedily and exponentially. We recognize that electrifying cars is not enough and that we need to make zero-emission cars from zero-emission components, including steel and batteries. And this is also possible in this decade. So Johan, let's talk a little bit about this around the table here. What is this session going to be all about? Please tell the audience.
It's about the complete value chain and how we can take it close to zero, which means that we need to work on all levers in parallel.
Excellent.
Yes.
So the personal vehicle market, is it on track? Is it within its carbon budget?
There's a very important report which was just launched by Polestar, Vivian and Kearney, which actually looks at what are the levers required to take us to zero. It shows that the industry is off track, basically. It will not be able to keep the budget within 1.5. So the industry needs to move much, much faster. So that is the conclusion from that report.
So what are the key solutions that can make us half by 2030?
We're talking about, if you're starting on the first level, is of course the supply chain. You have the components, the batteries, you have the steel, you have the aluminium, you have the plastics and so on. So you need to move them as close to zero as possible. When it comes to cars, it's about complete electrification, of course, that we talked about previously. We really have the opportunity to push it really exponentially as close to 100% as possible in the near term. But also these cars have to run on renewable energy, okay? And finally, I added a fourth pillar, which we'll talk about at the end. It's really important that we start to share the vehicles, because vehicles are parked maybe 95% of the time, and we also need to address that. So basically, these four levers.
So what is really required to make this happen? I guess it's policy, for instance?
I think it's, I think Polestar Vivian will talk about this as well. I would say the first one is probably that this industry comes together, set an absolute sharp targets. It's about radical collaboration. Then, of course, to remove blockers as well. But most things has to happen in the industry.
Excellent, Johan. Thank you. This is all very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'd now like to welcome Fredrika Klarén, Head of Sustainability at Polestar. And you're going to give a keynote. You're also one of the parties behind this pathway report that Johan Falk just mentioned. Give her a warm hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have our full attention.
Thank you. I was so inspired by listening to the previous speaker. There are exponential solutions out there, and at Polestar, we know that electric vehicles are an exponential, scalable climate solution, but that this is underutilized today. And we see that as an industry, we need to come together to fulfill the climate promise of electric vehicles. But there is a lot speaking against that today. The passenger vehicles today stand for 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The automotive industry, we sit on one of the most powerful climate solutions, electric vehicles, but we speak of it as it is an EV boom. You know, we see that sales are going through the roof, absolutely. But if you look at the scenario, the situation on the streets today, only 1.5% of cars are electrified. So as an industry, we are failing to provide this climate solution in a time of crisis. And we see that it is only together. This is so much bigger than Polestar. It is together that we as an industry need to take collective action to change this. And that's why we came together with Rivian and Kearney to produce the pathway report that could enable us to see the same thing, to see where are we as an automotive industry. Because we've been very siloed in terms of sustainability and climate. We have not been talking the same language even. We've not used the same data. So trying to secure that we all see the same things. We wanted to know where are we on climate and what can we do to secure that we stay within a budget, a clear carbon budget for the industry. What the pathway report showed us, like Johan said, is that we are far off track to stay below 1.5. In fact, we will have spent the automotive industry's carbon budget by 2035 at the pace that it is going now. But it also really outlined a pathway that we can take together as an industry to secure that we now use this exponential technology. We can do that by pulling 3 levers, hard at the same time. The lever 1 is to secure that we fully transition to zero emissions vehicles by 2032. So after 2032, we can basically not sell fossil fuel cars anymore. Lever 2 is securing that the charging grids around the world run solely on fossil-free energy, preferably renewable. And lever 3, to secure that we radically decarbonize the way that we produce electric vehicles. We need to reduce supply chain emissions by 81% until 2032. And this gives us an opportunity to now come together as an industry and look at these 3 levers. Okay, what are we doing that we can share? What is Rivian doing that I can be inspired by at Polestar and just build on? And how do we secure that we start talking about this not only within the EU amongst car companies, but also across, the globe with Chinese car makers, US-based car makers, and so on. And this is what we're going to do now. We're going to secure that we have these dialogues. And one thing that we're going to talk a lot about from Polestar is what we are doing to really pull lever 3 to decarbonize the supply chain. We have our Polestar Zero project, our flagship project when it comes to climate. We have set out to create a truly climate neutral car by 2030. And when we say truly, it means we will eliminate the emissions from the production of this car instead of going for example, offsetting schemes. And we know, of course, this is a huge challenge, but we basically know what it is that we need to focus on, and that is the ingoing materials in the car. And on some of these materials, we see exciting movements. For example, H2 Green Steel just spoke to us about the amazing work that they are doing. And we, of course, want to promote that and secure that we tap into that in this project as well. But on many other areas, we have direct emissions from the production of materials, which means that we need to innovate how to eliminate those. So there's a lot of research now going into this project, meaning, again, we have to partner up. We cannot research ourselves at Polestar. We need to partner up with other companies, research institutes, and that's what's going on now within Polestar Zero. We have this amazing community of partners that is building, and that gives me a lot of hope that we can actually do this. We can deliver this car by 2030. It will take a lot of effort from all of the ingoing partners, of course, but there are many of us who wants to enable this, and that's very hopeful. When it comes to the other levers, of course, there is so much to do. And Anisa from Rivian will soon tell you all about how they are working, for example, on lever 2. And I think that this is the point where I really want to hear what are other OEMs doing, what are other car brands doing that I can be inspired by, because the path forward is really to continuously redraw our strategies and redirect investment. We have to secure that we stop upholding legacy technology and we funnel the investment into solutions that are being utilized now for green technologies and that we can rally behind. And we have to secure that we stop being very protective in the automotive industry about what we know and what we do, and really find a new way to collaborate and take collective action as an industry, and really to focus on what has a transformative impact, the 3 levers that we have identified in the pathway report. And yes, many of us feel like, do we have time? Is there time left? What we were able to show with the pathway report is that there's not much time, but there is time. So what we really want to do at Polestar is to secure that we make the absolute most of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Fredrika. Please take a seat in the sofa.
Absolutely.
It's now my pleasure to welcome on stage Anisa Camandoli Costa, Chief Sustainability Officer at Rivian. So please give Anisa a warm hand. And you have our attention, Anisa, for your keynote.
Thank you, Katarina.
Most welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me at Stockholm Climate Week. For those of you I thought that might not be as familiar with Rivian, we were founded in 2009 by RJ Scaringe, who is our founder. And he founded Rivian to help our planet transition to carbon-free energy and transportation. So in this way, we are truly a mission-driven company, with our focus on sustainability informing everything that we do. And this is true for the 4 electric vehicles we currently produce and sell in the United States. Our R1T pickup truck, the first to market in the US, and the R1S SUV focus on the most popular categories in the United States. So we're working to transform commercial transportation as well through our EDV last mile delivery van, which is currently exclusively sold to Amazon as Amazon works to convert its entire delivery fleet to 100% renewable energy by 2030. So Rivian has grown quite rapidly over the years, from less than 1,000 employees in early 2019 to more than 9,000 in November 2021 when the company went public. And today we are more than 13,000 employees strong. I joined Rivian in spring of 2022 after being the first to hold the role of Chief Sustainability Officer at Tiffany & Company, and now I hold the role of Chief Sustainability Officer at Rivian. So as you heard Fredrika share, we are working closely together to complement the environmental objectives of each of our companies with a push for greater industry collaboration on sustainability and specifically the 3 levers laid out in the pathway report. So I'm going to focus on lever 2, the imperative to power the EV transition with renewable energy, so we don't simply shift emissions from tailpipes to power plants. At Rivian, renewable energy plays a critical role in achieving our targets, and these include being net zero by 2040, as well as our intent to help green the grid away from fossil fuels. The greening of the grid is complex, but it's exceedingly important. We in the automotive sector, as we transition to an electric future, we have both an opportunity as well as a responsibility to drive system-wide decarbonization. The more ambitious corporations today, of course, plan to eventually match their total electricity usage on an annual basis with renewable energy. This is a term that we know and is often referred to as 100% renewable energy. This methodology is a step in the right direction, but it maintains a reliance on a carbon-based grid by not aligning energy consumption with carbon-free energy supply. So to this end, Rivian recently became the first automaker and one of the first 10 energy buyers to sign on to the UN's 24/7 Carbon-Free Energy Compact. So thinking beyond the amount of renewables and focusing toward the time of day and regional considerations is essential to the systemic change that we need in the electricity grid. This journey starts at home for Rivian in our manufacturing plant in the state of Illinois. We aspire to build our products with carbon-free electricity every hour of every day and enable a greener grid for everyone. So we are an early purchaser of the Goose Creek Wind Farm project in Illinois, which sources local clean energy for our production. And together with a solar canopy at the plant's outbound charging yard, Goose Creek is going to allow Rivian to power as much as 75% of our manufacturing with carbon-free electricity on an hourly basis. And of course, importantly, generate cost savings. So finally, we are planning a wind turbine at our Illinois campus that's going to enable the first charge of all new R1 vehicles to be 100% powered by renewable energy generated entirely on site. We have also guaranteed that customers charging on any Rivian charger, including the Rivian Adventure Network, are powered by 100% renewable energy. As one example of how we're backing this commitment, we're investing in a new solar farm in Tennessee, a part of the country where renewable energy development has really lagged compared to other regions. So these are some of the steps that we're taking. We recognize, though, that we are a young company, we are a humble company, and we're at the beginning of a very exciting journey ahead. As demonstrated by our collaborative approach that Frederica mentioned on the Pathway Report, we are so open and eager to learn from and partner with others in our sector, the broader industry, and other industries in general. And we know that we're going to need the minds in this room and beyond, and a more collaborative spirit in order to make sure that we accelerate this transition that the Pathway Report makes very clear that we absolutely need. So I know that Frederica and I both welcome ideas and suggestions, and we really, really hope to keep the conversation going today and into the future. So thank you for including Rivian in this important dialogue today, and I'm looking forward to our panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Janisa. Please take a seat on the sofa. And I'd like now to welcome back Lina Håkansdotter, Vice President and Head of Public Affairs at H2 Green Steel. Please join me here again. We might have some new, well, actually, you can take a seat. There might be some new viewers here, so I'd like to start by asking you to introduce yourself and H2 Green Steel.
Okay, of course. So my name is Lina Håkansdotter, and I'm actually the Global Head of Sustainability and Corporate Affairs now. We're a company moving at speed, so titles change also. We are actually starting the first green steel mill in the world, way up north in Sweden, and we aim to start production by 2025, 2026. We will use large-scale hydrogen production to make this possible, and we will start by producing 2.5 million tons of green steel. And automotive is actually one of our largest customer base.
Excellent. So you both spoke about the levers very eloquently and clearly. So how do we, if we focus on the lever, move to electrical vehicles, how can we overall move faster to EVs? Because this is clearly what we need. Would you like to start, Frederica?
We think that we can do that in so many ways. One of the ways that we are trying to promote this is to really build a new way of communicating directly to customers about cars and that lifestyle choice. We do believe that fundamentally to trust the industry enough to take this leap into an electric car and all of what that means in terms of how you have to change your everyday life. Transparency is key. So, for example, we are using product sustainability declarations, talking about that this is a better option, but it's still we have work to do to make EVs better also. You might think that this is contradictory, but we actually see that this type of trust building will be essential to speed up the adoption. It enables people really to feel strengthened in their choices, we believe. Then we, of course, can talk about incentives, the needs for support, again, for electric vehicles. And we see a lot of policy still upholding the internal combustion engine on many markets. This is crucial, of course, that we support consumers in making this choice and make it easier for them to do this by giving them a financial incentive.
Thank you, Frederica. Anissa, when I saw the recreational vehicle, it was like fantastic because there are a lot of prejudice about electrical vehicles, and also to be able to make this transition faster, we need to overcome them, right? So what would you like to maybe to add on this sort of perception of not just the carbon footprint, but also the lifestyle aspects of this transition?
No, you're absolutely right. And again, that's why RJ first started with the pickup truck and the SUV, because these are the most popular vehicles in the United States. So in order to move the needle, that was an obvious choice. I think the other thing that I would add is that if we focus, which we are, right, on design and manufacturing and superior experience, that speaks for itself, right? And then you draw the consumer, the customer in that way. And they're going to choose the vehicle that best speaks to the beautiful drive, to their lifestyle, to your point. And another feature of Rivian is about getting the customer out into nature with their families, being with people, being with nature. And I think it's this harmonious equation that we're trying to build.
Thank you very much. And Lena, I mean, you're obviously not a car manufacturer, but you are manufacturing, well, will be manufacturing the steel that is required. So when you have listened now to Lena, to Fredrika and to Anissa, what kind of sort of feelings do you get in terms of making this happen and collaborating in this transition?
Yeah, I would like to add one more item that is actually crucial for all of us, and that's the electricity system.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Loads of renewable electricity coming in, but also the grid and the charging spots that are needed to make this expansion as fast as possible. And that is also crucial for our business, of course, since we
interconnected.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we look at lever 2 and lever 3, so securing that the charging grids is up to par and also the supply chain. It's all about renewable energy, really. It goes across those levers, absolutely. And here we, as an industry, we need to have a better plan for how to promote the build-out of renewable energy. We need to secure that we, again, invest in this in a way that is, we might not be used to. But we need to find the right forms for how to do that.
Anissa?
Well, and that's something, as I mentioned, that we're doing at Rivian, and investing in areas of the country or the region, right, geographically, where there's the most need is so critical. And then connecting that to something you just mentioned, which is not just sort of investing and doing that work, but making sure that we're speaking to and communicating in a clear, compelling fashion to the consumer. Of course, there's Wall Street as well, but I think we're also working, to your point, on the customer communications, being very open about this journey that we're on and letting our customers and consumers in general know that they are part of this bigger movement and effort.
So what blockers needs to be removed in order to speed up this charging and the renewable energy in the grid?
Well, I actually think that policy plays a vital part here, not only to make it happen, but also to show a clear direction and to steer away from all the bad choices. I mean, your report is excellent in helping, guiding, but it's really essential that the global policy arena is super clear on where we're heading. And then we will buy the electrical vehicles because that's the only way forward. I think they play a vital part in this.
Would you like to add?
Well, I appreciate that so much, and I agree, of course. But we really wanted to make a report that was solely our core reader that we thought about was a CEO of a car company or a chief sustainability officer of a car company, because we really want also the industry to stop always talking about what the policy makers need to do. That is something that we're getting used to hearing that at the climate conference and so on. So we really wanted to shift that conversation to be more about, okay, what can we as an industry do in areas where we know that policy is really important, of course. But can we really look at it with new eyes and think about how we can actively take a stance to promote this? While at the same time, of course, we hope that policymakers would also read the report because they are an important target group. But it's not all about them, we feel. It's time to...
I totally agree. I mean, it's the markets that will solve this, and it's our as customers that we can do the change. But the policymakers has to be clear on where we're heading, the target. Absolutely.
And to
Yes,
bring in
Anissa.
policy in a different way, I was going to say that with respect to renewable energy, we need that collaboration between companies that are going to purchase. We need utilities. We need governments to co-invest together and be a part of that system of change.
So let's talk a bit about materials. So how do we move the needle faster in sustainable materials that have zero or very low carbon impact? Well, you say you have a North Star already in your trajectory. But from your perspective, Anissa and Lena, please.
So circularity and that area is something that we're clearly very focused on. We will be launching commitments and goals in the fall, and it's a critical component, not just for our industry and for Polestar and Rivian in particular, but for every industry. So and working with companies like yours is critical, and that engagement that you already have, that we have with our suppliers, is key. Not just asking for something, but how do we engage in that conversation to help drive what we mutually need.
Yeah, and our production will be almost fossil-free, but when placing that in your vehicles, we help you decrease your Scope 3 emissions. So we really help the system as a whole, and I think that's the way forward. We have to look not only at what we're doing ourselves, but also how we are affecting the rest of the value chain.
Excellent. So a final call to action, all of you?
Redraw the strategies of your car companies. We're not seeing that strategies are in line with the findings that we have in our report that traces back to the IPCC's science. So I would say that it's time to redraw the strategies quickly and get on a new route, get on the pathway.
Excellent. Anissa?
I would say collaboration, right? Not just at the company and industry level, across sectors, and taking it down to the individual. Make sure that you're always in your individual organizations collaborating across, above and below. I think that's really important.
Lena?
Well, if you're a steel buyer, make sure that you buy the green steel. It is out there, and you can get it, and that's the way to push forward.
Feels like you're really looking at us.
Well, great final words from you. Anissa and Lena, thank you so much for sharing your insights. So I'm going to keep Fredrika for a bit longer on stage, but please give them a warm hand.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to welcome another guest. Actually, let's take the bumper. We're not going to start talking about how we can share vehicles, because electrifying the fleet is not enough, right? So it's my pleasure now to introduce a new speaker, Clara Bergqvist, who's head of Go More Sweden. So please give her a warm hand and join us over here, Clara. I'm actually going to stand up because I think you like to prefer to talk standing up, right? So stay at the table and let's talk over here. You have a very interesting way of working here with the Go More, and it's a sharing fleet perspective. So from your perspective, what is the friction here between, well, the friction points that needs to be removed to get this to roll out faster, the sharing of cars?
Well, from my point of view, I'm coming from a peer-to-peer car sharing platform. So there's a lot of things that needs to be done. We have millions of users that sharing their car through our platform, and we see that we could be even more people joining if we have better opportunities and if we took away barriers and friction points such as regulation, behavior, consumer behavior, but also, of course, technology.
So speaking of technology, how can you promote so more have EVs in your fleet? Because not everybody has. It's a sharing perspective that involves other fossil cars at this point. So how could you promote more EVs?
Well, we see a huge request and demand just for EVs. So of course, we would like to highlight these in our fleet. We have a lease and share concept where people can lease a car through us and then share it. And on that side, the most of our leased cars, they are actually EVs. But then, of course, in order to be able to share these cars, it needs to be more clear how to charge them, where to charge them, and then also, of course, the technology behind it, to have it keyless, etc.
So how do you promote to make sure that you get more cars in and also get more customers that want to lease or rent the electrical cars? Are there any more levers, to borrow the words from the report, that you can use?
Well, it is a way of actually financing your car, of course. If you're looking at EVs in general, they are quite expensive, especially now in Sweden, where the climate bonus was taken away. So if you could get an EV and you can share it through GoMore or another platform, you can then reduce some of your car costs, of course, but also then you make the usage of the resource much better if you share it with others as well.
Makes all the sense in the world. So let's join Frederica over here, please. Take a seat. Oh, you won. Sorry. You sit next to
Exactly.
on the sofa here, and I'll sit here. That's better. That's
Just
better.
following
That's
the
better.
program.
It's always nice to see you. So let's talk about the sharing perspective here, Frederica, because you're selling cars. So what if people start sharing cars instead of buying them? That's not a bad idea?
It's crucial, I would say. When we, coming back again to the pathway report, when we looked at the 3 levers, how to, for example, secure 100% sales of EVs and replace all of the ICE cars, we cannot do that one-to-one. We need to secure that we tap into circular principles, sharing, and so on, to enable actually what we need to do to reach our climate goals. So it's crucial for us, and we really want to help promote this, of course. And it's very exciting now to see what's happening, because as a company, I think, as a CSO working in a company for the last decade or so, we've been struggling in kind of finding the ways of working with this. But now we're seeing something happening amongst consumers. That means that maybe we don't have to figure this out. Maybe our role is more to secure that our product, cars, can be utilized in this new system, to secure that they can roll around for as long as it's needed, that we have phone as key, that we have the technology to support sharing and so on. It doesn't have to mean that we have to rent cars or we have to secure that we have sharing pools or so on. There's an ecosystem that we can work through.
I like that ecosystem. Thank you. So Johan Falk, CEO and one of the founders of Exponential Roadmap Initiative, I'd like to hear your take on how we can exponentially scale this sharing perspective, because it hasn't really taken off yet, has it?
I think what GoMore is doing is really interesting, combining, leasing model and rent-out model, which is really an exciting model as far as I see it. And that, I think, is starting to take off because it's really economically attractive for people, particularly for electrical vehicles, as far as I see it. I've used it as well, so I think it's a great innovation. I do think simplicity is incredibly important. You have to be able to do this in 30 seconds. Of course, you need to have all insurances and all that type of things in place, which I think is coming into place. Another thing is, of course, how do you handle locks and these type of things? That's also coming into place. You don't have to sign a contract or something. You can do it through your phone. You can rent out your car. So I think a lot of these things are happening. So that's pretty good. But I still think when it comes to sort of true mobility as a service and sharing cars and commuting and so on, there needs to be a lot of more innovation to simplify it. But I also think there is one more thing, that cities and governments should they have a responsibility to actually promote sharing services. both in terms because we can't have so many cars in cities, as far as I see it, and it doesn't add any value when they're parked 90% of the time. So I guess it's all about what value they will deliver, and will save a lot of material if we can. So I think there is absolutely an opportunity, but that requires to be more innovation.
Excellent. So Clara, from your perspective, how can we make it more normal that you really sort of, when you go more, that you really require and want to have an EV? How do you navigate this?
Well, you can filter between it, of course, but then
that's a good start.
Yeah, but then of course we need more of them, and to be able to do that, we see that one shared car, especially if it's an EV, it can replace 10 not shared cars. So if we're looking at the user pattern, we see that there's a lot of things to do here. But if we're talking about EVs, as I said before, I think the charging needs to be clearer, how to do it, how it works. And we as a company need to also have the possibility to talk to the car, as you talked about, and the car design need to be in dialogue with our app and platform, and then of course to promote these cars and EVs, we need to have more of them.
Absolutely, and also to sort of grasp as a car owner that it's safe and easy, and also brings in money to be able to share your car. Of course, you do a great job on this side already. So Fredrika, on the note of Clara, what Clara said, to design the cars to make it more easy to share, do you have any reflections on this from the Polestar design perspective?
I think that this is where we need to take the opportunity to learn from these tools that are being implemented. So we need to integrate these principles in our design and in our product development to secure that we really deliver cars that can enable this.
And what will those be that needs to be sort of?
Well, what I was talking about earlier, secure that they are very durable, because of course these cars are going to roll around on the streets and not stand still, like you say, more than 90% of the time. So, quality will be key in this. But also the software, to secure that, like you said, that the software is open enough to be able to work with these platforms, that you can have, multi-users being able to access the car and so on. So we now have the opportunity to really learn in a way that it informs our design and product development. So that's key for us in this state in time.
Thank you. So any key actions from you that should be taken to speed this up further? Johan, would you like to start?
I think one opportunity, well, I also want to mention that I think that batteries will be a very scarce resource. We need to think about that. We need so many batteries. So it's also a shame if we can't really share these batteries in a much better way. And we also have the other use case where we can use the vehicle batteries in the grid, of course. We haven't talked about that today. So that is something that has to be explored. But I do think that there is an opportunity with cities, work with the 10 most leading cities to really ensure that we can accelerate sharing of cars radically and show that it works in 10 cities, and then sort of
well, we have the EU 100 climate neutral cities.
Exactly, so maybe 10 out of these. That would be my suggestion, yes.
So Clara?
Yeah, I would say also the consumer behavior a part of it. Like we need to get used to share cars, and that's, in my opinion, the biggest obstacle we need to fight and win, because it's first when everyone here start to share cars that this will be the new normal, and then it comes to the way we are used to travel, the way we are used to have our own cars. People have 2 cars, 3 cars sometimes, and this is not needed, and then it comes down to the individual to really see the advantage of having access instead of ownership. So I think it really starts there, to each of us to really step up and really put in and do whatever we can to really help each other out and be ambassadors for sharing, and also ambassadors for EVs, of course.
So Clara, before I move to Fredrika, it seems like we're sort of in a sweet spot now, because a lot of people find it hard to have ends meet in terms of inflation and all that. So it's difficult to get your finances to work. And also, many people are very interested in the climate. So this is sort of a sweet spot, is it?
Yeah.
Not. So how can we take advantage of the momentum in this economic dire straits we're in? So it's just make this transition quicker. Any thoughts on this, Fredrika?
I mean, we're trying our best to just get our message across at this time because we still see, conflicting messages. Even though we've all seen the graphs now. Previous presenters showed the cost of ownership, the ROI for EVs and so on. It's so clear. This is not being conveyed to the customers. So from Polestar, we're just trying to do everything we can in terms of our, communication strengths to get our message across, and hopefully people will respond to that and see that we are enabling them in this very pivotal time to make this shift, and that it's good not only for the planet and the way that you feel about how you take climate action, but also your wallet.
Excellent. So thank you very much, Johan Falk. Thank you very much, Clara. And thank you very much, Fredrika, for joining us here. We have one keynote speaker left in this segment, but thanks again very much. And best of luck with GoMore. It's a fantastic endeavor you're at, and what you're doing. And of course, Polestar. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to welcome our final guest, Mohammed Hegazi. He is Transport Lead Climate Champions team, and he's here for a final keynote on how the UN-backed Race to Zero campaign is driving breakthroughs towards zero personal transport through collaboration. So Mohammed is joining us via Zoom.
Well, thank you very much.
Terrific.
It's an honor to be invited here. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. You have our full attention.
Brilliant. So, yeah, I've always struggled a little bit to explain the role that we try to play with the climate champions. I think the official line is that we want to help work with all non-state actors. These are businesses, these are finance streams, these are civil society entities and industry to be aligned with the Paris Agreement. That is, stick to the 1.5 degree target as much as we can. But sometimes you just simplify it, and I say my job is to really help push through collaboration to decarbonize the whole damn sector. And remember, we're talking 8.7 gigatons of emissions in 2 years ago, and 6.7 of them are in road transport. And I really appreciate what Dr. Johan Rockström mentioned earlier, which is that this is the best action movie out there, because we kind of know where the hero needs to go, but we just don't know exactly how the journey will play out. And we know the next steps, and these are the ones we're talking about. We know that the target is to get a very high percentage of sales to be zero-emission vehicles. And I really admire the Exponential Roadmap Initiative's target of 90% by 2030, because this is on the upper side of the range of 75 to 95% that is pushed by the Systems Change Lab. We as the champions, we have a target that is that all vehicles are zero emission by 2040, and that by 2035, 100% of them in leading markets are ZEV. So we see how the targets align, and 90% is very ambitious, and we need to get there. So how? There's been an expressed need in the discussions earlier today that industry needs a better plan on how to get the energy and on how to align to get there. And this is where, again, Dr. Johan mentioned, it's about leadership. And I'll try to share 5 ways that I see that industry can play the leadership role that is theirs to play in this giant ecosystem to decarbonize the whole damn thing. The first one is, I'll ask you, look at the Race to Zero campaign and join it. Race to Zero is the UN-backed campaign to bring in businesses to commit to net zero. And it is really valuable because it is the one that is sanctioned by the UN, because it is based on the science-based targets that keep us aligned with the 1.5%. And I really appreciated earlier the vision to build 100% electric car zero emissions car by 2030, where it is not about the tailpipe emissions, where we hope to get 90% battery electric, but it is about the entire process from building the vehicle to operating it to its end of life. And by joining Race to Zero, industry could make this into the push for making this into the default standard of the campaign, but also get it acknowledged that the methodologies behind these assumptions, the process, the calculations are UN-backed and generally agreed upon. And this is the leadership role that we need industry to play. I think a second one, and the more I am delighted to be part of the space, is the utter complexity and beauty of the link between energy and transport. And this is maybe the second ask. We need, as the transport people, to sit down deeper with the energy people. And we've heard today about the need for the energy to be renewable. We've heard about the electric vehicle charging networks that are going to come up. But particularly in the freight space, this is where the next challenge is clearly appearing on the horizon. And it is the move from closed systems to open systems. We heard from Rivian about their very ambitious partnership with Amazon. And it is amazing because you have a very clear demand signal of an entity with a lot of scale, with a very clear supply signal coming in together to shift where the market is. And this is the next immediate step. And I think that the step after is the move from a closed system where the vehicle knows every night where it is going to charge to an open system, similar to what we have with internal combustion vehicles now, where I can just charge. And this is really tricky and difficult to get technically, and it scares the energy people because it's so difficult to manage. But it takes me to where I come from. And this is my third ask, to regionalize our work. I am based in Cairo, Egypt. I have been working on informal public transport systems. These are the ultimate shared systems already in existence. And they are part of like the forced pathway that was mentioned earlier, that we need more sharing and more usage of the assets that we have. And you see this in such a beautiful way in vehicles in the emerging markets in the developing world, where vehicles operate for 12, 18 hours a day, are used for private reasons and to move people as a public transport vehicle at the same time. But these kind of open systems, where you have tens and 20,000s of driver owners that operate their vehicles, you also have that in the developed world with trucking. The trucking industry tends to be very fragmented in small and micro enterprises. This is the next avenue that we want to move together to see how we can crack it. And from joining the Race to Zero, one sitting down with the energy people, to regionalizing and thinking about how we can think about the wider scope of this work. I think that the fourth one is to focus on finance. And here was the champions. We've been working with the Collective for Clean Transport Finance, championing what we call the 3.5 process. The 3 stands for the supply and demand and the finance, and it's bringing them together. The 5 stands for 5 steps. It's about aggregating demand, the way that Amazon is a huge client that can help achieve the scale to de-risk the investment by the OEM building, but then blending the finance to access the next tier of markets. And this is also where the mobility as a service discussion, the new business models, the leasing models that were mentioned earlier start to come in, because they're essential to be able to scale up in time. This transport transition that we're doing to electrify personal mobility, it is one that needs to be accelerated, and that's the action in the movie. The one thing will be the make it or break it for all of the 4 steps above. And it is the issue of a just transition. I see that my time is running out, so I'll be quick. And we need to remember that no workers shall be left behind. We have workers in the manufacturing space. We're starting to see that in the US and Germany. And we have workers in the minerals and the recycling space that will also be part of the transition. So we need to be careful to design our work to align with them. I mentioned the Race to Zero campaign. Follow the breakthrough agenda, where you see where governments talk about these coordination gains together. The sector breakthroughs are where we as industry try to leverage these exponential growth maps to be able to finish the movie as heroes of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Excellent. So on Tuesday and yesterday, there was an informal meeting of European environment ministers here in Stockholm. So we're now going to watch two interviews that we don't have time conducted with ministers on site. And after that, we will show more interviews conducted by Shweta Chakraborty, the US CEO of We Don't Have Time, at the UN Water Conference in New York last month. But there's also, for those of you present here in the studio, coffee in the club room behind here. So grab some coffee and come back and watch the interviews, and see you again soon.
Romina, what are the biggest barriers to reducing emissions on a European level in time, and how do we overcome those?
That is a very good question. I think there's a lot of alternative examples of different barriers. I think that an important one is, of course, the economical thresholds that can sometimes be created when you're trying to transition your company. And that is something that we will discuss here today. That is also why we've invited, for example, the European Investment Bank and other representatives who are from the financial side to discuss how they see, where they see potential for green investments and so on. To actually discuss how we get the financial flows to move towards the fossil-free economy and to a sustainable development. And I think that that is an important focus for us to have in the upcoming months also, when we have upcoming global discussions and meetings, how to discuss how we streamline the finances going more towards the development that we'd like to see, because the economic threshold can be a big pushback for the companies, for example, that want to make a transition but see the costs of it instead of the profit that will be in the future. So in a way of transitioning our economy towards a more fossil-free economy, we need to make sure that the economical thresholds are lowered and that we streamline our finances to move in the right direction.
How is the climate crisis affecting Denmark already today?
Well, it is affecting us, and actually, as you know, we have a lot of coastline. We are a flat country, so we are heavily investing now in supporting the coastline and protecting us from these events that previously was once in 100 years, maybe once 500 years. Now it's once in a decade. So we can see it already in Denmark. So we need to heavily invest in these protection matters.
What climate action is Denmark taking today that you think can inspire other countries to follow?
Well, I think that building offshore wind turbines and working together with other countries, Sweden, Germany, the Netherlands, and other countries that are neighboring countries, and we share the same sea with them. I think that is a big part of the solution that Denmark can contribute with. Also, it is actually, we are really working hard on finding where to put those wind turbines, because we also want to protect the sea. We want to have strengthen the protection of the sea areas as well. But what we are learning is that if we build those wind turbines in a right way, well, then we can actually create more life in the sea. So that is the things that we are getting quite good results on that. So that is some of the things that we are working on.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thrilled to be here inside of the United Nations for New York Water Week. Critical conversations are happening on water, and there's organizations that are really moving the needle forward. I am so thrilled to welcome water.org to the We Don't Have Time broadcast. We have the CEO and founder of water.org with us, Gary White. Hi, Gary.
Hi.
And we have Vedika Bandarkar, who is a friend of We Don't Have Time. She was interviewed by me as a commitment maker for the Global Clinton Initiative. You'll remember for Climate Week New York last year. Vedika, it's so amazing to see you.
Hi, Seta. Nice to see you too.
Your organization, which Gary, you co-founded with Matt Damon, kicked off the UN discussions on water. So that's huge. Tell us how everything you did, the finding of this organization, result in you and Matt really kicking off New York Water Week this year.
Well, Matt has been a tremendous partner with me in water.org as we co-founded it back in 2009. We merged our organizations and formed water.org. So Matt has been like a critical piece of this all along. We were so pleased to be able to record that video to kick things off for the conference and to highlight, what needs to be done, the action that needs to be taken. Everyone walking the halls here has put forth really great ideas and ambition and goals, and I think now what we're trying to do is to be a vehicle that's out there, who can work with local partners on the ground, who can direct investment to be a conduit for all the people who are planning and thinking, doing, and actually getting things done and delivering impact.
That's incredible, and you have a global presence, which is important because obviously water is one of those things that doesn't recognize political borders. It affects populations and countries all over the world, and here the COO is in India. And so talk to us why India in particular is such an important location to have a presence for water.org.
Sure, thanks, Seta. So as you remember, we work in 11 countries across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And you're absolutely right, India is our largest country of impact, where we've been probably for the longest, and we also have the most resources there. And the reason is, one, because of the large population, of course, and the need. Right, we've been really pleased with the way the government has been focusing on this issue. So they had this big campaign for ending open defecation for 5 years, Swachh Bharat, and now they have this campaign for enabling tap water in every household. And that gives us huge tailwinds for our work, so it's been brilliant to continue to be there.
That's incredible. You're an organization across all of these different countries. We are in the UN. There's countries from around the world represented here. Tell us why, Gary, from your point of view, we need to have conversations across countries and really forge these alliances across countries and then also across the public and private sector.
Well, I think we have to have it because this is such a universal problem. And until all of us have safe water and sanitation, we should all feel the need to come together to do something about that. And as we look, what's different for me, being around since the water decade, which was the 1980s in this sector, to see what's changed now, is how many more partners are coming to the table and how much more it's delivered or driven by climate change. So it's not just all the bilaterals and multilaterals showing up to kind of put more money in. That's needed, but we also see climate driving more resources. We see corporate partners who are focused on water sustainability through the Water Resilience Coalition. And importantly, what we see as being able to complement philanthropy is impact investing now. So Water Equity has been able to launch multiple funds that have the ability to give the potential for investors to get a financial return while also getting huge social impact and millions of people access to water. So we're really excited about being able to use philanthropy as well as impact investing to move the needle.
Yeah, it takes both, right? It absolutely takes both. It takes public sector, it takes not-for-profits, it requires that real collaborative effort, and that's what we're seeing here. From our point of view, but what do you think, Vedika? From your point of view, are you seeing the needle move forward? How are you feeling? We're about halfway through the UN conference. How are you feeling about the progress?
I think the energy this week has been just fantastic. We really believe at the heart of the water crisis is actually a big market failure.
And when there is such a big funding gap between what is needed and what the world spends today, you need every stakeholder to come together. You need the governments, of course, but you need foundations, you need investors, you need corporations, you need financial institutions. And it's been fabulous to see that happen in action this week. And what is also really good to see is corporates, for example, saying, oh, this is just the beginning. We need to do much more. So that energy this week has been fabulous.
Okay, I love that. It's palpable coming from the two of you. Obviously, your passion and working with water.org. These are the types of organizations our platform really wants to get behind and support and amplify. So let me ask you, are you happy with how things are going? Is the needle moving forward? As somebody who's been working in water, Gary, like you're saying, for decades, how are we progressing? Is the role of water.org as a leader in this space being realized? Are you seeing the progress?
Absolutely, and I'm really pleased to see how many different organizations and corporations that are partnering with us have been, echoing what we're saying. And so I do feel like, having been doing this for over 33 years, the moment is really here, and there are more diverse voices at the table, and people who are making commitments, but then also, using us as a conduit to have that impact. We've reached over 50 million people with water and sanitation through multiple corporate partners and individual donors. We've mobilized over $4 billion in microloan capital for women to take out loans who need water and sanitation. So these are things that are really happening on the ground, and we're scaling it up because more partners are learning about it and jumping on board with us.
Well, we love working with you through We Don't Have Time. We love supporting what you're doing, and we're going to ask you, both of you can think about this. I'm going to start with Vedika. Who do you want us to highlight on your behalf? As in, who's doing a really good job? You feel free to shout out whoever you like, and through our We Don't Have Time platform, we send climate love, and we really show them that love and support.
Okay, I remember who I gave love to last time. So I'm going to this time give a shout out to a great partner in India. They're called Dhan Foundation. They're a self-help group organization, and they do fabulous work in bringing women together and looking at holistic development. And we've been partnering with them for many years, and I think we've reached almost 500,000 people with them. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's excellent, because I think what we do is we're in between people that are benefiting on the ground like that and the donors and investors. So I would highlight on the other end of that spectrum is the Water Resilience Coalition, which is over 35 partners now, corporate partners that are leaning into this and helping provide the capital that's needed so that we can be that channel to get it to organizations like the one Vedika mentioned.
So grateful for the two of you and for water.org more broadly for doing the work that you're doing and bringing these critical conversations to real fruition, turning them into solutions that are commercially viable and bringing benefit of water, health, access to water to the world. That's what we're looking for as an outcome from this. Thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you, Shada.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Appreciate it. We Don't Have Time is broadcasting from inside the United Nations for New York Water Week, and we have been speaking to some incredible voices that are really advocating for water. We need to see some policy progress. And I can't imagine a better advocate for water than a woman, Meena Ghuli, here to my right, who doesn't even like to call herself a marathoner, even though she has just run 200 marathons for water, and which resulted in coming to this conference. The whole point of this was to actually get to UN Water. So how has it been arriving here? Was it worth the 200 marathon journey?
We'll only know once we find out what level of commitments have been made by companies and governments over the next couple of days. The purpose of running was threefold. The first one was to raise awareness about the global water crisis, to show the urgency of the problem that we're facing. Most of us who've lived around water-scarce environments know that we have a major water issue and that it's urgent that we take action, but the vast majority of people who are actually in a position to make that change don't understand the urgency. And the third one is to drive action. Action from governments who have the capacity to set the agenda, action from companies who represent almost 90% of freshwater use around the world, directly or indirectly, and also action ultimately from all of us as individuals. So I think over the last 24 hours, we've seen thousands and thousands of individuals stepping up for change. We ran a World Water Run, so we invited people to run alongside me as I finished my 200th marathon on the steps of the United Nations yesterday. And we had people from over 200 countries stepping up and participating, sharing their water stories and making their own commitments to save water. So I think we see that momentum happening amongst all of us. And the question is that momentum, are we going to see that same momentum from the people in the rooms around us and in the government offices nearby?
You can share your journey with those who are in a position of power here in the United Nations, around the world, by showcasing, look at what I did as an individual, look at the amount of attention I got, look at how many publics joined me as part of my race for water. And how is it going? Are you getting their attention? Do you feel like they're listening?
Yeah, it's about even more than that. It's about being able to come to the table and say, this is what I'm doing to raise awareness about this issue, to lift up the voices of the people on the front lines and bring them into these environments. Because I think there's too much of a gap between the people here and the people who are actually experiencing the water crisis on the ground. The farmers, the mums, the dads, the people who actually own and run the companies, the people working in the companies. And I think that if we can figure out how to close that gap, we will be better off, we'll accelerate some of the decision-making process. Because, here we are in New York City, we're in a city where you turn on the tap, water comes out. It's easy for everybody here to take water for granted. But the truth is, we can't do that. One of the Indigenous leaders in Australia said to me, Mina, decisions would be better if leaders could understand that things are different on the land. And you know what? They're right. If we can figure out how to close this gap, will attract more attention to the issue because people will understand, A, we have a problem, B, it's urgent, and C, I need to take action. So in my case, the most powerful thing I can do is to say, this is what I've seen, this is what I'm doing, what are you going to do? The second is to be able to say, we can do hard things. I think it's really challenging for a lot of these leaders who have to confront the fact that we will have to make compromises. We can't do things the same way as our parents and our grandparents did them before us. Things need to change. Right. And change is not always easy. In many cases, change is really hard. But the truth is we can do hard things. And in the case of water, we must do hard things because failure is not an option.
Exactly. The planet is different from what it was from our previous generation. So likewise, we need to actually meet the challenges of today and for future generations. And you really had foresight into that. Why you, Mina? Why are you so unique? How did you begin to care about this issue? Why have you been able to recognize something and champion for it and bring so many additional people on board with you that maybe others need to hear your story to also be inspired to see?
Yeah, first of all, I'm definitely not unique. I'm not doing anything that's unusual. I know it might seem
It does seem unusual. 200 marathons, don't be fooled. Let's just reiterate. She ran 200 marathons and arrived at the UN Water Conference.
Yeah, the marathons that I ran were all in places where there was a water problem, either a problem or a solution. So people I wanted to meet, communities I wanted to connect with. I wanted to see for myself the melting glaciers high up in the mountains. I wanted to see for myself the impact of deforestation in the Amazon. I wanted to see and experience from the farmers the challenges that they're having, whether it was in India or in Brazil or right here in the United States in the Imperial Valley or in the San Joaquin Valley. And I wanted to hear their voices so that we could bring them here. And that came alongside with a whole lot of pain and suffering, in my case, because I'm not a natural marathoner. Most people, when they hear my story, immediately think I'm a runner. No, I am now because I've taught myself to be, or that I love running marathons in crazy places around the world, but that's not the case. What I love is an opportunity to step up and do things outside our comfort zones that really have the ability to create and generate change. And you don't need to be anyone special to do that. I really am passionate about things, about saying and believing. You don't have to be anyone to be someone. Every single one of us is capable of stepping up and making change. And I think for me, that moment of realizing this was I was standing on the banks of the Orange River in the Richtersveld Desert in South Africa, realizing how much water gets pulled out of these rivers for agriculture and how often I just looked at agricultural products, like in this case it was grapes, and just like, oh, that's an old grape, I don't want to eat that. And that was a big reality check for me of I'm completely disconnected from this problem. And I thought if I am, maybe others are. And if others are, maybe there's enough others that are, that we could start to make change if we changed our mindset. And I think sometimes in life you have a moment of if not me, then who? And if not now, then when? And sometimes it doesn't require a marathon, it just requires that first step. And in my case, I didn't commit to do 200 marathons, I just committed to get out there and take the first step of educating myself about the issue. I became aware, I took the next step and the next step, and truth is, I took 50,000 steps and that was my first marathon. So, you know, I think it's easy to look at these big barriers and say, oh, that's a big, bold, audacious, insurmountable goal. I could never do that. I'm not suggesting any of you run 200 marathons. Don't try this at home. But what I am saying is that everybody has their own equivalent of a marathon or 100 marathons or 5 marathons or even just a 5K. Like, what is your equivalent? And then just go out there and do it.
Okay, I love that. My final question for you is going to be to our audiences that are tuning in from around the world in over 160 countries. Thank you for being avid viewers of We Don't Have Time. And the reason you watch us is also to take away what to do next. And so we always ask our interviewees, to our audience tuning in, what would you ask them to do? What would you arm them with? What can they do to also support and get behind the advocacy for water?
So I think the first thing, I think there are a couple of things. The first one is general, right? Purpose, passion, and perseverance. Whatever you pick to do, approach it with purpose, approach it with passion, and persevere despite all the hardships. I can't tell you how many times I thought about giving up, pretty much every day, pretty much all day, every day. I battled through lots of health problems, lots of course, injuries. I had COVID, I tore muscles, I bruised joints, you know, but if I approached every day with those three things, purpose, passion, and perseverance, it meant that I got to the end. So that's my general kind of piece of advice and request for everybody. I think the second thing is never believe that you can't do something. If I stopped every time someone told me I couldn't run 200 marathons or I couldn't even run one marathon, I never would have set out to do this. And I think the same goes for our big, bold, audacious goals. So whatever goal you pick, never let anybody tell you you can't achieve it. And the third thing is specific to water, which is, you know, please, whether it's something small, like turning off the tap when you brush your teeth or taking shorter showers, or whether it's something bigger, like making consumer-based choices about which companies you support or what products you buy at the counter, please, whether you're running a company, your household, or your daily decisions, run it blue and put water front of mind.
Run Blue, I love that. And that's where they can find out more information about you. And thank you, Mina, for everything you've done. Thank you for being such a champion for water. Congratulations. We're glad you're here in one piece, healthy and advocating for water. Thank you, Mina. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Here in the United Nations for New York Water Week, and we have been following the narratives that have been presented to us through the delegates at this conference. We are learning all about how water and all of the issues around water, the challenges that we need to overcome around water scarcity and creating a sustainable future are being championed by these various representatives from companies, from the public sector. And I'm thrilled to have with me Matthias Berningham. Very nice to meet you. From Bayer. And we are going to hear from Matthias directly how a company like Bayer is showing up at the United Nations for UN Water Week. Tell us, Matthias, why is Bayer here?
Bayer is a leading player in agriculture. So we have more than 25% of the value chain for all ag inputs. So really, we are really a big gorilla in agriculture, yeah? And agriculture consumes 70% of all water that is mobilized every year as fresh water. So for us, water is the most essential topic.
And so you have a strategy, a water strategy that is really unique, that you're quite proud of, that you are sharing here at the United Nations. Tell us about this water strategy.
We want to help agriculture to produce more with less water. We need to do that because we see in many regions of the world that drought is really hampering agricultural production, and we are 8 billion people on this planet. So for this conference, we decided to focus on rice. Rice is the basic staple for 3.5 billion humans. In many parts of the world, it's the main food. And rice also consumes more than 30% of our fresh water. So the most important crop with the highest water intensity is what we decided to focus on.
So if we are able to make a dent in rice production, what will that mean? Why is the focus obviously on rice makes sense? You gave the rationale for it. If we can actually improve how we produce rice, what will this mean for the planet?
Well, rice is not only very water intensive, rice is also responsible for a lot of methane emissions. So it drives the very climate change that deprives the rice farmers from water. And we want to shift from paddy rice production to dry seeded rice. The consequence of that is that farmer can produce the same amount of rice, but they also get a chance to grow a second crop every year. And the rice production needs only 70 to 75% of the water it needed before, and it will no longer emit methane emissions.
There's so many positives here. There's a second crop option, there's less pollution in the atmosphere, so that's incredible. How are you using this innovation to inspire the rest of the value chain? This is obviously a very specific effort that Bayer is making. So what is this going to potentially do in terms of ripple effects across all of the different components that will result in this type of positive outcome?
Well, in order to do that on a large scale, for example, in your home country, India, or in other parts of Southeast Asia, or in Africa, where there's an ever higher demand for rice production, we need to partner with other players in the value chain. We need financing. We also need the food industry to be part of it. And of course, we need governments. So what we are here doing is we are basically presenting a solution that is both mitigation and adaptation, that drives yield, that feeds more people, and we hope that more partners will join with us in transforming the production of rice wherever farmers need to rely on irrigation. We obviously don't need to focus in areas where there is enough rainfall, but unfortunately more and more farmers face very, very poor rain outcomes, rainy seasons, and as a result their families in many communities suffer dearly.
So with this work you're doing, there really will be benefits for farmers, there will be additional opportunities for collaborators to get involved. So it's a really great example. It's a really tangible example that you're sharing with us. So thank you for illustrating this. If we bring this to the bigger picture, what is it that you see private sector, and Bayer being a key partner in all of the water conversations, how do you see private sector more broadly playing a role in moving some of these multilateral efforts forward for the world?
Well, there's often the conversation about why were the Paris climate negotiations so successful. I believe in part the success came from the private sector being fully engaged. So on climate change, on mitigation, you have a lot of companies who are really doubling down. But now we are in a phase where we need to talk about the mitigation and the adaptation. We need to help humans to adjust to the changing climate. And our hope is that the example we bring will inspire more companies to focus actually on adaptation.
That really is what I'm hearing. I just learned of it from the first time. Thank you for sharing it. And I know that this will inspire the many viewers that are tuning in from around the world that are looking to see what big companies are doing and then really finding hope in that for a future that is more breathable, more equitable, has food security, has access to clean water. So thank you for all of the work that you are doing. Is there any takeaways, any call to action you would like to share with our audience tuning in?
I mean, we will, in my book, in September, have a halftime report for the global goals on sustainable development. And my hope is that water, an essential topic for all the 17 goals, becomes a bigger focus in the conversations in this very building in September of this year.
We look forward to sharing all of that progress with our audience. And thank you so much again, Matthias. Appreciate you taking this time.
Thanks for having me.
So excited to be here. We Don't Have Time is broadcasting from inside the UN, special coverage of New York Water Week. And my first interview of the day is our good friend, Anita Sonia. Anita, so good to see you here.
Good to see you too.
And just remind our audiences your role here at the UN.
I'm here in my capacity as a Global Youth Champion for Sanitation and Water for All, SWA, which is hosted by the UN.
So you've been on our broadcast many times. Our audiences will be very familiar with you. Tell us why this particular event is important to you. What do you hope to see come out of this?
First of all, I'm here to represent a community of so many people who couldn't make it to the conference. Many issues talked about in the water space are things that we see in our daily lives in our community, where girls are missing school, there's no access to menstrual products, and then lack of menstrual hygiene and so many other things. And I say that because I am a key champion of menstrual hygiene, and because I also look at the social issues linked to water. I am here because lack of water is a social justice issue. But as you said, after the conference, what next? I am one believer that without accountability, without holding each other to account, then it becomes nothing. Then we may have the ambitions, we may be planning to act, but without the accountability, will we really act? Yes.
This is one of the criticisms that we hear coming out of many of these negotiations, especially from young people and youth advocates like yourself, that are we going to be able to hold those who are making these commitments and pledges truly accountable? What do you think is going to be different this time?
I'm really hoping because we now need to start looking at the crisis as it is, because when you look at the discussions even in the UN and even in such conferences, you realize that water is not having a body on its own. It's just like something discussed, it's something hosted, it's something that we talk about it, by the way. So I'm really hoping that the droughts, for example, in Africa that we've had, the worst drought in 40 years, we hope that those are some of the things that are going to push for real action this time round.
What are you seeing in terms of youth representation at this particular conference?
I can say we've had, I've been able to see a number of youths in the event, but then what is really key to me is meaningful engagement, so that we don't just say we had the youths and that's it. So we really wish, my wish is that beyond the conference, we'll be able to see that they invest in projects led by the youth. They look at the role of the youth in implementing the project and implementing what they're actually talking about.
You're such a champion for youth advocates. I see you at every single one of these events. Continue to please do the work that you're doing. It is such a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for kicking off the We Don't Have Time special broadcast of New York Water Week. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you very much. I think it's because I'm already family, I'm already part, so I had to do this. Thank you.
She has family.
So, our next session is Exponential Supply Chains, exploring how can we work to decarbonize the global supply chains and scale up viable, sustainable solutions. I'm introducing right now the moderator for this session, and that is Louise Raybinder. She's the director of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And Louise has been working with Supplier Climate Action and will start by sharing what she has seen along the way. So welcome, Louise. Come on down, come on stage. It's a wonderful audience, right? They're very friendly. Over to you.
Thank you, Nick.
Best of luck.
And thank you so much. And I am so happy to be here. That's the first thing I want to say. And I'm so happy that you are here and that you are watching online. And as Nick said, I wanted to reflect a little bit of what's happened the past 4 years, because that's when I started working with supplier climate action and climate action in the supply chain. And really, the first thing we did was to look at what was out there, what were other companies doing when it comes to supply chain climate action, and we couldn't find much at all. And yes, I admit there were some companies that had already started, but really it wasn't much. Those that had started, some of them are actually going to be here today. But now looking at where we are today, 4 years later, so much has happened. This area has really exploded. There are so many commitments, there are tools, and there are guides, and there's software, there's so much data, there's expectations and regulations, and that is fantastic to see. So comparing from now and 4 years back, it's such a change. So if we're talking about exponential solutions today, then this area really fits in quite well. So today with us, we have 2 panels that are going to be talking, one about renewable energy in the supply chain, and the other one about supplier engagement aligned with the 1.5-degree ambition. But first of all, I want to introduce Mats Pellback-Sharp, who is Head of Sustainability at Ericsson, to say a few words. So welcome, Mats. Round of applause for Mats. So Mats, thank you for being here. And I know that you're very informed and engaged when it comes to supplier and supply chain climate action. Please, can you give us a few words on your thoughts of challenges and opportunities when it comes to this area?
Sure, thank you, Louise, and thank you for having me, and hello, everybody. So, challenges, the biggest challenges. Well, I think the biggest challenge working with supply chain is that everything is so different. I mean, you have so different sizes of companies that you are working with, from 1 to 2 people up to bigger than your own company. You're working with difference in maturity, people that don't know anything about climate and people that are ahead of you on climate. So you have a whole scale of working with different things. And then also the type of activities differ. So the challenges individually for the companies are also hugely different. So if we are talking about that the challenge is the difference between different suppliers, what is then the opportunities? The opportunities is that everything is so similar. Because when you walk in an industry, you have the same suppliers as your competitors. So they have the same challenges. And you also work between industries, you have same suppliers and same supply chains. So in essence, we share a lot between companies when it comes to working with supply chain. So both the sort of the challenge of having so different and the opportunity of being so similar within the supply chain are creating an opportunity for us, I think, and that is by working together. Because when we work with supply chains, we can work together. When we work in the market and towards customers, we are competing. But working with suppliers, we have so many things in common and also the same need of driving things down. So I think that is the background to a lot of the work that we have been doing within the supply chain leaders, within the work that we have been driving within industries, with industry associations, way back on conflict-free minerals, going all the way now to the supply chain leaders initiative, the 1.5-degree supply chain leaders, where we share common tools and we make them publicly available. Because we realized early on that we were meeting the same companies when we were going to conferences. It was like the 500 people going, and we were preaching to the same choir all the time at different environmental events and climate events. But then the other sort of 49,500 companies that were out there, what do they do, and how do we get them engaged? We can put the requirements on our suppliers, but when we put requirements on suppliers, we also have to help them meet those requirements. And that are the tools in the SME Climate Hub and so on. So what you will see here, I think, will be a lot about the cooperation that is started and that we are driving right now. So thank you very much.
All right, we're now going to our first panel that has to do with renewable energy in the supply chain. So I welcome on the stage Peter. Come up on stage, and we have Besma and Mia also here behind me. All right, great. And I'm so happy because in these two panels that we're going to have, we're going to focus very much on the how, which is of course very, very, very interesting. And I will start with introducing the panelists now, and we will start with, so nice to see you again, Besma Al-Jarbo, Head of Supplier Carbon Solutions at Apple. Welcome. And we also have Mie Prehn-Nygård, Decarbonization Manager at Ørsted. Welcome. And then we have here with me on the sofa, we have Peder Weibel-Hartmann, Program Leader, Renewable Electricity for Supply Partners at IKEA. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Peter, I want to start with you. And I have a question, and that is about your renewable energy program. Can you please let us know a little bit about that? And we have slides. So we have slides here in the background. I have the power of the clicker. So
that's fantastic. Yeah, well, so first of all, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. I mean, it would have been slightly better if this was an IKEA sofa, of course. But no, but on a more serious note, I will take you through some background first to the program. And then we go into, as you said, the solutions, the how. Does it make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so first of all, what we need to know is that, you actually have it on the slide here, IKEA is committed to becoming climate positive by 2030 by reducing more greenhouse gas emissions than our whole value chain emits, while at the same time growing the IKEA business. So this is fundamental. This is what is guiding us in all of these decisions, okay? And one of the key things that we need to do in order to reach this goal, I mean, there are many things we need to do. One of the key things to do is to strive, you can take the next slide, please, is to strive towards 100% renewable energy across the value chain. That means within our own operations, right? But it also means within our supply partners' operations, meaning our Scope 3 emissions. So this is going to be absolutely key. And when we define these goals made these commitments, we also saw that this is challenging for many of our suppliers to reach on their own. So we at IKEA, we came together and we said, okay, how can we solve, or how can we support our suppliers in the best way to accelerate the movement and reach the goals together, right? So then we made the decision to launch a program actually to support them and doing exactly this, right? I mean, there were many assumptions that this relied on. First of all, we are better if we go to the market together. We can utilize economies of scale. We have increased bargaining power if we go together. We can share learnings across the supply chain. We can increase competence level throughout the supply chain. I mean, there's so many compelling reasons for doing this. So in the end, it was like a no-brainer. So if you go to the next slide, we launched this program back in 2021 called Renewable Electricity for Supply Partners. We launched it in our top 3 emitting countries that you see here on the slide, so Poland, China, and India. And in those 3 countries, you actually have, or we have, more than 50%, more than half of our emissions coming from electricity within our supply chain. So it's quite a big chunk, right? And you have another comparison here. If we reach 100% renewable electricity in these 3 countries, we will have CO2 savings equal to all IKEA yearly ocean shipping. So that's quite a lot.
Yeah. And I've also worked in the supply chain and also looked at renewable energy. I recognize this as fantastic work because it is not an easy area. But can you also let us know a little bit more about the details of the solutions?
Absolutely. So if you go to the next slide, we have what we call the renewable electricity staircase. So what this staircase shows us is different ways to reach 100% renewable electricity, or ways to strive towards that goal. On the top level, that is also our top priority, so they are ranked in order of priority. We have the on-site investment. So here we're talking about investment in PV panels, combined heat and power plants, potentially on-site or near-site wind power, and so on. But what we also know about the top step is that this can only cover a part of the consumption. So we make the assumption maybe 15 to 20% it can cover while still making economic sense. What we did back in 2019 was that we announced that we set aside 100 million euros as a financing option for our supply partners. So removing the barrier of financing. If our supplier has a good case for on-site PV panels, for example, they can come to us and borrow the money instead of going to their own financial institutions or using their own capex. So we removed that barrier. If we take one step down, we have the off-site solution. So here we're talking about direct ownership in off-site assets, production units, and more importantly, PPAs, power purchase agreements. So what we mean by PPAs is long-term agreements between a buyer and a seller to buy a certain amount of electricity at a predefined price. And we're talking maybe 10 to 15 years power purchase agreements. So this, of course, gets you out of the volatility of the spot markets, which is one of the main advantages. And of course, you secure that you buy renewable energy also for all these years. So what we can say about the top 2 steps is that both of them secure the additionality aspect. So when you work with these steps, of course, you are directly driving new investments in renewable energy, which is what we need, right? If we go down to the lowest step, we find the EACs, the Energy Attribute Certificates. Here in Europe, they're called Guarantees of Origin, other countries, IREC. All countries have their own scheme. But what we can say about this is that just the basic principle of any EAC scheme is that for every megawatt hour produced and fed into the grid, the producer gets one certificate, one paper. And that can then be traded on an open market, and you as an off-taker can buy one of those papers to make a credible claim that you are using renewable electricity. So they are credible. You are buying real renewable electricity from these. But at the same time, we also acknowledge that they have a little bit lower additionality level. So they're indirectly driving demand, whereas the top 2 steps are directly driving demand.
All right.
Yeah,
I think we
have a last slide.
Quick
so
slide.
What we're doing now, we are, as I said, we launched the Wave 1 countries, the green countries here back in 2021. What we're doing now is that we're expanding to 10 more markets, which we announced in February. And you have them here on the slide ranked in the order of the climate footprint from our supply chain in each of those countries. You have Turkey there accounting for almost a third of the Wave 2 countries, Vietnam and so on, going all the way down.
Great. Thank you so much, Peter. And now we will... No, I want to ask you just quickly, key success factors.
Absolutely. So I mean, the project or the program as such, I mean, there are many success factors. I would like to highlight 3 of them. So first of all, internal buy-in throughout our organization. That has been absolutely key. From top management level, you saw it in the strategies, our commitments, going all the way across to our execution, right? And that means that we secure the right amount of resources also within the organization to run the program, right? Which leads me into the next point, and that is to have locally dedicated project teams. So now we don't see the map anymore, but in all of the markets where we run the program, we have local project teams, and those are the real heroes running the program, talking to suppliers every day, talking to the vendors, talking to the investors, talking to the utilities, and so on. So that is how we can maintain this close market collaboration. And I think, I mean, to be honest, it would be totally impossible to run a program like this with only like a centralized organization instead of this local project teams. And the third one being close relationships with our supply partners. Yeah. So we are in it together with our suppliers. We have long-term relationships. We share the vision. We share the strategy, the goals, and so on, which is absolutely key because then we can work together.
Yeah. This is very impressive work.
Thank you, Liz.
And Peter, now we will move over to Besma at Apple. And Besma, can you please tell us about Apple's supplier renewable energy program?
Great. Thanks, Louise. I'm so glad to be here, albeit virtually, and honored to have the opportunity to share some of our work here at Apple. My team is responsible for decarbonizing Apple's global supply chain by 2030. And so that means transitioning our suppliers to renewable energy while encouraging facility-level carbon reductions and innovations via energy efficiency and direct emissions abatement. And so at Apple, we've prioritized our work to protect the planet for over a decade. And we're doing this the way we do best, which is through innovation and collaboration to develop equitable, inclusive solutions to climate challenges. So we achieved carbon neutrality for our corporate operations in April 2020. So this includes powering our corporate operations, our offices, our data centers, and retail stores across 44 countries with 100% renewable energy. And we have committed to being carbon neutral for our products, which includes our entire product supply chain and the lifetime use of our devices by 2030. All of our climate work starts with having a clear understanding of our comprehensive carbon footprint. And so you can see the impact of our corporate carbon neutrality achievements in the left 3 columns on the slide. And what remains are emissions from manufacturing, product use, transport, and end-of-life product processing. You see that manufacturing emissions account for about 70% of the total carbon footprint. And electricity, similar to what Peter had said about IKEA's situation, electricity is making up the majority of manufacturing emissions. And that is why in 2015, we launched our supplier energy efficiency and our supplier clean energy programs. And through the supplier clean energy program, we are asking our suppliers to make contractual commitments to use 100% renewable energy for their Apple production. And we've made good progress thus far. You can see on the next slide. Today, over 250 suppliers have joined our program across 28 countries. And these suppliers represent more than 85% of Apple's total direct manufacturing spend. And in total, their commitments represent 20 gigawatts of clean energy, with over 13 gigawatts already operational today within our supply chain.
This is, Besma, this is fantastic progress. I mean, it's also here is really impressive. And could you please tell us a little bit of how you've been able to make such fantastic progress with your suppliers?
Thanks for the question. So we've taken a holistic approach in designing our program. We are building the capacity of our suppliers with customized market-specific trainings. We are connecting our suppliers to solutions in their regions, especially where options are limited or inaccessible. And we're partnering with other corporates and NGOs to advocate for supportive policies. And then finally, we pursue scale across each of these pillars and in everything that we do. And I'd like to share an example for each of them. So on education, we've always recognized that the training curriculum that we created for our suppliers didn't need to be unique to us. And that is why we are donating all of our renewable education materials in order to create a platform that helps corporates to create a public training platform that is free for businesses across many different industries, because getting renewable energy is the same for every type of corporate, and ensuring that companies of all sizes will have access to these resources that are needed to speed their transition to 100% clean energy. On implementation, we launched the China Clean Energy Fund in 2018. And this was because many of our suppliers that had made commitments to us were struggling to access cost-effective renewable energy in the market at that time. And so we took a solution that had worked for us and for our own corporate footprint, and that was to make equity investments into utility-scale solar and wind projects. And we scaled that into the fund. And so the fund is a $300 million fund that we and 10 of our suppliers have invested in. And we are investing in utility scale renewable projects across China. So we're helping to create new renewables, and you can make a financial return as well. So it's impactful and it has a good ROI. Good for business, good for planet. And it was a solution that was useful for companies of all sizes. So many suppliers, large and small, were able to participate in that fund. And then finally, on partnerships, which we all know are essential in order to enable everyone to achieve progress quickly. That's why we were a founding member of the Asia Clean Energy Coalition, which was launched at COP27. And so this is a platform I'm really excited about, where we're amplifying the voices from across the private sector, the NGOs, and the renewable industry, and that are all calling for greater access to renewables in Asia. And so we're only going to move markets when renewable energy buyers and sellers alike are showing up with a unified voice.
Thank you so much, Besma, for sharing that. It's so valuable, and the sharing of the material is fantastic. And now we will move over to Mia at Ørsted. Please, can you let us know how Ørsted is working with suppliers to accelerate the use of renewable electricity for your suppliers?
Sure, thank you, Louise. Maybe just to start with, those of you who doesn't know who Ørsted is a renewable energy company that develops and constructs and operates offshore, onshore wind farms, solar farms, and we're also developing and expanding our pipeline of hydrogen projects and alternative fuels. I'm calling in from Denmark today, but we have operations in UK and Germany, US, Taiwan, among others. We've transformed from a fossil-based company to a renewable energy leader, which also means that we are actually one of the companies that are trying to develop some of those renewable solutions that the world needs to decarbonize. We have a clear vision, and this is next slide, Louise, to create a world that runs entirely on green energy, which is also why we are members of initiatives such as the 1.5 Exponential Roadmap, supporters of an acceleration of renewable solutions, renewable electricity, because that is what we need to get to 1.5. But even though we are, as a company, developing some of these solutions, we are actually also part of the problem. And this is next slide, please, Louise. Because offshore wind farms, for example, are huge infrastructure projects, and there are emissions linked to how we install them, how we manufacture the different components, and how we operate them also. And these are emissions that are linked to, especially and stem from the materials. These are also emissions that occur beyond Tier 1. And they are emissions that are also that stem from hard to abate sectors. As my colleague on the panel know, and probably also many in the audience today, tackling emissions in the supply chain is complex. And when you're dealing with the hard to abate sectors, it's even more complex. So when you compare to my two colleagues here on the panel today and the companies of IKEA and Apple, our majority of our supply chain emissions actually doesn't stem from renewable electricity, but from sectors where we are looking towards breakthrough technologies such as hydrogen to really decarbonize. But nevertheless, these are emissions that we as a company need to tackle. We need to tackle these supply chain emissions to reach our decarbonization targets. But these are also emissions that we need to tackle as we accelerate the build out of renewable electricity. As we as a company, as the industry accelerate, but because we need these solutions to get to 1.5, but we also need these solutions to actually also be decarbonized. And these are the different reasons why we 2 years ago embarked on a supply chain decarbonization program, which is next slide, Louise, and engaging with our suppliers. Because as many of these emissions doesn't stem from our Tier 1 suppliers, but further up the value chain, we saw fostering a culture of collaboration and fostering a behavioral change in our supply chain, starting with our Tier 1 suppliers, was part of the approach that we saw necessary. So engagement and collaboration was really key to our journey towards tackling supply chain emissions. We started engaging with 60% of our total procurement spend. So these were our key strategic suppliers, basically the one that we need and use to construct a wind farm. And we engaged with them on three simple levers. One of them was reporting on emissions, setting science-based targets, engaging with them on developing roadmaps to transition to green energy. So that part of the energy portfolio or energy usage where you didn't see the technology available today. And the third one, which is we're talking about today, was to send them a clear expectation to cover their electricity consumption with 100% green electricity. Even though it's not taking up the majority part of our footprint in our supply chain, but because we see it as a readily available means to decarbonize today, one thing that every company today could actually start doing. And we also see that companies that still needs to decarbonize that energy that is not, where solutions are not available at scale or at competitive prices today, as a company, when you start this journey and starting with at least transitioning to electricity and covering electricity consumption with renewable electricity, you start embarking on that transition journey. And we, of course, used our own green transformation from a fossil-based company to a renewable energy leader to develop these best practices and three simple engagement levers. These are also simple and clear because our suppliers were, of course, at a totally different maturity level than we were, already having embarked on this green transformation. And it was about, for us, figuring out how can we get them along the journey. We've seen significant results from the program in just 2 years. 2/3 of our strategic suppliers now commit or already have adopted renewable electricity, which is why we last year also felt comfortable in expanding this expectation for not just our strategic tier 1 suppliers, but actually to all tier 1 suppliers providing products and services to Ørsted, which is the next slide, Louise.
I think we need to shorten it to the final say from you, Mia, please.
But then let's be that, and I'm ready for the question.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, all three of you. And I think we are out of time for questions, even if we want to hear so much more from all three of you. So I thank you, Peter from IKEA and Besma from Apple and Mia from Ørsted. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we have our next panel here. I'm welcoming two colleagues here, one ex-colleague and one current colleague, and then we are going to have two people here on the screen as well. And this is a panel with, first of all, it's 3 telco companies that were actually here last year as well. So this is a little bit of a continuation, which I like really much, the following up. You always have to follow up from the start and what happens next and so on. So it's fantastic having you here. So first I would like to introduce, I'll start on the screen here, Gabrielle Giner, Head of Environmental Sustainability for BT Group. Very welcome. And then we have Anna Stevanin Senatore, Sustainability Manager at Telefonica Brazil. Welcome. And then also Jenny Sandahl here on the sofa, who is Sustainability Director for Design and Material at Ericsson. And we have current colleague Laura Perez, Senior Project Manager at Exponential Roadmap Initiative. All are very, very welcome. So first I want to approach the telecom companies, 3 of you, but I want to talk to Gabrielle first, please. We all know how critical it is to reduce emissions also in the supply chain. What would you see what do you see that we should leverage on to make this happen faster? And also, do you have any positive examples from that? Please, Gabrielle.
Well, thank you very much, Louise, and it's great to be here again. I think to me, what we should look at is what has worked in the past. We know from previous experience that collective climate action has helped us make progress faster, scale ambition, and inspire others. We can see that on how we've been working together on renewable energy, on science-based targets, and on limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. And that's just a few examples. So I think it's the same on supplier engagement. The only way that we can get that exponential change that we need is through collaboration. Just by sharing best practice, leading by example, and spreading the message, not just as BT or as us individual companies, but with partners, we have a much wider reach and impact. And for companies like us, with thousands of suppliers, we can't engage with all of them on capacity building. And that's why we worked with the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, Ericsson, Telia, IKEA, and Unilever to set up 1.5 supply chain leaders. With others, we put together guidance, and thank you, Louise, for all your work on that in the past, like the 1.5 business playbook about how to reduce your own emissions, reduce value chain emissions, integrate climate into your strategy, and accelerate climate action in society. We also worked together and with others to launch the SME Climate Hub because we wanted to reach out to SMEs and provide them with a one-stop shop for information about setting carbon reduction targets, where to start, what it's all about, and what SMEs can do to reduce their carbon emissions. In terms of positive effects, I think just as you rightly pointed out, Louise, action in this area has exploded over the past 4 years. And I think that's because so many more of us are talking about it. But much more importantly, we're actually doing something and taking action on supply chain emission reduction. We're providing guidance, we're working across industries, we're working within our own sectors, we're working with policymakers, governments, and NGOs, and we need to keep doing that. So another example from us, we come together in our industry trade associations to engage with our suppliers and speak with one voice. Of course, it's a lot more impactful when we can have the common voice of, let's say, 20 telcos rather than just one company. And it makes it easier for our suppliers if they see a common ask, for example, to disclose to CDP. At BT Group, we've also been working with the UK government to engage with SMEs on climate action. I did quite a few joint activities with the UK government in the run-up to COP26. That included joint speaking engagements, various comms, including us actually advertising the SME Climate Hub on the BT Tower, which you can see all over central London, and sponsoring a competition for SMEs on climate action. And the UK government did a specific front end for UK companies on the SME Climate Hub. We now have 4,065 UK SMEs signing up to the SME Climate Commitment. That's the highest of any country, which obviously is fantastic. And I think that demonstrates another positive impact that we can have by working together with others like policymakers. And finally, we see a positive effect from this work for our BT supply chain emissions. They have reduced by 28% since 2016-17. So that's a real result for us in terms of what we're doing together with others.
All right, thank you so much, Gabrielle. And I have seen a lot of your work, and I know it is fantastic. And now we move over to Ericsson and Jenny. Can you please elaborate a little bit about how Ericsson is organized internally to work with supply chain emissions? And also, what success factors have you seen?
Thank you, Louise, and thank you, Gabrielle, and other customers. It's so great to see this momentum on the supply chain topic. And yes, I will tell you about the internal work, but first I must mention also that External collaboration is super critical to get the emissions down. There's not a chance you can do that only with an internal. And to reach the net zero value chain emissions, to get down the targets, reach our targets, we need to collaborate with customers and suppliers. So it's the full value chain scope that is critical. And as you are well aware about, we started in 2020 to set a supplier engagement target on 1.5 degrees. And that also means that the suppliers need to collaborate with their supply chain, which is sort of where a lot of the emissions are. But then we realized that that is not enough. We need to add internal work, and with that I mean we need to look at our products that we design, what materials do we choose, how can we get down the size and weight of products. All of this has a giant impact on our supply chain emissions, and of course then in the next step for customers. So it is not enough with only putting all the requirements on suppliers. You also need to do your internal bits. And for us and in the R&D organization, it's really about focusing on the hotspots. And that is where the important part of measuring and knowing what you're doing is so vital. So we start with focusing on the aluminum, which is our critical one. Then you have the PCBs and the integrated circuits. So that is sort of where you can focus and start and break that down into bits and pieces that really make a difference. Because if you don't know where to start, you will just fumble around and not get anywhere, because we want to get down the emissions. So that is a couple of the success factors as well. Know where to start and do it cross organizations internally. It's not about sort of just working with one organization. You need to have R&D, you need to have sourcing, you need to have all the important actors involved, and then also embed it in the organization. It cannot be done on the side in a sustainability organization, for an example. We have a role as well, but it needs to be embedded in the critical organizations that really can contribute and do the changes that are needed. So I think that is sort of a short summary of what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Janni. And this is actually, for me, a very fascinating area. I love it. And it's so fantastic when you see the right person talking to another right person, because that's kind of when magic happens as well. All right, I want to go over to you, Anna, now. And I know that you have a supplier climate program for Telefónica Brazil. Can you please tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. From a group perspective, Telefónica has ambitious targets to reach net zero emissions by 2040. In Brazil, in Vivo, which is the company's brand in Brazil, we support this goal. So we are one of the 4 main markets where the group is present, and we have sustainability embedded in our business strategy. In Vivo, we already use 100% of renewable energy and have reduced in 60% of our Scope 1 emissions in the last 2 years. So then our Scope 3 turned out to be 90% of our total emissions. And to keep reducing our carbon footprint, it's essential to have suppliers committed with us and with the planet. So that's why we had been preparing and developing them a lot before we started to request science-based targets. And that was a long journey taken by Telefónica, but Vivo also needed to make the difference, because climate action needs to happen quick at all levels, countries and sectors of the economy. Then we launched a local program in 2001 to cover Brazilian companies, especially privately held, small and medium, that were not used to the climate change corporate agenda. And for that, we've selected 10% of suppliers in the most carbon-intensive categories that together represent 90% of Telefónica Brazil emissions from purchased goods and services. And this includes also a few of the largest devices and transmission equipment producers, but most of the group are middle-sized companies that supply logistics, material, and operational service for our networks. And in the first assessment, we discovered the size of our challenge, because 76% of the invited suppliers didn't get to measure their greenhouse gas emissions. And that made us to give our suppliers knowledge and tools to manage emissions. And we started offering them learning sessions that cover from the very first steps to measure and find opportunities to cut CO2 emissions to more advanced ways of reporting, managing climate risks, and setting science-based targets. And we've also provided services from our renowned international consultancy named ERM to guide them in order to establish the inventory or the targets. And we believe that a diverse supply chain needs to be tailored, needs tailored approach. So, and that's better to start a dialogue, prepare them, and then put the purchase criteria that requires the targets. So I think that there was a lot of learning from both sides during all this process, and we figure out that the best way to achieve suppliers were through our colleagues responsible for contracting them. And then we joined together in a roadshow to promote the program. And after the first cycle, we've got 60% of our partners that represent 82% of our emissions that are acting for the climate. So they are now measuring and setting the targets.
That is really fantastic, Anna. And it's such great work. And I know this because I've heard some of it before. And fantastic work, all three telecom companies here. And I want to give the spotlight now to Laura, my colleague here. Laura, we know that one of the challenges that we see for companies working on their supply chain is simply the getting started part, because it may seem like such a complex area. So could you please share the Exponential Roadmap Initiatives perspective on that, please?
Yes, of course. First of all, I would like to start by saying that it is a very complex area. It is something that is very complicated, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible. I can also mention, in case I wasn't clear enough, that collaboration is key here. But once we have that, I feel that it's very, very important to understand that there are different dimensions that we need to take into consideration. There is, from our perspective, what we try and do is that we try to have a holistic approach of the entire value chain so that we can somehow create this push and pull strategy so that hopefully, we can somehow help each other on the way, but then not only that, but also on a sectorial level. So that, I think it was Gabriel as well that was mentioning before, that whenever we are trying to come closer with certain suppliers within the telco sector, for example, that it can happen that other companies within the same sector are actually exactly asking for the same. So that would make things easier. Now, in terms of the where to start, which is always a little bit of a challenge, almost a couple of years back, we developed together with VSR a guide that it exists. It's on our website. It's called the Supplier Engagement Guide. Very good guide, full of examples from companies where you can just go really get inspiration from the companies so that you can apply it yourself. And then now I'm very happy to launch today, as you can see on the screen, the Supplier Action Guide, which is basically a pocket version of the Supplier Engagement Guide. So to the question on where to start, how do I do it? Well, in this guide, we have tried to really, really summarize, bring it down to the bone of like, what is it that I need to do? Where do I start? Depending on your starting point, where is it that you are? You can go to the guide, everything is very summarized, and then there you can find examples that you can literally copy-paste and that you can use in your own company and in your own strategies. Now, having that said, it is also important to note that, once again, we want to collaborate on this. And having that said, I would like to maybe give a call to action here. We are more than happy to receive feedback on this guide. We would be very, very happy if you would like to take a look at the guide, and please come back to us with your critiques. What is it that works? What is it that doesn't work? Have you done similar strategies? What is it that worked? At the end of the day, what we want to do is that we want to have an open source, open for everybody that wants to have access to this, so that eventually there are no excuses and that hopefully we can make the path as smooth as possible.
Yeah. That's great, and I am full supporter of making things easier and simplifying. And thank you so much, Jenny from Ericsson, Gabrielle from BT Group, and Anna from Telefónica Brazil, and Laura from Exponential Roadmap Initiative. And I hope that this session on supply chains now has been informative and inspiring, because that's really what it is about, this sharing what has been done, good practices, so that others can take these examples and hopefully reuse and maybe improve to get further, faster. So thank you so much to the both panels, and I will hand over to Nick Nuttall again for the next session.
Thank you, Louise.
Wow, they said it was a long film, didn't it? We could stroll up here, Johan, but
yes.
we had to sprint a bit there at the last end. So a big thanks to Louise Ray-Binder from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and the panelists talking about exponential supply chain solutions. Great to hear about all this collaboration happening in this area. But now we're going to move to a different topic. I have with me on stage Johan Falk, the CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Johan, tell us a little bit, what is this session about? I know what it's about, and I think it's very exciting, actually, but you tell us.
So this session is about greening cash for companies. So how can companies,
I'm going to come around,
which has a lot of money in the bank account, ensure that this money is used in a good way by the bank for the climate and for nature, and not to distract climate and nature. So that's what it's all about.
Okay. And I suppose the killer question is, why is it important?
Well, as we will see from a couple of examples, if you compare what we call the financed emissions from companies with their own or value chain scope 1, 2, 3 emissions, these numbers can be significant. It can even be much higher than your total emissions. So it's a sort of blind spot, and we need to take action as companies. That's the reason.
And what we're talking about here, to make it clear, is if you're a large company and you put your money in the bank, you have no idea how that bank's going to use it. They could actually be investing in highly polluting industries, and you may not know. So,
and even funding projects supporting deforestation.
Okay,
so
okay.
This
is, and it's probably happening with my money as well. Deutsche Bank in Germany.
Possibly, yes.
So you're going to launch a green cash action guide soon. So what is this about? And tell us a little bit more.
Well, we all know about the business playbook. We talked about that. But what we're doing now is taking the next step to actually develop some of these really super sharp action guides, which is all about how. So the idea here is to develop these with some of the best partners. We will hear them, like Bank Forward, Topo, Fair Finance Guide, Race to Zero, to develop this guide, which provides basically a guidance for a company on how you should lower your financed emissions and how you should take it step by step. And our plan is to launch this within about a month or something like that. And of course, bring it to all our companies in the Exponential Roadmap Initiative to really request them to implement it, of course, spread it wider than that.
Okay.
So that's the idea.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay, Johan, take a seat. It's, as I've said before, a bit like Ryanair. It's free seating. If you don't have a boarding pass, of course, we'll charge you a lot of money. But anyway, okay, super. Now, I'd like to welcome two distinguished speakers who are driving this movement to cut, as Johan said, financed emissions, or what, in the positive side, greening cash. And the first is Paul Moynester, who is founder and executive director of the Outdoor Policy Outfit, and Alison Fagens-Turner, who is managing director of Bank FWD. Hello. Yep, just make sure you're not muted.
Yep, sorry. Hey, how are you doing? Great to be here with you today.
Good, that's absolutely excellent. And who wants to go first?
I will be going first.
Okay,
thank
great.
You so much, Nick. Thank you, Nick, and thank you so much, Johan. It's really fantastic to be joining you all virtually today. I guess I'll just start off with my remarks. At Bank Forward and also at the Outdoor Policy Outfit, there's a core principle that underlies all of the work that we do, and that is that how we bank and use our cash are not climate neutral activities. Every dollar, every unit of currency has a carbon footprint attached to it, whether we are investing it, donating it, or banking it, depending on how it's moving through the financial system. In 2 days, we will be celebrating Earth Day. Earth Day has a great tagline that has been attached to it, invest in our planet. I would just challenge everyone in the audience to realize that it isn't enough for us to be investing in our planet. We also need to be banking for it. We spend a lot less time thinking about the climate impact of the banking decisions that we make as individuals and institutions, but it actually turns out that our banking decisions can be one of the largest drivers of our emissions, and they can also be undercutting other things we are trying to do with our cash through our philanthropy and through our investments as well. At Bank Forward, we have teamed up with Topo to build a calculator that shows that cash in big banks equals emissions in the atmosphere. This is an indicative tool. It shows that if you have cash in big banks, you are putting a lot of emissions out into the atmosphere. And a really important insight from this tool is that if you move your banking to smaller banks or green banks, you can actually be reducing the carbon footprint of your finances by between 60 to 70% or upwards of 90%. I will also just mention that this tool is in beta right now. It is also only configured for US banking data at the moment, but we are working with Exponential Roadmap Initiative and other partners to crunch more numbers for other banks and add them into the tool so that we can be growing the geographical applicability and utility of this calculator, essentially. Okay. So please watch this space for that. It would also help if banks could start to more timely and regularly and accurately disclose their emissions data. That would be very helpful for continuing the build out of this tool. But why does it matter so much where we bank? Really, if you take a step back and look at just how entangled the banking sector is with fossil fuels, it becomes quite clear. We got the most up-to-date figures just last week on bank support for fossil fuel funding. Just last year, banks, the 60 largest banks in the world, gave $673 billion to supporting the fossil fuel industry. That brings the cumulative total since 2015, when the Paris Agreement was signed, up to 5.5 trillion. Just last year, there was 150 billion that went to the companies most responsible for the expansion of fossil fuels. All of those numbers are staggering. They are all incompatible with the International Energy Agency and IPCC scenarios on keeping our planetary warming to 1.5 degrees or below that. North Americans and US banks are by far the worst offenders. European banks tend to have less exposure to fossil fuels. But if you look at G20 country-based banks, on average, 20% of all of their lending is going towards carbon intensive sectors. That is just too much. Banks are starting to make better climate policies, but they haven't done enough of that. And because of that, we have to realize that we as individuals and institutions all have a responsibility to be banking better. We need to start looking at our banking activity and our broader financial activity through a climate lens. All of that lending and underwriting activity that banks do is enabled by their client deposits that they have. And that means that we have agency in this. Banks are actually supposed to listen to their clients. So it is really important for clients to start having climate conversations with their banks and for us to be pushing banks to be better to align themselves better and perform better on climate.
Okay.
Yes, and maybe go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, maybe is there another point you want to make? Because we also need to give Paul a bit of a chance too.
Yes, absolutely. If we can just go to the next slide.
Okay.
I will just say that every institution and company needs to realize that they have a financial supply chain as well as their material supply chains. And that composes their financial activities, assets, and relationships. And they have a responsibility to be working to reduce emissions from across that supply chain. I will now turn it over to Paul, who will talk a little bit about some of the steps that one can take to start reducing.
Yeah, if we could head to the next slide. So in the spring of 2021, we started asking the question, why is it that the biggest companies in the world, many of whom have, upwards of $190 billion in cash and investments in Apple's case, why are these companies not talking about their banking and investing and incorporating them into their sustainability objectives and climate goals? And importantly, if we were to actually measure those emissions, what would it look like? And so we set out on a research project, and here's what we found, which was that, and we chose climate tech companies in the US who have good environmental policies, but also have a lot of money. And what we found for those companies is that for many of them, as Johan noted earlier, their banking and investment emissions are actually larger than all their other emissions combined. And that for many of these companies, if it wasn't their largest source, it was one of their largest sources of emissions, or even bigger than, in the case of Amazon, who has a massive, emissions profile, that it was still one of their largest sources of emissions. And so I should note that in Europe, the numbers that we've looked at so far vary a bit because A, banks tend to be better from an emissions standpoint, and B, companies tend to hold less cash in investments. And so for a lot of bigger companies like Unilever or Danone that we've looked at, these numbers aren't as high, but they're still significant. So if we can move to the next slide. So as Johan mentioned, we're building an action guide with ERI that lays out sort of the roadmap for what it looks like for companies and organizations to look to address their financed emissions and bring their financial supply chain in line with their other climate objectives. And so this is the 4 stages of the process, which is first, start with measuring and reporting your financed emissions. Secondly, if you engage with your banks, this is new. Most companies have never talked to their banks about their climate performance. Being able to engage with your bank to push them on their climate policies is critically important and sends a very powerful signal to to these large banks that these companies care. And then the third step is to actually work to decarbonize your cash, and we can go into some specifics of that. And then the last is working to drive adoption. So how can you use your catalytic influence as a company with your suppliers, with your business networks, with your customers to get them to start aligning their financial emissions with their other climate objectives? And so if we move to the next slide. So here's just a quick high-level overview, and I see that we're low on time here. So broadly speaking, these are kind of the 4 strategies that companies and organizations can use. And so, ideally, we're trying not to tell people as a first step to just move your money to a new bank, because where you bank is important. You have existing client relationships, long histories for many companies of working together in partnership. And so in that vein of partnership, the sort of first objective is to see what green products your existing financial firms might be offering that you can move your money into, that you can decarbonize your cash or investments in. emission. The second would be sort of pressuring your bank to have them offer more green financial products, have them work to reduce their emissions profile, have them set more robust science-based targets. And then from there, other options include breaking up your banking, i.e. moving some of your money into better, smaller banks, and then as a last resort, potentially moving all of your money to a bigger bank. And so if we want to move to the next slide. So in the coming weeks, we're going to be releasing a action guide that shows that pathway in much more sort of granular fashion. But for now, here are some resources that might be helpful. With Bank Forward, we built a guide for what it looks like for companies to engage with their banks, the questions they should be asking, what they should be advocating for. So you can find that at carbonbankroll.com/engage. You can see the report that we published last May at our website there. And then that is the link to the calculator that Ali referenced earlier. So thank you so much for the time.
Great. I wish we had more time for that, because that was absolutely fascinating and a very fresh piece of, news, actually, something I wasn't aware of, and that's really amazing. Okay. Thanks very much, Paul and Alison. Right, our next guest is Jakob Koenig at Fair Finance Guide. If Jakob is with us, maybe he could step up here. And I'm being told by our techies here that we're going to have the next presentations one by one, and you're doing it here from the little table. So over to you, Jakob.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. I'm Jakob Koenig. I'm leading the Swedish Fair Finance Guide initiative. It's a civil society initiative that exists in some 20 countries that benchmarks researchers' banks on sustainability. So basically, how sustainably are banks using our money? Is it going to green energy or is it going to fossil energy? And other sustainability dimensions. And this initiative has really become quite of a game changer in Sweden for Swedish banks as we give their clients, the public, an insight, easy comparison tools, and tools to react to this information, the performance of their banks. And we see that also companies are also, of course, clients of banks, and they often have a lot of money, and they are maybe more important, an individual company. So they can play a role here in accelerating the banks transitioning by putting more pressure on their banks' climate work. And we have done a small pilot inspired by this great American work that we just heard about to just test how it would look like, some indicative numbers on 2 example banks. These are 2 Swedish big banks, and we tested it on 3 big companies to see what would be their financed emissions and how does it relate to their reported emissions. And it's quite interesting. If you look at Spotify, you see that they have about 500,000 tons in financed emissions, which would, if you would add it to the reported emissions, it would increase by over 100%. And this is if they were a client of Bank A. If they were Bank B, it would only increase by 50%. So it differs between which banks you use. If you look at a lower carbon emission sector like consulting, so a company like Accenture, you get much more striking numbers, or even more striking numbers. So you get a finance emission that is 4 times higher than its reported emissions if you're in Bank A, and, well, 1.5 times more if you're in Bank B. And even companies then that have a bit more their own emissions, reported emissions, it accounts for a smaller share in comparison, but it's still a significant amount, and it's also can be seen as a reputational risk to be a client of a very fossil or climate unfriendly bank. So this is also something to address, and that's where a company like Ericsson can also put pressure, just like an individual consumer acts. Even if they don't have too much money in the bank, they can act and and help to change. So these numbers are this is a snapshot of the climate the climate footprint of these companies through their banks of last year. But it's a snapshot, and you need also other dimensions to get a fuller picture, also the forward-looking perspective, to see how banks are changing. Because ultimately we want banks to change. We want the very dirty banks to go green, and we want to help them to transition as quickly as possible. And then we have suggested some additional indicators that one can use. You could look at if the bank has a net zero commitment, if they have transition plans, short-term targets, if they have policies against, for example, financing fossil expansion and deforestation, how much money they lend to, how big share of their loan portfolio that goes to green activities, for example, defined as the EU taxonomy. So this is a kind of a checkbox, checklist that a company could use to map and engage with their banks and ask them to fill the gaps and to set up more ambitious transition plans. And ultimately, if the bank does not respond well enough to this, a company should consider to switch to a more climate-friendly bank. Thank you.
Great. And I have a quick question to you, which is, the consumer obviously has a role in all this, because some of the consumers might also be shareholders in Spotify or Accenture or Ericsson. I mean, they could also put pressure on those companies to consider a switch in banks as well. So there's lots of opportunity to get involved here.
Yeah, I mean, it's follow the money. So there are different ways to influence here.
Okay.
This is a very exciting way to measure the carbon footprint. But then, of course, through your savings, your investments, your pensions, you all have stakes in all these companies. So there's opportunity to influence.
Super, Jakob. Take a pew, take a seat over there. Let's now have Katarina Belfrager. We could make it a little French, couldn't we? Who's head of sustainability at Handelsbanken. You have the floor, Katarina.
Thank you so much. So hi everyone, Katarina Belfrage-Salstrand, head of sustainability, group sustainability with Handelsbanken. And well, Handelsbanken is one of the larger Swedish banks. We've been around for some 150 or so years and founded in Stockholm, but also have our home markets in the UK, Norway, and the Netherlands. And I thought I would share a few things about our climate work. And I think the best way to sort of illustrate how we do our climate work, or well, all our sustainability work, come to think of it, and the illustration are these three waves. Apologies if this is very evident already, but I think this says quite well in what dimensions a bank has its impact, both positive and negative, obviously. So on your left, we have the direct impact. So that's the internal operations, if you will, how we heat our buildings, business travel, that sort of thing. Important, but a very small fraction of what we can find in the next wave, the middle wave, which is actually the core business. So this wave represents what we do with our clients and through our clients. So what we lend money to, what we choose not to lend money to, what we invest in when we're trusted with our customers' savings and that sort of thing. And for the middle wave, so this is a lot of the banks in general, our sustainability work happens right here. So it's a lot about, obviously, financing and investing more in the solutions of the sustainability challenges that we have, and investing and financing not so much or not at all in activities that are significantly harmful. And then also this part about transitioning companies and supporting transition in all of the rest, so the in-betweens. A lot of the focus in Handelsbanken is in the in-betweens, I'd like to say. So it's, what do I mean by that? Not only the green tech, dark green companies, nor the heavy emitters over here. It's focusing on those two, but also the in-betweens. So the middle is all the ordinary companies, which actually at the end of the day makes up most of the companies in our economies. And the other in-betweens is not only the very large companies, nor just our individual private customers, but it's also the small and medium-sized enterprises, which also make up a very large part of our economy. And they also need help in transitioning. And also not focusing just on the super cool new innovation, but also scaling the mature, not as cool perhaps, solutions that we need, because a large part of the funding gap that we have in delivering on the Paris Agreement is about scaling technologies that we already have. So putting rooftop solar on many more houses can actually be just as impactful potentially as investing in a particular solution or financing a particular solution. Oh yes, and I have a final wave as well. On your right, there is a very significant climate impact to be had by a bank in developing also the financial system at large. So being a Swedish bank, we are small in global terms and in European terms for that matter. So it's very much about punching above your weight, I guess, and helping to contribute to best practice in terms of what does good climate reporting look like. And when we mold what a sustainable bank would look like, we hope that we can be transparent about that and inspire other banks to follow, just like we were inspired by good examples from other banks. So this is I could talk all day about Handelsbanken, but that's not what this is about, is it?
Absolutely. Come on to the sofa here and let's have a little chat, all four of us. I'm so pleased that, Johan, that the Exponential Roadmap has brought this to the attention of the public here and as part of our stage, because last year we were also very animated about the financial system and about the financial system having it both ways. You know, on one side, oh, we're terribly green, you know, and then the other side, quietly funding fossil fuels or funding refineries that process petroleum products, so they could say, oh, well, we're not investing in fossil fuel companies, but they were investing in the refiners of the fossil fuels. I mean, isn't that duplicitous or underhand to say that you're climate friendly and then you go and do something like that behind the back of your customers? So this is a really good topic. Jakob, let me ask you first a question. So what are the key requirements that need to be put on banks to get them to behave better and basically be part of the solution rather than part of the problem?
Yeah, it's. I mean, basically, for a company, if you look at this way of measuring the carbon footprint through your money and your financial supply chain, it's first of all to get banks to report properly in line with an international recognized standard like the PCAF, so that you can actually measure what is the climate impact of each money, you know, that you have in the bank. Mm-hmm. And once you have that, you will engage with the bank and ask, how can you reduce this footprint? We want to reduce this amount, and of course the bank then can respond by adopting solid transition plans, setting targets, and you know, set up an ambitious roadmap to reduce this carbon footprint over time. And so this is really how you can bring about change as a client, and especially, you know, a company, a big company has, I think, more influence even than a consumer. But we can see that, you know, from Swedish consumers have a major impact on the Swedish banks when they engage. And if the bank doesn't really listen or doesn't really react to this, you know, the company should ultimately consider switching bank to a more climate-friendly bank.
How can they know for certain that the bank they switch to is not also playing it both ways? I mean, I only raise this question because we've got lots of things like science-based targets initiatives and all kinds of things, a lot of banks in those as well. And then also when you talk to some of the investment community, they say, well, we need to deal with the big emitters and the fossil fuel companies because only by actually engaging with them do we have a chance to actually make them greener. But if you've been in this game as long as Johan has, and me, you know, people have been talking to the bank, to the high fossil fuel emitters for donkey's years, especially the petroleum industry, and they always say they're going to change, and they never do. So, I mean, I'm going to ask you a specific question, Catherine, in a minute, but maybe you can also answer this as well. How do we ensure, if somebody over here goes, I like what I'm hearing, I'm going to switch my money, how can they be sure that the bank they're going to is a green bank? Who's telling us that with absolute certainty?
No, that's a good point. I mean, there's a real need for independent actors like us, the Fair Finance Guide. We're a civil society initiative, And unless there are really solid standards that can secure that this data or information is reliable, I think you should always be very critical towards the kind of green claims, because we can see the most bizarre things. I mean, I worked with this for 20 years, and I see that one bank can support something in one part of the bank and then boycott it in another part of the bank. And that is the same company. So this is the reality. So yeah, good to be critical.
Katarina, how do you feel about increased pressure from your customers on reducing financed emissions, and what would be your call to action? And do you know what your financed emissions are? That would be another question, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall I start off with that? Well, yeah. I mean, I think every bank is working on their financed emissions, and we've done the financed emission calculus for 83% or so of our loan book, which is the real estate finance. So we have that. But I think every bank is working on making this a sort of a full, holistic view. But when it comes to the pressure, I think I'd like to flip that around a little bit, because it's also about aligning momentum. So the flip side, we tend to talk about this as applying pressure and demanding transition, but it's just as much about giving credit and rewarding a job well done with a bank that has done a certain climate ambition. And I think that it makes good sense to stress that as well, because all banks want to hear from their customers, and if there's positive momentum or positive feedback coming from your customer base, that's going to fuel additional momentum. And why do I say that? I mean, negative feedback from customers obviously is influential as well, and is likely to derive some internal discussions. But for a bank that has, for instance, made a positive move in their climate work, they might not be aware of the negative feedback that they're not hearing about. So the positives moves, you want that to turn into a positive spiral, and signal to those banks that what you're doing is likely also to be beneficial to your business.
There's a good recent example of this when Handelsbanken took the step as the first Nordic bank to say no to finance fossil expansion, to expanding extraction, and they got thousands of positive letters. Usually they get complaints when clients are not happy, but you got thousands of positive letters, and I saw that it was well taken by the bank to also have the carrot in this process.
What I mean, this is a kind of such a wide topic. When we look at, you mentioned the financial system at the end, but I mean, last year there's a very good organisation as well, a civil society organisation called Influence Map out of London, which was looking at fund managers, right, and their claims, right, like BlackRock, it's got loads of climate funds, you know, and that you can invest in those, and you know your money's doing something good to fight the climate, and then, damn it, you find out from Influence Map that actually a lot of their climate funds are not aligned with the Paris Agreement. In other words, they're investing in, again, heavy emitters or high emitters. And yet, so it strikes me that somewhere government regulation needs to come in to crack down on this, because actually it's greenwashing, isn't it, in the end? And I mean, there's a new anti-greenwashing law that's on the table from the Environment Commissioner in Brussels, which came out in March. We talked about it a little bit on Monday, and this is about how people make claims, how companies make claims and others. And we had a lawyer on, for example, from Client Earth, who is suing KLM and also Total Energies for some of the claims they make in advertisements. One could maybe see banks starting to get a little bit of heat on this one as well, if they don't pay attention to these financed emissions, yeah? So do you feel that there's I'm coming to you in a second, Johan, but do you feel that this is a dynamic moment where we can, through various channels, shareholder engagement, the advertising systems, the new regulations from the EU, start pushing the banks a lot harder?
I think it will be important to get some frameworks in place, and before there is regulation, like Fair Finance Guide is a good example, and what they do in the US as well. Good, transparent frameworks so you can actually start to compare, which are as solid as possible. And over time, I think it will be more regulated, because we need to be able to compare like key performance indicators. Some of these that's been highlighted, for example, not supporting deforestation, no fossil expansion, it's a no-go basically. These type of things I think would be very useful, and that we can get some measures in place which are independently driven, because then you can start to compare at least the banks, because if we don't have any frameworks, I think there is a pretty high risk that we get a lot of claims like we had in the offsetting, which is sort of a lot of greenwashing. So it's important to get some of these principles in place. I hope we can contribute a little bit from our perspective here to see what is really important to start to compare. But I think it has to be a journey, a stepwise.
I mean, you're in the Race to Zero, right? And you're
Yes.
one of the bodies that people look to say the UN Race to Zero is indeed a positive thing. And of course, we celebrate the UN Race to Zero on We Don't Have Time. Science-Based Targets Initiative. You're obviously looking at this because this is your session here today, so we have these wonderful people on the show. What about colleagues in the Science-Based Targets Initiative? Are they aware of financed emissions? Because it's kind of a bit like a supply chain, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there are many initiatives, yeah.
Certainly. So Science-Based Targets has a chapter for finances as well. So interim targets and also long-term targets is a part of their work as well. So it can be followed, and then you can set targets through PCAF, as Jakob mentioned as well. Could I comment something as well on the marketing piece, the greenwashing? I think that what's interesting about that there is another side of that as well, that once there is more clarity and clear sight of what does good marketing look like, that also opens up for the third wave of my picture, that the moves that and the steps that are actually taken, that banks will actually talk about those, because the risk of greenwashing is also something that you might be hesitant to, because nobody is perfect. So you might be thinking, oh, we've done this great work, but on the other hand, we still have to do this and this. Let's just not communicate, and that doesn't help anyone either. So clear sight of what marketing is going to be okay is a good thing as well.
No, I think it's important to reveal, as you have done today and through the great work that you're all doing, that this exists. And when something exists, then it can be tackled and perhaps managed down. I don't think we're at the point yet where we're going to be screaming from the barricades saying it's an absolute disgrace, because now the system needs to absorb this information and act on it. And so there needs to be, but remember, we don't have time as well. That's the name of the show, right? Because, I mean, 2030 is just around the corner, right? Peaking global emissions is actually in 2 years. So we're really on the edge here. Jakob, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at like the 10 last years, the financial sector has really picked up speed in the sustainability field, but also been much more held to account, and there's been more insight into this powerful sector, which has been living in kind of the hidden for a long time, and which is really unfortunate because it's so powerful. It governs where the money goes, how companies should work, because they're their owners, they're the financiers. So we really need to get the financial sector up on the Race to the Zero track, and I think client pressure is really key to this. The regulation is picking up speed. There's a way to go there, but I think this is really a transition that is changing now, where banks kind of feel the heat, but also, of course, the opportunity side to it.
Yeah. Do you know, we're going to have to wrap up here because we're 2 minutes over time, and there are very tough guys at the back there in the tech area will come and savage us. But we can talk about this in the wrap up here in the next session, I think, Johan.
We can do that, but I think
make your point. That's fine.
Yeah, I also like to credit what you have done in terms of actually stopping investment in fossil expansion. There are a few banks that have taken that step, and I think that is incredibly important. I also think we need to really, as you said, celebrate the good moves when we put pressure on banks. So there are two sides of it. It's really a race to the top, but actually both putting pressure, but actually celebrate good practice as well.
Yes.
That would be really important.
I appreciate so much that you've come on this program, and I think it was absolutely riveting. And I'm sure that if I had any money at all, I'd be investing in your bank. So we don't want to run on this bank, do we? No, they're on the side of the angels, and you're also on the side of the angels too, because you're using your skills in the NGO world to actually illuminate this, and you're on the side. In fact, they're all on the side of the angels, so we're all feeling very comfortable now. We can sleep in our beds tonight. Okay, good. Thank you very much indeed, and let's go over to the next bit.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, it's been a riveting and action-packed day filled with thought-provoking dialogues and some intriguing ideas. I thought that last session was particularly excellent. To conclude this Exponential Solutions Day, I'm joined here again, of course, with Johan Falk, the CEO and co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap. And on the magic of Zoom, we're going to have Tessa Vincent, engagement lead or manager, that's lead, of the UN Race to Zero. There you are, Tessa. Okay, great. Johan and I are going to move over a little bit to this cute little table here. Tessa, from the UN-backed Race to Zero campaign, a key partner in today's program and the Exponential Roadmap initiative, just tell us quickly, what is the Race to Zero, what's its key priorities, and how does it link to today's session?
Sure, so nice to be here. Race to Zero is a global campaign rallying over 11,000 non-state actors towards halving emissions by 2030. So that includes businesses, cities, regions, financial institutions, which I know we were just talking about, and also universities and hospitals. And we work with 25 partners, and Exponential Roadmap Initiative is one of our key partners in the Race to Zero.
Great, thank you very much indeed. And let's go over to Johan here. What about the key takeaways that you've got from today's sessions?
Well, to quote what I think has been a tremendous sessions, so valuable and also so fantastic new insights. But as you once said, Johan Rockström, he said that there is no safe landing with a linear pathway. We have to go exponential. We have to scale up the solutions. So I think that is one good summary quote as far as I see it.
Mm-hmm. But also, what's so interesting as well about the sessions were that you hear about how some companies and whatever are actually advancing their activities, and then you also hear about new challenges, because the thing about the environment is it's a squeezy thing, right? You squeeze it one way and it kind of pops out in the other direction, you know? So it's always good to also stay ahead of the curve so that we can get even more exponential. And I thought that was particularly relevant with that session. Look, a question for you both. We've heard about solutions in nature, transport, and energy, and knowing that the solutions to halving emissions by 2030 are here and affordable, but need to scale faster and overcome tipping points. What needs to happen next? Tessa, maybe we can have you first on that.
Thanks. I think there's really two things. Firstly, we really need to celebrate the leaders. There's a lot of scrutiny and pressure on our community, on the wider world at the moment around climate action and greenwashing. So we need to bring out those leadership stories and celebrate those who are leading the way. And Race to Zero is doing this at the moment with a big call out for case studies. Among our 11,000 members, we want to spotlight the leaders. And then the next area I really think comes down to policy and regulation, which was touched on in the last session. But really, how do we move from voluntary networks, voluntary action and initiatives like Race to Zero to the type of policy and regulation that we need on net zero, that we desperately need governments to start implementing to halve emissions by 2030. So I would focus on those two things, leadership and net zero aligned policy.
Johan?
I can add, I agree with you, but I can add two more things. I think this really radical collaboration, if we should succeed, we need to collaborate between peers in value chains in completely new ways to break the boundaries, to go much, much faster. So new ways to collaborate, but it's not sufficient just to have a few really good companies trying to achieve net zero on their own, because you can never do that. You can't even achieve it in your value chain. We all have to achieve net zero, which means basically that that you also need to scale out your knowledge, take responsibility if you're a leader, to share that to 100,000 others. So that is basically the first one. The second one is we had so far only focused on cutting emissions, the down curve. If we should succeed, it's very much now about doing the race to net zero, to a race to the top, actually starting to compete on the climate solutions, because it's the ones who provide these solutions that will come out as the winners. And can we mobilize all the good forces to actually scale up the solutions much faster, we will shift out the fossil economy, as we heard today.
I think it's interesting, maybe this is more an observation, or you could comment on it, but I mean, it was very standout, I think for me the other day when we had on Steve Waygood of Aviva Investors, who said, we were asking, why is the finance sector not moving faster? And he said, you know what? If they were convinced the governments were actually going to meet their targets, then they would move faster. And I think it's absolutely crucial, clearly, that companies are showing leadership and courage and being brave on this topic, because at the moment, we need them to actually push their own national governments to up their game and get a real price on carbon. Yeah. Good. I think we're coming to the end here. Tessa, very nice to have you on. I presume you're coming in from London?
So great to be here, as always. What a great session today.
And thank you, Johan, very much indeed, and to your whole team for bringing this very special part of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative to the We Don't Have Time stage.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone who listened. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we're to solve climate change, up to restore and recover the Earth's animal and plants, its biodiversity, and its precious natural systems, we need a massive step up in finance for nature. Colleagues at the United Nations Environment Programme, in their State of Nature Finance report, which was released just very recently, estimates financial flows into areas like forests and making agriculture more sustainable needs to double by 2025 and treble by 2030. Today and tomorrow, we're going to hear from some of the amazing people who are trying to mobilize innovation, creativity, and determination to make this happen. Thanks to our friends at UNEP Nature Finance for making these two shows happen. And it's my pleasure to first introduce our first guest of the session, and that's Owen Gaffney, who, as you know, is from the Exponential Roadmap, but he's also, co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap. He's also Chief Impact Officer at Nobel Prize Outreach. He's co-lead of the Earth for All initiative and co-author of Breaking Boundaries with Johan Rockström, which has been turned into a Netflix documentary. Is there anything I missed there? Or, I mean, there must be another 10 pages I could do with Owen. Welcome on stage, Owen. Owen, you're an expert on resilience and the Earth systems, and you are here tonight to talk about the nature of nature, in a sense, and why we need the wild. So let's start there. Why do we need the wild?
Well, you know, as Johan Rockström was pointing out earlier, if the world is serious about stabilizing global temperatures at 1.5 or as close to 1.5 as possible, you know, we need to halve emissions of greenhouse gases by 2030, and that's becoming a sort of widely known narrative. But at the same time, to get anywhere close to that goal, we need to protect our natural system, keep the resilience of the biosphere, and we need to reach net zero by 2030. So we have a huge job to do that. We know it's scientifically possible, but it is like a massive job. We must maintain the resilience of that system and increase the resilience of that system for the future of humanity.
Mm. I mean, we've been touching a bit on nature and agriculture through the last few days here, and of course nature and agriculture, or nature-based solutions, or being nature positive, as some people call it, and regenerative agriculture in particular, were very standout features, I think, at the last UN Climate Conference in Sharm el-Sheikh. And you are seeing some new kinds of investment flows happening from some of the big food companies, for example, because they've, I think, woken up to the fact that they need to be careful about the way food is produced if they're actually going to have a stable planet. I mean, Unilever, for example, told us that their entire mustard, they couldn't sell any French mustard a couple of years ago because there'd been so much damage from drought and other things to the crops that they rely upon to actually get the mustard and then sell it to you and me, that was also a bit of a wake-up call for them, that they needed to do something about making and supporting more resilient and regenerative agricultural systems, which is very positive. But do you get a sense, I don't know if you've seen the UNEP report, but the sense that there really is still a big problem with the finance for nature-based solutions and regenerative?
Without doubt. I mean, as the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recent report, you know, it provides, you know, how much it'll cost for each solution. You know, across the board, from energy and from energy to agriculture to transport, etc. And in some of these sectors, we are at the same price or cheaper than fossil fuels for the transformation. But for agriculture, many of the solutions are still more expensive than the incumbent solutions, and that's a problem. So that's going to slow the things down. That's a barrier to the kind of exponential action we need, and governments need to step in and remove that barrier. You know, essentially, you know, we're subsidizing unsustainable agriculture. You know, at 300 billion every year. We're subsidizing fossil fuels at 6 trillion. So, you know, it's would it be too much to ask for those subsidies to go towards stabilizing the planet instead of, you know, if you're going to farm for subsidies, farm for stabilizing the planet, not destroying it. So the money is there. The money could be found from governments. As you mentioned earlier, you know, price on carbon as well would be a complete game changer. You know, $100 a ton would be a massive game changer for the agriculture sector. And again, the IPCC estimates that $100 a ton of carbon would push us towards halving emissions by 2030. It would have that kind of instantaneous, really rapid impact. And essentially, you know, farmers, you know, there's huge technologies, you know, to store carbon in soils and in trees. You know, it's very simple. We know what to do. We just need the incentives to make it happen.
I mean, there's some numbers in the UNEP nature for finance, and I should have actually put these in my script, but I just looked at them before I came on stage. And apparently they estimate that currently $154 billion a year is invested in, say, nature-based solutions, of which agriculture is perhaps part. But that's pocket money compared to the $44 trillion US dollars of global GDP that's actually dependent on well-functioning ecosystems. I think that really captures this kind of gap here. Because, as you rightly said, the cost of these things may be higher, but at the same time, it's a question of who's paying, isn't it? And all the kind of externalities linked to things. Because if you talk to some farmers that have switched to, say, organic or regenerative agriculture, suddenly they found they don't need fertilizers anymore, and that's been a big cost to their, own income, as it were. So it's how one structures the finance, in a sense, who benefits, who doesn't benefit from switches in finance. Ultimately, we want the planet to benefit, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that to the quick figures you're quoting, I mean, that's 50% of global GDP. Is the basis of it is on the natural system, our planet. So you would think a good long-term investment with a good rate of return would be investing in that long-term stability over multiple generations. But it's not. We just have this very, very short-sighted view on it. But I think there's going to be loads of other sort of innovations here, and other income streams for farmers. When you start thinking about an income stream for storing carbon in your land, an income streams for growing cereals, etc. As we move to plant-based diets, but also income streams from building solar in for shade for animals, for example, or wind power in the in parts of farms, etc. And we're seeing farmers being very, very positive about this. I know there's groups of farmers around Canberra, which is has huge investments in renewable energy. A lot of farmers are then benefiting from suddenly they've got new income streams coming in, and farmers struggle year in, year out to make money often. So this is it is a big opportunity. So yeah, there's win-wins to be had, and we just need to find the financial mechanisms, that the incentives to drive that change.
And you've been working with Conservation International on that great assessment that came out at Sharm el-Sheikh on we could maybe halve emissions by 2030 if we actually deployed full-on nature-based solutions and regenerative sustainable agriculture. That is very exciting and tantalizing, but somewhere behind it there has to be some finance to back up that transformation, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was, I think that was a really groundbreaking report, and the team that did it, they were just absolutely brilliant. Nobody had seen that before. We'd seen, here's a list of solutions that potentially, could solve the nature challenge when it comes to climate. But nobody had mapped out in real detail, well, what are the solutions most likely to give us the most impact in the shortest amount of time, and to do that, to isolate the kind of 8 key things that can bring about rapid change was I think was quite groundbreaking, and it changes the narrative as well. It's not something that's impossible to do. It's something not only possible, there are many win-wins to it, and we can make it very, very affordable. And it's not talking about 8 billion people being vegetarian. It's talking about having it's a huge ask, but it's 4 billion by 2050 on plant-based diets, etc. So there's some of these transformations are actually relatively cheap. If you're talking about 2 of the biggest transformations are moving to plant-based diets and addressing food waste. I mean, both of those will be for consumers and producers. There's
save money,
to
right?
be made. Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, it makes total sense. Good. We're coming to the end of this section, Owen. Thank you so much for being with us and being our introductory guest. You may want to stay with us. I don't know. It's up to you. You can settle in on the sofa there if you like. Why not? Why not? Maybe it might help with the conversation. Let me now turn to Anna Terrell. Anna, are you with us? Coming in on the...
Yes.
Oh,
hello.
Yes, you are. Okay, Group Sustainability Director at the wonderful UK supermarket Tesco. Thank you for coming in on the magic of Zoom. Could you give us a little take on what you're doing? Because I know that you're interested in the whole way that food is produced that doesn't destroy the tropical forests and ecosystems. So what is Tesco doing in this area, Anna?
Yeah, and thanks so much for having me today. Great to be with you, albeit virtually. And such an interesting conversation to come into. So we know, obviously, that the way that food is produced today and consumed today, it needs to shift if we're going to be able to ultimately deliver healthy, affordable, sustainable diets for our customers in the UK and internationally. But if we zone in on one of the really hot topics of the day, looking at specifically forest risk commodities within our supply chains and soy, we are currently taking quite an innovative new approach for a retailer, looking at how we actually leapfrog back up that agricultural commodity supply chain to directly invest on the ground in Brazilian soy production, to demonstrate by incentivizing financially that you can actually produce soya sustainably and without actually deforesting or converting land. The reason that we focused in on soy, and for context, we were a big supporter of an initial pilot called the Responsible Commodities Facility, which launched in 2022. The reason we're focusing in on soy and Brazilian soy in particular is because 75% of the soya grown globally today is used in animal feed. And actually for Tesco, as a predominantly UK-based retailer, our biggest deforestation risk and potential impact lies within our soya supply chain, albeit indirectly, because we don't buy soya directly. It comes through animal feed that's fed to the livestock that ultimately we end up selling on the shelves as meat products. So what's really interesting is, for the first time, we're stretching back up multiple tiers into that Brazilian soy supply chain. And by creating a financial model that basically incentivizes, but using market the power of the market and existing mechanisms, incentivizes Brazilian soy farmers to kind of grow sustainably and keep the forest standing, we're also demonstrating that actually we can play a role in what we would hope one day will enable us to scale this to be able to deliver verified deforestation and conversion-free soy through our agricultural supply chains, and ultimately ensure that what we're putting on the shelves not only has that traceability and that provenance, but also gives us the assurance that we're able to ensure that we are not contributing to deforestation and conversion in those origins.
Okay, I've got Owen Gaffney here from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and many other things, and he's decided to stay on the sofa, and now he's going to start stealing my moderation because he actually wants to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Anna. Because it just occurred to me that you've probably been following the deforestation law that EU has then agreed today, and obviously, UK is outside of the EU. But then, how does Tesco see that? Because I imagine that EU law will just have a bit of a sort of domino effect elsewhere, because big companies like Tesco's, etc., operate everywhere.
Yeah, I think the regulations that we're seeing coming through in the EU and in the UK in due diligence legislation, albeit slightly different, but with some overlap, will be incredibly important in creating a bit more of a level playing field in terms of those forest risk commodities coming into UK and EU markets. But they obviously have some constraints as well. And so I think what we need to do is we need to be pulling multiple levers available to us. It's one thing to be compliant as an end user and ensure that we're able to support that regulatory process, whatever it may end up looking like in the UK and what we know now is coming through in the EU. But equally, if we think back multiple tiers up the supply chain to those Brazilian soy farmers who have got a lot of regulation themselves to contend with. The forest code is actually quite robust. It's just that those regulations, when we knit them all together globally, don't really create the alignment that we need to see today. And I guess the kind of elephant in the room is it's one thing to have good regulation or better regulation coming into markets such as the EU and the UK, but that's not going to solve the problem of deforestation in those supply chains, because there are other markets that don't necessarily have as higher stringent requirements, for example. So we're really mindful of that, which is also why through kind of this learning phase of investing in the RCF, we're really wanting to see, can we actually use market economics to incentivize and scale a behavior change effectively that we would like to think could have legs in the longer term. It doesn't fundamentally address those systemic issues that we're facing into in terms of competing markets with differing standards, but hopefully some of these elements start to show a few glimmers of light in what will start to converge and create a bit of a critical mass in terms of the change we need to see.
Can I just jump in here on because it's about finance that we're talking about on this show, and nature finance, finance for agriculture. What exactly are you financing, Anna?
Yeah, so the Responsible Commodities Facility, the first phase of that, it's run by an organization called SIM, Sustainable Investment Management. It's Brazilian-based, as well as with presence in the UK. Effectively, what it is co-investment that Tesco, alongside a couple of other UK retailers, Sainsbury's and Waitrose, have put in about £10 million. So it's a relatively discrete pot of money, but effectively what that's looking to do is create a lending mechanism that uses the kind of market actors within Brazil to basically give preferential lending rates on the inputs, agricultural inputs needed for soy farmers based on a set of requirements. So they must adhere to certain criteria to enable them to get access to those preferential rates on those inputs that they need before they go through the cycle.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So basically, although it's not, as you say, a huge shed of money, right? It's basically incentivizing a lower interest rate for farmers that adopt a set of criteria that hopefully will lead to less deforestation or no deforestation.
That's correct. And we've actually just SIM have actually just issued the first year's report in terms of the progress that's been made. Mm-hmm. So again, it's relatively small scale in terms of the initial pilot, 32 farms currently in scope. But we're actually starting to see some really good progress. Numbers in terms of the nature vegetation conserved in the Cerrado, upwards of 8,500 hectares. Lots of numbers in relation to the kind of carbon emissions savings. Really importantly, zero deforestation or conversion of any native vegetation within that scope. And it's delivered more than about 42,500 tons of verified deforestation and conversion-free soy in the main crop season last year. So it's a small pilot, but what we're looking for now is others to join us so that we can scale this and really start to create a bit of a snowball effect.
Yeah. Are you working with food companies at all on this, or is it just the retailers that are doing it?
We are open to all. So it has been led by a few of the UK retailers, but we have got a bit of interest and investment from a small manufacturer. We're really hoping that this will now scale. I guess the challenge to your question really is people's priorities. So for retail, our biggest deforestation risk commodity tends to be soy because of the nature of the products we sell. But for big FMCGs, CPG companies, the big brands, it tends to be more in the space of palm oil and areas like that. So where we need to try and get to is navigating that space so that we can find people that are, or organizations and entities that are willing to invest in what are really quite creative new financing mechanisms to test the theory of change. And if it can work in soy, it can work in other commodities as well. And so really, I would invite anyone that wants to have a conversation. I'm happy to have it, or the SIM team I know would certainly be as well.
So any Swedish supermarket chains in this room or watching, then this is the lady you need to speak to at Tesco's in the UK, and you can join in. And best of luck, Anna, with your work. We'd love to have you back on next year and see if you're still piloting, or whether you've actually now booming on this this finance initiative for sustainable soy in the Amazon. Congratulations. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we're going to go to the last guest in this session, and also joining us by the magic of Zoom, Jose Pugas or Pagas? Pugas, yeah? And great. And he's partner and head of sustainable investments and engagement at JGP Asset Management in Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil. We just had Anna on talking about some work that Tesco, you know, the supermarket's doing in Brazil to try and have deforestation-free soya, if I can put it as simple as that. Tell us about what you're up to, because you're working a lot with farmers, I understand. What's your solution here? What are you working on, Jose?
Perfect. And first of all, thanks for inviting me. It's always good to have the voice from the South discussing our problems here and how we can be protagonists on this transition. At JGP, as an asset management, there is highly focused on Brazilian market. A producing country for the agriculture is much more relevant for us. We are talking about how to survive economically to the transition. It's not an easy task when you see there's our economy so highly concentrated on commodity production as we are in Brazil. And we're talking about three main commodities, talk about corn, soya, and beef. And when you look at the grains, most of the grains are going to animal feeding. So as you may imagine, we are highly exposed to any regulatory change as it's happening now in the European Union or in the UK or in the on the way that people consume, going to plant-based diets or moving to cultivated meat in a very close horizon, time horizon. So when you talk with farmers about that, about the transition the world is passing through, the new regulations, the new habits on beef consumption and so on, they're not that aware, they're not that close to those new trends. So when you try to change, we need to understand that the farmers, they do not necessarily want to change. We want to change the farmers. So the responsibility is with us, not necessarily with them. When we move that perception, we start figuring that we are the ones that are pushing for the transformation. We need to give them the conditions to make the transition. And that's where we engage. That's where an asset management, financial company can engage on this discussion. First of all, we have to provide capital, patient capital to sustain the transition, the regenerative transition. If you are a soya producer, if you are a soya farmer, you already have established market. You need to change from one way of producing that we have that was already produced in the last 10 years or 3 generations to a new model. You need to justify why. And the justification must be through patient capital. And the best way to provide patient capital is through blended finance. Blended finance is a key word for us. Here at JGP Asset Management, we are developing many blended finance mechanisms. And currently, we have a pipeline of over $100 million in credit for farmers and for agroforestry producers and new models of producing to foster that transition based on the exponential roadmap for the food production transition. The second pressure that we apply are as active owners. We have to push off-taker companies. We have to push other banks, other financial institutions to provide better conditions for loans and other credit operations for the farmers who accepted the challenge of moving from a traditional way of producing to a new one.
Yep.
We have to understand that Brazil has a very strong domestic market. And we have a very strong connections to Chinese economy, to other economies that are less demanding on deforestation policies. So it's very easy for us when we apply pressure to have a leakage. They go to the domestic market or they go to the Chinese market or to other markets that are less demanding. The European market is not that much representative for us as the other markets are. So where the Europe can engage on that discussion, providing capital. European Union is a powerhouse for regulations and for the financial sector, not necessarily a powerhouse as a market, as an addressable market for our production. So we need to be engaged with the European Union and UK and other key players to help sponsoring those financial mechanisms to the farmers. When I say $100 million, it may seem much. It's not even scratching the need of that, the need of capital for the transition. And when you look at where the capital is, we can't count only with TFIs and MTPs. They're highly bureaucratic. We have to start counting on companies such as Tesco, Sainsbury, and many others, with traders, with the ones that are providing not only the demand for the products, but the capital as well. When you look to countries such as Brazil, less than 1/3 of the financing goes through banking system or the financial system. Most of the capital goes through traders, through barter, through commercial agreements. That's what finances our reality, our productive reality in Brazil, and not different in Argentina, Paraguay, or other places. The capital is not delivered through us, it's delivered through traders, through commercial agreements. So we need to push as investors, as active owners, we need to put pressure on those companies to provide better capital and better conditions, and to provide the necessary pressure to change the farming systems in places such as Brazil. So we have a limited position, but we need to do something.
Jose, this is very interesting because you're talking about a frontier of how you finance changes in agricultural systems to be more sustainable and less environmentally damaging. But you're pointing out that the landscape in Brazil is extremely different to, say, in Europe or North America. But what I'm hearing is that you have this challenge, but you're rising to the challenge. But what kind of agricultural changes are you trying to encourage by supporting these farmers? And secondly, what do you get out of it?
From the last question to the first one, the last question is getting money. So we are a financial company. We need capital. So to invest on regenerative agriculture, low carbon agriculture is the best way to assure your revenues. We can't have agriculture without discussing climate changes. So it's a question, it's a financial answer, much more than a moral positioning. So it's quite scalable, in our opinion. And the first question, what is the kind of agriculture we are trying to finance? What is the plan B for us? Regenerative agriculture, for sure. And zero deforestation, zero conversion for us is the prerequisites, not something that we want to promote. It's the necessary prerequisites to have access to our loans. But what we want to foster is restoration. It's what we call productive restoration. Not deforest is not enough anymore. We need to start reforestry, we need to start thinking on restoration. That's why we developed a fund with WWF, the multiplier fund, to finance productive restoration with the adoption of agroforestries. We need to think out of the box. We need to stop thinking about soya, corn, and beef and start thinking about other products, non-timber forest products. It can be a very strong economy sector for us in Brazil. And finally, we need to start thinking about the plan B for the animal-free transition. It's inevitable. So we need to start thinking on how to promote a fair transition for those farmers from traditional high-emitting farming production to low carbon and to other products, but that will not suffer, but they will be promoted with the animal-free transition that, in our opinion, will be in less than a decade, will be inevitable to happen.
Okay. My dear friend here, Owen Gaffney of the Exponential Roadmap, can you mention them just earlier, indeed, so that was great, wants to ask you a question.
Hey, Jose, it's really interesting what you're saying. Now I'm thinking with the new government in Brazil, with Lula coming to power, is that going to change the dynamics? Are we going to see some more, some bigger policies? Are we going to see some more rapid transformations? What's your hopes there?
Well, at least we can have a conversation now. Before, it wasn't impossible to have a conversation, to have the on high-level discussions. There is a discussion now to transform the Plano Safra. Plano Safra is the subsidized loans program for agriculture in Brazil, to move to low-carbon agriculture. So currently, we have only a share of this program going to low-carbon agriculture. Now will be all the package, the full package of Plano Safra will be dedicated to the low-carbon agriculture. What is incredible. But we need to help the government. We need to transfer expertise to the government. One of the challenges, for example, is about the carbon credit market. We don't have a compliance market in Brazil. Everything's a voluntary carbon market, and the smallholders are totally far away from that. A lot of pernicious agreements were delivered to some of the indigenous people in Brazil to sell the carbon credits with very cheap prices. So we need to start helping those the government to realize what is happening. The government is not ready to fully understand the green economy and the ecosystem services and all the revolution. So we need to promote expertise to the government. And finally, we are under a lot of fiscal pressure. The financial situation is not comfortable for the government. So we need to see how to adopt through blended finance support to the public policies. The government is really open to discuss that. We've been on the last 3 days with IPTT, the coalition of investors to promote public policies against deforestation with the government in Brazil. They were quite open to discuss. They want to support, they want to make the revolution happen, but they need support from our side as well. We are pressuring enough, but providing very few resources in response to the pressure that we are applying. So we need to coordinate, we need to be more coherent, provide pressure, but also provide solutions.
Okay. Jose, we're going to have to wrap up here, but I was very pleased that you mentioned the word regenerative agriculture as well. And it seems to me that if you can de-risk that initial 4 years or 3 or 4 years it takes to get off intensive agriculture to regenerative agriculture and de-risk it for the farmers, then that is an amazing activity, because after that, then their costs go down as farmers and less dependent on agrochemicals. So well done. Thank you very much for being with us. We have to move on here. Thanks very much indeed. And thanks to UNEP, by the way.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gail Galley, and I'm the co-founder of Project Everyone. But for the duration of this session, I'm the co-host also of a podcast called An Idiot's Guide to Saving the World. We will leave it to you to decide who's the idiots by the end of it. And I will introduce my co-host, who's coming live from New York in a second. But first of all, just to warm us up, I'm going to play a short audio of our series episodes to date.
Hello and welcome to An Idiot's Guide to Saving the World. I'm Loiso Matinga.
And I am Gail Galley.
In this series, we use the United Nations Plan for a Better World, aka the Global Goals, to help us identify who's already chipping away at the big problems and to see how average Joes like me
and me
can join in to become a positive force.
How are you going to handle, this line of I'm serious but I'm just going to be silly when we're talking about saving the world?
If we could speak about the problems and the solutions and with a bit of candor, I think we'd be more willing to speak about them more often. Let's move each other into action.
Let me get this in the water so it doesn't freeze. You don't want your kelp sitting out. When you ask the ocean what to grow, the amazing thing is it says, why don't you grow things that don't swim away and you don't have to feed? These zero input foods, no fresh water, no fertilizer, no feed, that take very little infrastructure, making it a really viable business with low overhead and incredibly sustainable. Yeah, nice and tan.
At Riverside, we set about codifying everything we did.
for the very precise reason to say we don't want to be the best school in the world, we want to be the best school for the world. And children across the world are telling us, I don't have to be 18 to make the world a better place. I'm doing it today.
One thing also is that we are prepared for increasing heat waves. And because our water is not managed well in peacetime, when we see heat waves, we are very, very prone now to moving to drought measures. So as the climate warms, we can expect to see more of that.
That sounds very British. So when the water runs out, then you'll see. Then we'll be tremendous.
You'll see us.
Yes. Then we'll win all the crickets.
We will pump it from the sea. We will pump it from the reservoirs. All right, let's be even more impressive. Let us sum up what we've learned today.
What we can all do to support zero hunger in the world. Okay, let's do it together. Go. Buy regeneratively grown food.
Yes, and learn from indigenous diets also.
Yes, and donate money to the World Food Programme.
Even schools feeding programs, you can support those too. Cut the must off your cheese.
I think we nailed it.
Oh, that was good.
Okay, so hopefully, thank you. Oh, hello.
Gail, how are you?
Well, I'm all right. How are you? Where are you?
I'm in Utopia. I'm already there. I'm reporting from, I see everyone else has got a Swedish background. This is what Sweden will be like in 2050. So just so you know, nobody moves. Nobody moves.
So welcome, Louisa Madinga, my co-host on An Idiot's Guide Saving the World. I have to say, I'm in Stockholm, and it's not far from that. I mean, I think this is literally the most paradisical city I've ever set foot in. Have you ever been here?
Not even once.
Well, I'm so sorry we couldn't fundraise all the money to get you here. Maybe next time, if anyone's watching and wants to get this idiot to join this idiot, because I am feeling very alone. I am hosting. I've got 2 earpieces in. You're just like sat behind a mic in your flat. I'm so lonely. How are we going to save? So how are we going to save the world? Thank God I've got some guests coming on. So. As I've just said, this is the first time we've done this live, is it not? But I believe you've been in front of live audiences many times, stand-up comedian Louisa Madinga. How's this one feeling for you?
This one's feeling good. I'm excited. I like trying out new technologies. I think that's kind of like what we're doing, right? Like we're talking about the technologies that'll help us change the world in a way. Zoom has done that. It's introduced to us new problems, like when you talk too long and the person hasn't moved, so you think, oh man, I'm going to repeat this now again because this person hasn't moved in 5 minutes. They're either frozen or bored to petrified levels. I wanted to come. Then I thought, you know what? I can't fly all the way there. My carbon footprint is killing me. So I'm taking that off. It's my new diet. I'm off the carbons. I'm off the carbons.
I'm carb free. Why has no one made that a thing? So maybe that's where we've been going wrong. We've been trying to tell everybody to reduce their carbon emissions, whereas loads of people are like, I'm off carbs. Yeah. Right? That is what we should 100% be doing. Yes. We should be getting people to give up carbs. People love that.
I don't think it'll be hard to tell people, you know what, eat all the bread you want, just count your carbons rather. Then everyone will be like, oh, yes, I'm saving the world. I'm not flying to Sweden. I'm just eating bread in my mouth. I think we just solved it. Goodbye, everybody. It's been a pleasure.
Good night, Stockholm. No, I don't, but I do think we're setting this up well for our role as idiots in saving the world, as we've just decided that we simply need to eat more bread and that'll be fine. We are talking today, actually, about we've got some guests first up who are going to join me on stage. So I'm going to ask you in a while just to mute yourself and watch and listen and maybe come back with some more genius ideas like giving up carbs. And then on the other side of that, we're going to have you come back. I'd like you to tell me what you make. Tell me how I've done. And then we'll have some more friends join us on screen and we can have another one of our episode chats live. So is that good with you?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm always excited. We've gotten to meet some amazing people, so
we have.
I hope today you've got a nice little roster for me to.
Well, I think we've got some pretty cool folk. Yeah, I think we have. So you tell me after the break. See you in a while. So if I can ask you all to welcome our guests to the stage. I can't believe I've got through the first link without actually making anything go wrong with the technology. He's there. Honestly, normally I record from the shed in my garden, and he records from a cupboard in his Manhattan apartment, which is the only place that there's any degree of quiet. And we don't even manage that. So far, so good. Hi, team.
Hi.
Hey.
Thanks for joining me. So we are going to spend the next half an hour or so having a chat about how can we foster the right atmosphere for innovation and entrepreneurs to solve the climate crisis. And I'm so pleased because we've got experts from across the piece sat in front of me. And I'm going to start with you, Sarah, I think, if I may. Would you please introduce yourself? I feel like a chat show host, so I'm going to act a bit like one. Tell us your name, where do you come from, and what do you do?
Hi, thanks for having me. My name's Sarah Hunter. I am, I guess, a policy and technology expert. I spent the last 14 years at Google, advising all kinds of crazy technologists on government relations. And now I'm on the board of various organisations, including the UK's new Advanced Research Invention Agency. So ask me about technology secrets.
God, that doesn't often come together, sort of UK exciting invention, but how thrilling. So you've really been a policy expert, I think, as long as, certainly for the last 10, 12 years, you'd say? Sure. How do you see the world of policy, which is a sort of, I see it as the kind of umbrella under which all of the great stuff has to happen. Do you see it keeping up? Because I think in this sector, in the technology sector, and the climate sector more than anything, the innovations are coming thick and fast, the science is coming thick and fast. Do you see the worlds of government and policymakers as keeping up?
Short answer, no. And, you know, I don't think it's for lack of trying. I think government is very aware that they are behind the times in terms of technology. And it's partly because technology does move so. I mean, I think we feel that as real people as well, don't we? No sooner have we learnt one new app than something new comes along, you know, the next day. So I don't think it's surprising they're behind, but I also think it's partly because most policymakers in the West certainly are sort of arts graduates. They're not technologists or scientists themselves, whereas countries like Taiwan or Singapore, you've got a lot more engineers and scientists in roles of responsibility in government, and they tend to be a bit better informed. But no, I think government as a whole is very behind on technology, and that is a problem, particularly in the space of climate.
I think I've told you this before. I used to run an advertising agency, and I remember once a delegation of ministers coming to make a cultural review of the sector and of digital technologies. And as they left, they really chuckled and said, "Oh, this YouTube thing. Do you think it's going to take off?" I mean, YouTube had been invented comfortably 10 years earlier. I mean, it was absolutely bananas. So my faith in the UK government, at least at that point, was not so high. You've obviously worked with many governments in your time. I'm thinking about at X. You came up with all these amazing advances, many of them in climate, but some of them not. So feel free to answer from any of that portfolio. But can you help us understand maybe the journey that you go on when, as a big innovative company, you come up with something that you want to put into the world, but you have to get through the kind of local or the national policy frameworks and systems? Anything that you remember as being an interesting time that we can maybe draw some lessons from?
Yeah, I mean, there's been some, certainly in the technology field as a whole, there's lots of successes. You know, I worked for many years on self-driving cars, and there, actually, the US federal government was really excited and very supportive of the technology being brought to market really quickly, and so we're very helpful and sort of creative in coming up with ways to sort of help the policy move along. In the climate space, I think, actually, it's the first time I've ever seen a sector where the government and the startups really want things to come to market really quickly. Like, for the first time ever, I think the interests are really aligned. You know, if we let the market decide, then yes, climate tech will happen, we will all change to renewables, but it's not going to happen quick enough. And so actually you do need policy to intervene to change those market dynamics. And actually I think governments around the world get that that's important and that their role is to be part of that set of solutions.
I'll just go back on that driverless cars example for a second, because I remember the threat. I am quite scared of driverless cars. But I remember the idea of it being born. And that does feel like ages ago. and we still haven't got cars whizzing around without drivers in them. Is that a policy lag? Is that because it's fundamentally a bad idea? Was I right all along? Why is that taking longer to come to market? And are there learnings that are relevant to climate?
Well, I mean, the truth is, if you lived in Arizona, you would see empty cars driving around because it is happening in many places in the US. It's a technology thing, to be honest. I think the companies realise that you can't rush these things which have safety implications. So it's just going to take longer than even the technologists hope for. But I think there is a lesson for climate, which is so much of climate tech has got a physical footprint. It's not just on our phones, magic overnight, like it feels like technology is. Actually, climate tech is hardware. It's, direct air capture in the ground. It's green hydrogen plants. It's really physical things. And those do take time. And sometimes it takes time because you're building things, like you can't magic it up overnight. But sometimes it takes time because there are local policy sort of, you have to jump over various sort of rules and regulations to get things built. You have to check with the community. You have to get permission to do things. And that is where I think government could be faster, helping facilitate those opportunities to build things on the ground quicker than the normal processes allow.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to that human side of things in a sec. But for now I'm going to come to Maya. So Maya, you let me ask you to introduce yourself.
Absolutely. I am Maya Rebermark from Future Earth, who is one of the biggest networks of researchers in the world. And we basically, there's about 40,000 different people all across the world working to collaborate for advancing research for transformations towards sustainability across multiple different themes. And I think what was really interesting for me is the kind of the other side of the technology story as well, is the magical technology that we already have within, the natural world that has been stabilizing our systems for such a long time. And we have a lot of work that focuses on biodiversity, on, kind of securing what in some terms we call the global commons. And the Earth Commission that I am the comms director for, we are the researchers that have come together to kind of really look at this complex interaction between natural systems and between human, social, and kind of ecological systems but critically from a well-being and justice perspective, to actually bring those two knowledge systems together to quantify what is a safe planet, but also what is a just one for people. And so that will be out quite soon. We're really, really excited about bringing that out into the world because it enables this kind of measurement, but also a health check of how are we performing, not just in the climate sphere, but actually across many other different areas of protection within the biosphere that help to accelerate climate action. And without including them, then we're not going to be hitting those goals, the Paris goals.
I mean, there's so much in that, isn't there? I mean, I have come across that work before. We've worked a little bit together already. It's everything that you're trying to encompass there into a sort of dashboard almost of how we're doing.
Yes and no. I mean, I think that, the science, and this is also in the terms of how we engage with policy, because there is multiple different ways that Future Earth and the Earth Commission tries to help support evidence-based policy making through, you can think of traditional reports to international policy, but also then collaborating with large coalitions who maybe move within different spaces. So the Earth Commission is the scientific cornerstone of a group called the Global Commons Alliance, who have the same ambition to steward the global commons so that everyone on the planet and the planet can thrive, but crucially working in different spaces. So we have science component, and the Earth Commission is that. We also have a media component that works with telling these stories to media across the world. And critically, we have the Science-Based Target Network, who are aligned in this vision of enabling protecting and working towards stewarding the global commons, but to translate the science of the Earth Commission into methodologies for cities and businesses to set science-based targets. So you have the kind of the movement of the system, an ecosystem of action, a knowledge dissemination ecosystem as well.
You need a whole system for communicating it, though, don't you? Because I remember about 4 years ago being at an event at a Goals House, and we were bringing to light a new report on the ocean, and the author's report was there. The report's author was there, and the room, it was okay. Like, it was sort of well attended. There was about 22 people at a breakfast. She was really pleased because she said she'd read on the way there that the average readership of any scientific report is 2.5 people. And she said, when you take the author out and your mum out, that's kind of incremental spread. So she thought 20 or 22 was like really good going. And obviously the work you are doing and leading or communicating on behalf of is from a vast array of sources and scientists. Do you feel that that knowledge and those messages and those methodologies, like you say, do you think they filter all the way through to policymakers? And if so, have you seen that happen in a way that is exciting, or is there an example that you can say that feels like it's getting through?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do, and I don't think it's a simple, process at all. It's like there's multiple layers. But I mean, for example, there are decision makers and policy makers or individuals who influence policy in many different spaces. There can be local government, there's national government, there's international collaborations, and then there's also business and economic decision makers who, by the way that businesses operate, there's also this kind of alignment of what do businesses need and what does also policy and regulation need to fit with that acceleration. So we work all over the place in that respect. And for example, this year we, in January, took a sneak peek of the forthcoming science to the World Economic Forum to present, the kind of top-line overview of what this message, this direction of travel needs to be. So that's obviously a large platform for a specific audience, but then at the same time, we're also working really closely with our collaborators and our coalitions to go to COPs with big, messages and presenting and delivering reports into negotiators' hands to ensure that we're touching as many different spaces as possible. So there's from all directions across the system, really. And then of course there's the direct routes that the Earth Commission is not directly part of, but some of our authors are IPCC authors as well. And so those pathways that have the connection between directly into UN processes for science and for scientists are, one of the most robust and important kind of processes there. Huge collaboration all over the world, thousands of scientists. And I, personally think they're absolute heroes. These people give their time for free and work like mad to ensure that the most credible, up-to-date science is in the hands of international policymakers.
It's sort of mind-blowing. It sounds like there's a kind of dark web equivalent of sort of science and knowledge pinging around the universe that people can draw down on when it is they need it. So I'm actually going to now come to you, Bengt. Why don't you tell us who you are and where do you come from and what do you do?
Where do I come from? My name is Bengt, obviously. It's a very Swedish name. I am from southern Sweden. I grew up there, and when I was small, you asked me to introduce myself. So actually, I remember right now, I used to go and pick up amber on the beaches in southern Sweden. And then later in life, it turns out I'm actually picking up plastic. So my dream became like, let's pick up amber again. So that's the purpose of the companies I'm working with. I am what they call a serial environmental entrepreneur. Mm-hmm. So I remember some time ago, just a few years ago, I was in London. I was going to sell my company. I was a little bit nervous, and I was going to sign the contract. So I just went into a place, and I wanted to drink something healthy and natural. And I was thinking, what can I get here? I was like, oh, ginger is natural. So I ordered a ginger ale. It turns out when I looked at the ingredients in this plastic bottle that doesn't look very natural, and there was no traces of ginger in it was all artificial. So I always want to do natural, nice products, and I then returned to Sweden, and I sold my company eventually to Unilever and want to take it a bit easy, but went to the ocean. This is a few years ago before we started to talk, and we knew about what the problem was in the ocean. So we were trying to spread the gospel and talk about it, and it was quite hard at the time. And we wanted to research, and I started to travel around in the world and say, what is the problem? Where does the plastic come from in the ocean? And we did statistics, and we found these plastic bottles, and it's from cigarettes and many different objects. So I wanted to do something about that. And then in my travels, I was in Bermuda, and I met a researcher, a PhD guy, and we were like going to do plastic research to see how much the plastic level increases in the oceans and try to have actions for that. This researcher was also a diver, a very nice guy with a PhD. He says, you don't need to research all of this. I dive, and when I wake up in the morning, I look in the surface, and I see millions or thousands of small plastic particles. You just need to solve it. And he said that humans created all this mess. We live in a cool world. We have phones and computers, and we can fly. And there's just the small side effects that came out. And we don't see that until it's like all over the place, in the ocean or in the air. So my first company was an air purification company, and my big investment now, or my work in time and everything, is in trying to solve this issue. How do we come up with solutions to reduce plastic in the ocean? So that's what I work with. And then I have started a company called Blue Water. I'm sitting here in this big room with my 2 water bottles, and I work a lot on trying to solve that. And one of the things we have is we have noticed, like how you buy your water across the world, and it's shipped everywhere. Like you have French brands, they're shipped across the world and from islands around the world, like Fiji. It's like, why do we ship water? It's like we don't ship electricity in small packages and with batteries. We use the mains, but for the water, like, oh, let's transport it. Like it was a water waste. Like it's terrible. So then we were thinking, how can we make this water locally so we don't have to send it across the whole world? So let's try to do the water locally, purify the water that is there. And let's come up with sustainable bottles that you can reuse. Our logotype is round, so it's like, if you can't reuse it, refuse it. So we are about, in our company, trying to solve these issues with the distribution. So we have a water purification area. So we have the best water purifiers in the world. We call them the blue water makers after our company. And they're very sustainable, and they can basically clean all waters of all pollutants. There's sadly enough so much pollutants in our water, and you need an RO system. We have the most sustainable system we worked on for 7 years for this, and then we have invented a lot of different water bottles so that you can refill it locally. We have 10,000 stations across the US that you can refill your water in. And so I'm like, I talk like enthusiastically like an entrepreneur. So we want to solve the issue. So from this gentleman in Bermuda, we were like thinking, instead of researching, let's do it. So we called ourselves the friendly, indunative doers. So we were about like, let's do it and let's fix it. And I had opportunity quite early on. I was invited to the founder of Spotify, Niklas Zennström, and for a little small event because I was in the water thing, and he's kind of my neighbor. And then the Crown Princess was there. And there was a discussion, what are we going to do about this plastic and the pollution in the ocean? Niklas is very much into the environment. And then we were like, is it government or is it we who are going to do something? I was saying, because then everybody says the government should do something. We were like, well, let's start by ourselves and try to get rid of, live without plastic, for example, live a healthy lifestyle, and we will learn from that and figure out what to do. So that's what I've been working on. And we now have a company called Blue Water, where we purify water around the world. Like we were working with Ocean Race in South Africa. They were out of water. Like an Ocean Race comes there on a sustainability mission. They want to bring in water bottles and plastics. Like we can't do that. So we fixed that. We purified local water. So we do purify local water and we mineralize it. And we make beautiful bottles and all kind of sizes and so on.
So can I just ask you, and I'm going to like cross-reference between Sarah and you. So you're obviously innovating and I'm going to make up a word, entrepreneuring from the ground up, or from the water up. And Mai, actually, both of you are working in a kind of top-down policy and science-driven way from the top. How did you, I suppose, Sarah, particularly see the likes of what you know and the science and the policy reaching the entrepreneurs? And then I'll come back to you, Bengt, and say, how do you rely on or ignore what comes down at you from a policy level? But first of all, how do you connect what the policy framework is to the entrepreneurs to get the products out the door?
Well, I'm a huge supporter of, entrepreneurship is, to my mind, where change comes from. Entrepreneurs are the most, sort of determined, resilient, energetic people I've ever worked with. And so actually, if you want to change things, I always say bring an entrepreneur into the situation. And actually, often policy is not a problem. Like often it's just sort of there and it's not an issue. But when it is an issue, when there's a regulation or locally or nationally that you run into when you're trying something new, I often find bringing the entrepreneur face to face with the policymaker to explain, actually, we've got a common interest. You know, what you're talking about, ministers around the world would be thrilled to know that there are ways to cheaply and renewably get more clean water into the country. And their first question would be, well, how can we help? You know, most policymakers want the same things that you want. The challenge is then getting the policy changed in order to facilitate it. And how do you sort of prioritize that over all the other things they've got going on? So often I find the conversation is a really constructive one. Most governments around the world want to help entrepreneurs somehow. It's just getting it done is the hard bit, because they have 100 other things they have to be doing.
Yeah, of course. But do the conversations happen? Do the spaces get made? Like, for example, I can only imagine how complex a sector water is. I mean, you were in air before that. It doesn't get much more vital than that. So I can only imagine that is quite heavily regulated, controlled. You know, it's important that there are good policies around water. Do you find yourself... have you been to see ministers and policymakers? How do you interact with that world?
I was mentioning before how we worked together with, had a meeting and we said, should the government do this or shall we do? And we started by ourselves. And the Crown Prince has also now started to pick up plastic, and she learned, and the little future Crown Princess also is doing that. So that was like by people, and we thought the government will take forever. And I think we have environmental ministers here in Stockholm, and we had one here visiting. And I think I think we should love them because they've been like very quick to react, for example, on plastic. So they have like put the goals. So the industry now is like trying to catch up. So we are like very fortunate, like we live in a great world. We have a government setting rules and regulations. So for example, we need clean water and we need no plastic solutions. So the government is like actually, and the policymakers, they are like putting in laws that forces these companies to do something. And before they were like, oh, people don't want it, but people want it and people understand it. And now, thanks to that, there's a race for plastic-free packaging, for example. And there's so much plastic. I mean, I was like, a French manufacturer makes 2 billion bottles of plastic every year, and the company Unilever makes, and other ones, they make up to 2 billion a day. So there's a lot of wasted plastic in the world, and so that's the challenge that we work on. And there is no solution, for example, for paper or plastic-free bottles yet. But I actually have.
Is there though? I think that he's teeing himself up. He's got something hiding behind the table. That is going to be a world first, live. Go.
Yes. So here we go. I brought this big jacket on.
It's a big reveal.
We'll give you a short view, but it's going to be the world's first paper bottle, and we've been working on this for many years. It's a totally new technology, and
put it on the table.
Yeah, but it's so new. But it's like
you don't have any copies.
We're going to do the first shots in our machine here in Sweden, where we do the material and the bottle out of fully paper. So that's like the pressure is on, and I would say that's an example. And we have lots of huge companies interested in this technology.
I'm sure.
Because there's a legacy, policymakers have driven them and the people. So yes, so a little bit, yes, I think it's great. Policymakers have helped us a lot. And,
but I think, I mean, to your point, like, you are in a world where actually in the plastics world, like I think policymakers have been very quick to intervene and engage in it. There are other areas where policymakers, all they are hearing is, some very depressing science, and corporates, sort of traditional players in their world, who say, well, there's not that many solutions available other than very difficult decisions. Enormous carbon taxes are the things you have to do, or you have to put a lot of money, public money, into changing systems, and that's very hard, I think, for policymakers to hear. What they don't hear is an entrepreneur coming and go, there's another way, and that is what actually people like I try and do, is say, it doesn't always have to be lose-lose. There are ways to help reduce carbon and to grow the economy at the same time. It's just not in the way that we've done it in the past. Yeah. And I think that's hard for policymakers to hear.
I mean, I would add on that, you know, in terms of solutions, that they can also come from many different places. And a lot of the science, certainly that we're working with and communicating to different groups, is that it may be a tough message in the beginning, but actually also it's about generating solutions for the pathways for how do we progress, how do we actually get out of this scenario and go towards a future where we are living within certain limits, because, you know, there are both planetary and social limits about what can be maintained. And I think in terms of, you know, a holistic overview, because we talked briefly in the green room about, you know, trade-offs. If you focus on one issue sometimes, there may be unseen circumstances or knock-on effects that are happening in places where, you know, a business opportunity might not be able to identify. And so one of the many important things about science, but also evidence-based policy making, is that can feed and help to guide businesses, entrepreneurs, policymakers, that when you're making a set of decisions, that you've also got an overview of the broad holistic picture. And I think when we're thinking about climate as well, you know, we need all the action that we can to be getting towards net zero. We also need to be thinking and looking at what are the other systems, the other, you know, planetary systems or global commons that we need to also preserve and stabilize to help us on that journey. So, I mean, I think from our perspective, one of the innovations for policymakers and business is that, you know, these Earth system boundaries that will be coming out of the Earth Commission, coming from a place of scary context to avoid tipping points, but actually showcasing a pathway for how we can live within a good space, which will also be able to inform science-based targets for businesses and cities. So that there's this kind of like shared knowledge space where I think, you know, all three of our entry points here is also something that, you know, we need holistic responses to actually a really interconnected set of problems.
Yeah, I also think we need them really fast, don't we? I know this is this platform, We Don't Have Time, is always about solutions, and I know today has been talking about exponential solutions. I feel like we need exponential leaps in things like communication, understanding, and also interventions. I think sometimes you really need, whether it's a government or a system, to really make a bold move. So I'm going to pivot on to thinking about which bold moves have you seen that have affected your work and enhanced your work. And maybe, Sarah, I'll start with you thinking about what's recently happened in America with the Inflation Reduction Act, for example, which I know some people will be familiar with, but maybe not everyone. So maybe give us a brief headline as to what that is, and what have you seen as someone who's been working in America now, come back to Europe, but what is it about that act that has sort of exponentially shaken things up?
Yeah, it's great. And anyone who works in a climate tech environment is all about the IRA at the moment, to be honest. It's a piece of legislation, and there were another two pieces of legislation before that sort of were also in this space. But in short, it's putting hundreds of billions of dollars of public money and tax relief into lots of different forms of carbon reducing technology, for everything from green hydrogen production to solar, from things that are ready to be scaled to things that haven't even been invented, like nuclear fusion. And so in the climate technology space, it is the first biggest investment, if you like, by a government that could be transformative for lots of these industries to get off the ground and start going. What's also interesting about it is that a lot of the money comes with obligations on climate justice, on hiring people locally, on community engagement, that again are very radical and try to, I think, bring together these, you know, interests of the different planetary boundaries. It's not just about carbon reduction, it's also about human rights, it's also about equity. There's lots of different things they're trying to do there. And reduce the inflation. So like there's jobs involved too. So it's very radical, it's very big, and I think already you've got other governments who have realized they have to make similar sort of interventions themselves. So, you know, in a great way, there is government competition now to be more and more radical and more supportive of climate tech, because there are companies who are based in Europe and China who are talking about moving to the US in order to benefit from some of this. Like it will not just help grow these industries and help the US reduce its carbon, it will also help their economy.
So it sounds like a brilliant thing. How did it come about? Like, was it driven by science? Is it science-based?
Well, from I mean, I'm not in the Biden administration, but from what I understand, a lot of the climate activists in the US had been very involved in developing this. And there's a lot of people from previous administrations who've come back in to help administer it. Bits of the DOE have been trying to do this sort of stuff for a long time and now have the powers and the money to do it. So there's lots of sort of long-standing, very respected government officials and activists within the climate movement who've worked together to develop this, and it is transformative.
It sounds like a really good case of what happens when you do get all the voices coming together to make a genuine systems change and an intervention. Maya, what have you seen of similar ilk? Have you seen anything that has galvanised your world? I'm thinking particularly from the research and science sectors.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point as well, I think it's an excellent example of what can happen when you bring different expertise, different perspectives, different actors together to actually mobilize in a direction. And I think, for me, I mean, just reflecting on personally things that have felt motivating for me, because, the science, we're not in a great place. We have to move very, very quickly, and it can be quite tough when we see some of the projections. But one of the things that really keeps me going is the incredible privilege of working with some of the scientists that I get the opportunity to in future. The dedication, the amount of excellent science that is being produced all over the world and fed into all sorts of regions to help governments and businesses push forward in how and where to innovate that can have the most impact. And I think that it's not a specific example of a moment, but it's a momentum that I also see in a lot of the coalitions that we work with, the Global Commons Alliance, the Future Earth community. It's extraordinary what can be achieved when many different types of expertise from many different parts of the world can get together to facilitate change. I think really.
I've heard a lot lately discussions on things like outrage and optimism, and of people writing about this. Is there a tension between momentum and perfection? And I'm interested in your view, because coming from a scientific community, scientists like to be perfect, don't they, before they publish anything, and then they have to get someone else to check it, and everyone has to say it's all right. But there is no time. We have no time.
Yeah.
How do you navigate that, especially as the comms director?
It's a challenge. This feels very political to be sitting on the stage talking about it. But I mean, but it's true. It's true, and it's important, because it's not with science that is really critical for decision making and for communicating in a way that people can understand. You have to take it down to a level that the audience can relate to if you're non-expert and you're not technical in that respect, but you also have to do it in a way that is so sensitive to the nuances of what that research is actually discovering or presenting as results, because misinformation or disinformation is so rife, and also the integrity of that work. So it's not an easy kind of circle or set of hoops to jump through with communication. But I think in there it's so critical. Again, these networks of different groups. There's so much that you can do potentially, with maybe one project of science communication, but taking it out and holding hands and linking arms with other partners that you're helping to inform and co-shape and co-develop things with, means that you can also take information out in different formats to different places and help inform across the board. So there isn't a perfect science to it. It is very much evolving. There are traditional methods. There are radical collaboration methods. There is working with partners a few steps removed to help bring stuff to fruition. But it's a very exciting space as well.
It does feel like an exciting time, even if there is no time. And I think what I'm hearing is the importance of we've just got to keep it moving.
Yeah.
So I think also in that vein, we're almost out of time for this section. But Bengt, I'm going to give you the last question as the as the user and recipient of all the knowledge and all the information to put into your business. Is there something pivotal that's happened to you in your journey that's gotten you to where you are? And or is there something that if it could just happen, then that would take you forward in an exponential manner?
I think it's about connecting to your heart, what you want and what you love, and that's one thing that's been guiding us. And people have kept asking me, like, what's your business plan? And I am so tired of this business plan. So we have something called the Planet Plan. So we want to have the dashboard we talked about. So we want to have the dashboard, how we can fix certain things in the world and follow that. So follow your heart. And we work in a coalition with a lot of other companies about something called Blue Purpose or Blue Water Foundation, where we try to measure things differently instead of like in our Planet Plan. So that's how we work in our Blue Purpose organization, trying to measure what we do for the planet instead of like the cash.
Business.
So then it's like you have a whole new, it's a way of life instead of something money driven. Thank you.
Oh, I love that. Well, anyone who's watching, I think you should immediately stop writing your business plans, rip them up and turn them into planet plans. Thanks so much. Thanks, Bengt. Thanks, Maya. Thanks, Sarah. And we'll see everybody coming next. Feel free to leave. Thanks, guys. Okay. Now I think we're going to be joined again by Luiso from New York, who I hope has been keeping up. I'm exhausted, Luiso. There's very clever things being talked about. I'm feeling like an idiot. How can you bring up the IQ for a sec? What do you reckon?
Yeah, you're also saying very optimistic things like, I hope he's been keeping up. I haven't. I've been pretending to listen. I'm glad you just made a point of saying this is for an idiot's guide to saving the world, so people don't assume we're the people bringing any kind of value to this conversation. No, we just know some people.
Low bar. Yeah, we know some clever people, which is a great start. But honestly, what did you make of all that? It's big stuff. I mean, I'm always mind blown by, there's all this enormous amount of dark web research, science, technology, policy going on, and then someone has to make the paper bottle. Like, that's a big funnel, isn't it?
Yeah, to come all the way down to that, it's I don't know how they do it, frankly, because I mean, if we were just listening to, I think it was Maya who was talking about the world that she was working in, and it just sounds so complex. I don't know how you actually even get anything done when you have that many partners and people and politicians to talk to. I mean, I think that's why they have the think tanks. The think tanks, I think, is where everything happens. I've never been to one myself. I think it's people who are professional face contortionists and sound makers. They just get together in a think tank and and you think nothing is happening. But that group then gets taken and moved to the next tank, which is the what were you thinking tank. This is where you get to actually share your ideas in your what were you thinking tank. And you hear, I mean, it reminds me of brainstorm sessions when I was in my advertising days. And I had a wonderful, wonderful Austrian producer who would listen to our ideas 10 p.m. the night before we had a client presentation. And, you know, very Austrian. So you would present your idea. Maybe we should shoot this indoors and it would save us a lot of money. And she would look at you with all the seriousness of an Austrian woman and say, that's a stupid idea. Why would you even say that? So why would you suggest that? It's a horrible idea. And, you know, you need the rethink tanks to get these ideas done, because I have no idea how anyone's gotten to the solutions that we have, because you walk into a retail store these days, and it is just hard decisions to make. It's plastic everywhere, even on the vegetables, which makes no sense. The humble banana, God's greatest invention, the best packaging in the world. God made bananas on the same day he made Salma Hayek. It was a Sunday in his basement. He needed a reason to avoid Mother God. She was on her. Anyway, so he was down there making bananas, perfectly packaged. It protects the fruit inside. It keeps it at the right temperature. It's for eating. You know, you could have the dirtiest hands and you can eat a banana. You could peel it and just straight up eat it. It's But what do? We put the banana in styrofoam, and then we put it in cling wrap, and we cling wrap that, and then we put it in a little box, a little cardboard box, and then we cling wrap that cardboard box with a little window on the top, so you can look inside and watch your bananas over-ripen before you get to eat them. It's really quite something. So you grab all this stuff, and then you got to head to the cashier. You got to head to the cashier with all your plastic wrapped vegetables. And then she goes, would you like a plastic bag? And you must now get, your moment to be like, no, I brought my bag. You know, the bag, the one you get to be smug about. Like, no, I have a bag, ma'am. But last minute purchases do not come with bags. No one ever has their bag on a last minute purchase. It goes into the drawer that says in only, and we never see that bag ever again. So now you can't, because you feel guilty. People like, we have Sean coming up in the next, she's from Plastic Free. I hear her voice every time I interact with plastic. So sometimes when I get to the cashier, I will just carry everything. I will carry everything to my car and then have to put it on the roof of my car so I can just open my car. It's hard, is what I'm saying. Someone needs to solve my life.
We all do it.
I can see the world struggling, but my life needs the most solving. And I'm glad we always have the kind of people on here who are actually like moving the needle towards where we need to go. But we are running out of time. So what your point was, which is let's get on with it, is the most important thing.
I think the biggest
important thing.
I just can imagine you've been listening to the first three panelists and you've been just trying to work out how does a think tank work. So you've got people in tanks chewing their faces off to think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you are keeping up. I think you might have to work a bit harder. Because we've got 4 people coming now who are also equally clever, so 4 of them, and we're going to attempt to interview them together, even though you're there in funny Swedish utopia and I'm on set. So do you think we're going to pull that one off for our first ever live podcast?
Oh yeah, that whole ramble was just me attempting to hopefully tell the people we're going to talk to now to dumb it down. Okay? Simplify. This is a podcast. Forget all these other things that have happened on this convention. You're not talking to those people anymore. You're talking to average Joes.
I think you've done
so
it.
Please.
I think please dumb it down. That sounds like one of those drinking ads. Please drink responsibly.
Yes, please present responsibly. Not for people with IQs under 18.
Are our other guests ready to join? I'm wondering, this is like...
Oh, yes. And also, I didn't mention before we started this, we've had a great season on the podcast. We've had so many mic drop moments that is how I measure any conversation I have now. So in the last session, I will give my mic drop moment to Bengt, who said, if you can't reuse it, refuse it. And,
that was very that was very nice.
We know,
round of applause in the audience here. Yeah,
and we know that it's true because it rhymes.
Thumbs up from Bent and the Wings. Well done. I would have also given him the mic drop for rebranding a business plan as a planet plan. That was quite.
Yes, but you're very whorish with your giving of the mics, which is why I handle that department in this podcast. So you can buy your own mics to give off. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I feel like really strung out to dry here, alone on the stage, waiting in the loneliness of Zoom that the other guests do or don't come in. Are we joining them?
I want to bring them in. The more time we have with them, the better.
Well, I think
they are waiting. I can see them on my screen. You can't, because I am privileged.
How come you got into the special viewing room? I've got 2 earpieces in and I've got no idea what's going on.
I'm in the future. I don't know why you ask me how I'm doing anything.
You do look like you're in the future, actually.
Bananas aren't wrapped here. So I just I want you to know how much better life is on my side of the room.
So I did let on before you joined that normally I'm in a shed and you're in your cupboard in Manhattan. And I'd like you to paint the picture where you actually are, because I know you're not where you look like you are. That is for sure. Where are you?
I am in my cupboard.
Are you?
I haven't even made the bed in my cupboard. I'm so glad we're on Zoom.
So who gave you that? Who gave you that beautiful background? Then was that We Don't Have Time?
I googled
Stockholm.
Utopia. I googled Utopia, and there were no black people. So I don't know what part of Google this is, but it's not representative. I don't know what happened to the blacks. They all got skin lightening creams.
Thank God everyone else has joined at that point before it got really awkward. Hi, everyone. You could not have joined at a better time. Oh, God, they're all smiling, which means they heard what you just said. Hi, everyone. Thank
everyone.
you so much for coming in. I apologize in advance for anything else Louisa goes on to say. Thank you so much for joining us here on the stage at We Don't Have Time, Stockholm Climate Week, and our first ever experimental, shall we call it, edition of An Idiot's Guide to Saving the World. We've just had, as you were probably watching, a really good conversation with some people talking about the macro landscape that is the research, science, technology and policy world, all the way down to a fab innovator who gave us an incredibly tantalizing preview of what a paper bottle is going to look like. And then he whipped it off again. But it is exciting to think about it. And I'm excited to talk to you all because you are all, I'd say, we're moving into the frontline practice of things. And then we're also going to get into the frontline impact of those things on all people all the time. So let's kick off with, I'm going to start with Michael, I think. Michael Smith, hello. Tell us where you're coming in from and introduce yourself. Tell us what you're up to and why you're here.
Thank you for having me. That was a very tough act to follow. I'm in Santa Barbara in California, so it's morning here and excited to join you. I was a founder. I sold some businesses and I was in a position to make positive change in the world. And I was looking around and things were breaking down and I wanted to do something about it. So started using capital as a way to address different systemic issues I was seeing in the form of climate tech, and got a lot of great experience, and then set up a fund called Regeneration about 3 years ago, addressing exactly the problem of the banana that was just discussed. So it turns out of everything in our world, 93% of it ends up in a landfill or an ocean or a natural system. Almost nothing's being reused right now. Those are just the realities of modern living, and we can do something about it. It takes a systems change. We call it circular economy, and that's what we invest in. So we're looking at consumer industries, apparel, packaging, food, consumer products. How do we make things better, the things that go into the products that we're consuming, the brands and services, and then reuse to keep things out of landfill, keep it flowing, and upgrade the system. So thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here for the conversation.
Well, let me just pick up on that for a sec, because I've heard we know each other. In fact, confession, we all know each other. Great. And we have been talking, haven't we, about the sort of a new slot. It's not just climate tech. We're going to try and get into this concept of consumer climate tech. So can you just unpack that a little bit as a concept and explain how does it lead you to invest in the businesses that you are investing in?
Right. So a lot of climate tech, it's very exciting. We're just hearing about, novel approaches to energy and cars and all sorts of areas. But the food we eat, the clothes we wear, the products we consume are upwards of 70% of global emissions. They're a huge emitter, and it will require hardware and software solutions from big consumer industries, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Apple, Amazon, committing to making things differently, to having new processes and taking things back, repairing things, fixing things. It's a whole new set of tactics that we're going to need, and we call those consumer climate technologies. And as a fund, Regeneration is looking to put capital into, accelerate them, get them into market, get their technology readiness levels up. That was a high IQ term, and make them viable so we can all, share them, not just, the wealthiest, but really democratize this technology, bring it to the world, and really make people feel good about, their purchases and engage them, allow governments and corporates to make good on the commitments that they've made by 2025, 2030. How do we actually hit those things? So consumer climate tech is needed to enable that transition, if you will.
Please don't highlight the moments that we probably won't understand. I think people are kind of safely assumed at this point. But could you expand on what is currently working in this space, and what needs to be really changed either on the policy side or on the consumer side for things to ramp up?
Well, the good news is on the consumer side, there's so much interest in demand, particularly in younger generations, this is in many times the number one most important issue that, folks a little younger than myself are thinking about, and even really all ages are. The costs are obviously an issue, but regulation is what's exciting. And unlike in other parts of climate tech, for what we do, the Circular Economy Action Plan of the EU is the driving legislation for how everything's going to be made. You're not going to be able to buy a shirt that doesn't have a product passport telling you how it was made, who made it, if it got repaired, if it got resold. You're not going to be able to say something's environmental if it's not. You're going to have to prove it with science-based targets. You can't burn clothes anymore and things like that, just to give you some examples. So the grown-ups in the room right now are the EU, and they're really pushing forward on how things are being made. California, where I am, is looking to the EU, so is New York, so are other countries. So there's a lot of positive momentum regulatory-wise. And then the biggest companies in the world are saying they're going to do this stuff, and they want to. They're put out a signal to do it, but they need realistic, solutions that are affordable, that are scalable, that can hit at the way that they work. So that gives me some optimism that we can get there.
That's a brilliant point to hand over to Sean, I think, because Sean, you are one of the most pro-innovation people I've ever met in the activist space. So can you introduce yourself to us and tell us what's keeping you busy at the moment?
Lovely. Thank you so much, Gail. Lovely to be with you all. Lovely to see you as well, Louisa. Sean Sutherland, co-founder of A Plastic Planet and Plastic Free. Probably the most unlikely eco-warrior you'll ever meet. Massive plastic sinner, serial entrepreneur. And then some 7 years ago, I had a very, very rapid personal epiphany of finding out what we do every single day with our addiction to plastic. And I wondered if there was a way to create a different kind of organization that was pro-solution, pro-business, because obviously as an entrepreneur, I believe in the power of business to be the tool of change, to see, is there a way of creating a different kind of business that can help the world, ignite, inspire them to turn off the plastic tap?
Brilliant. And the thing I think is a really good bridge between the first panel I had and talking to you right now is you work with Plastic Free, you're working with the innovators and the actual stuff, right? Plasticfree.com is a materials science library of all the best replacements there are available, right, in plastics. It's quite granular, quite real. But you also are working at the most multilateral, you're working within the UN system of the Plastics Treaty, and you're running the UK dialogues on that. So you've got these two worlds that you're spanning, the policy, just as the panel did before, you're spanning the policy, and then also getting right down into the nitty-gritty of how does this stuff come to market. Do you see, from your perspective of sitting on both those sides, do you see the two sides interacting? Do they do it enough? And if not, how can we bring them closer together?
It's absolutely essential that we have both, because any conversation that we have with big industry, and I'm sure Michael has exactly the same experience, voluntary cannot work for big business. We've built this entire system, and fundamentally so many manufacturing systems, all the consumer goods companies are built on fossil fuels and they're built on plastic. It's so difficult for them to change voluntarily. So the new Greenpeace report that came out, if we just think about plastic alone, that came out at the end of last year, not a single big CPG, consumer goods company, sorry, Louisa, well, not a single big industrial manufacturer is going to hit their plastic targets on reduction. And this is because it's just so difficult for us to wean ourselves off this incredible but toxic and unbelievably cheap material that has become the default for anything. So we have to have new laws. We have to have things like, everything that mainly the EU are really driving forward. We have to have extended producer responsibility. One of the most exciting things right now that, as you mentioned, that we're involved in is the fact that we have the United Nations, we have every member state pretty much agreeing that we have to have a globally, legally binding treaty on plastics. So these things, I think, are the only way that we can enable industry to change, because we create that level playing field. It is impossible for industry to change alone. Some companies, I don't want to name one, Mars, they're actually using more plastic than they ever did in 2018. So here we are, 5 years on from Blue Planet 2, from the big awakening of what we're doing to the planet every single day with plastic. And yet nothing is slowing down. We are on track to treble plastic by 2040. Everything that Bent was talking about, of what we're doing to the oceans, it isn't just the oceans. It's the air, It's the fact that 70% of all our clothes are now made out of plastic. It's in every glass of wine that you drink, every beer. It is everywhere. We have infected our planet with plastic. And I know that if we manage to solve the plastic crisis, if we manage to wean ourselves from this material, then we will directly and indirectly fix so much else. Because the thing that makes me so passionate about fixing plastic, helping the world turn off that plastic tap, is it is the invention of that material that has really enabled this massive ramp up to waste and consumption that really is the cause of the climate crisis itself. If you look at the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that are created just by the fact that we make stuff, if we make stuff in a different way, if we actually use fully circular materials and systems, and plastic will never fit into that model, then we will dramatically reduce our emissions, our carbon, as well as our plastic.
Well, that's interesting. I was lucky enough to come to your presentation when you were here in New York and kind of open up to all these materials that already exist. That's the crazy thing, is that a lot of these solutions already exist. Where are you finding is the thing that's slowing down this process? And I know it's a very complex thing, from policies to international laws and all of that. Where are you, like, if you could skip one point where you're finding the slowest progress in, where would that be?
It's, as ever, it's about money. So there is, all the solutions are out there. We don't need any new materials. There's a huge amount of innovation happening. What we need is to move the money to the innovation. And to do that, we need to do things like seriously tax plastic. If you as a manufacturer now, if you chose plastic as your material and you were responsible for its second, third, fourth, fifth, forever life, you would rethink that material in the first place. Whereas right now, the Coca-Colas of the world, they can produce 120 billion plastic bottles and push them out into the environment because they have zero responsibility for what happens to them next. That doesn't happen in really any other industry where the damage that you cause, you have no responsibility for. It definitely wouldn't happen in the medical industry. Can you imagine that? So innovation is there. It just in bucket loads. There's so many great things. We have well over 1,000 case studies and new materials featured on Plastic Free. And the catalyst for all of this is going to be entrepreneurship. And for me, if you look back and think, where have the seismic changes happened in living history of mankind? Has it been the economists that really moved the dial? Has it been the bankers, maybe? Who has it been that's really changed the way that we live? It's always been the creatives. So for us, building Plastic Free, creating this platform to empower, to educate, to ignite the creative industry, and there's 160 million of them globally. And for me, an entrepreneur is the most creative person you could ever be. The building of Plastic Free, to connect them with the systems changes, the plastic-free materials, is a very important step. Because if we can empower the creatives to create a very different vision of the future, we can change everything, because everything is designed. Even if it's a bad design, it's been designed, it's had a creative process. And this audience, it feels to me that they've been largely left out of the conversation. We talk a lot about money. We talk a lot about the reasons why we can't move. And yet the community that have always had that skill to paint a very different picture of the future, to the incredible future that you're representing right now, where bananas do not come in plastic, where nothing comes in plastic. How mad are we? We take this toxic, indestructible material and we wrap food and drink in it. We will look back and think how bonkers this was. We need the creative industry to paint that picture for us of this incredible future, and then we can build a roadmap to it. So that's why, for me, I'm so passionate about plastic. I think it's the gateway. There are no plastic deniers out there. It's an incredible gateway for us to rethink everything.
Thank you, Sian. So everybody who's watching this, check out plasticfree.com. It is the most amazing site with the most awesome set of solutions showcased on there, and more being added every day. I am now going to bring in Francis, and with you, I'm also going to bring in the ocean. You know, there's often that, I know plastic doesn't just affect the sea, but it is the way that it was first brought to our attention with the Blue Planet effect and all that. And also, actually, Francis, you represent not just the ocean, but this cutting-edge entrepreneurial approach to the climate problem in general. So can you introduce yourself to us? It's lovely to see you again. I haven't seen you for ages. Can you introduce yourself and tell us what it is that you're working on?
Yeah. Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me. So my name is Frances Simpson-Allen. I am the Director of Policy and Market Development for Ebb Carbon. Ebb is a climate and ocean health company. And here's why we exist. Because the truth is that even if we stopped all emissions tomorrow, if we never wrapped another banana in plastic, never sold another plastic bag, the problem remains that we have an excess of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We have a legacy of 200 years, give or take, emissions since the Industrial Revolution. And by the IPCC's estimates, we need to remove 10 billion tons per year, every year, by 2050, just to stay at 1.5. So without a doubt, the number one priority for everyone everywhere, all at once, has to be said now, is to decarbonize. But even if we were to get to that overnight, we have a massive cleanup operation. And so Ebb Carbon is a technology company driven by science. We remove carbon dioxide from the air by accelerating the ocean's natural ability to capture and store carbon. And in the process, reduce ocean acidification, which is really one of the biggest problems facing the ocean today.
And I mean, what it must be exciting about what you're doing, but also really challenging, is the amount of policy areas you are crossing to get that product. You're in charge. One of your titles is going to market. You must have to go through so many policy and regulatory kind of issues, because carbon removal is not without its controversy for sure. What you do in the ocean, and then where you put the stuff that you've met, that's on the deep sea bed. You've got to run up against the High Seas Treaty. Like, how are you managing to keep up the entrepreneurs' momentum in the face of so many different policy systems that you're having to swim through?
Yeah, it's a big job. Is another way of saying that. Unfortunately, it's not just me. But look, there's kind of a simple way of looking at carbon dioxide removal, and it helps cut through all of these different systems. And it's a classic issue of supply and demand. So first of all, the demand for climate responsible technology, for restorative practices, it's still stifled. And that is true from international policies and treaties down to local incentives. So today, too often, whether you're a family, a small business, a community, or a big multinational like Sham was just speaking to, you're incentivized to take climate harming action. And that's not something that is a natural occurrence in the world. That's the product of many, many decades of policy mistakes, what we know today to be mistakes. But this is legacy issue positions. So we can look at how we're creating a market and an environment where every action, every decision point across our global economy is incentivized responsibly. So that's the first piece. This incorporates, I should say, the global justice angle. We know that historically high emitters have a disproportionate responsibility to work on this cleanup. That conversation has started at COP and the other UN forums, but it's really just the beginning of how these legacy polluters are going to pay for the restoration we need on our climate. But the second is the supply. So once you build the demand, you have to figure out the supply. And today there's a chokehold on supply for responsible climate technologies. We're still expected to deploy using a playbook that was decided by old industry. So the regulations are inadequate, the permitting regimes are inadequate, and we don't have the paradigms we need to account for the risk-benefit trade-offs as well as the cost of inaction. So there's through lines from the United Nations down to the small local communities we're working with on the coast that are the ones really bearing the brunt of this inaction. But it's definitely a lot to do.
And speaking to that point, I mean, like, there's so many players involved. When you guys are approaching this, whether it's, I mean, like, because you're talking at a very global level, but you have mentioned that, you know, on the ground level, how do you manage how you're talking to each player that's involved? And like, how do you straddle all the different communications?
Well, I should say that where we're looking to deploy our technology, the site, we start in those communities by listening. We don't go to those communities talking. And that's because we're committed as a company to deploying responsibly. And that means not only going to communities where we can help combat the local effects of ocean acidification, where they're really feeling the pain of that problem in their daily lives, but also learning from local communities. And a lot of the time that looks like tribal nations, that looks like local NGOs, aquaculture farmers, folks that are growing oysters and salmon, because they know their ecosystems better than anyone. And they have an idea of where the real pain points, but the opportunities are. So we start by listening, but then we look at designing our systems, designing our projects in partnership with those communities so that we can really accelerate the benefits. And I know we spoke earlier about the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act in America. You know, I have to say that one of the best things that IRA has codified is this requirement for community benefit agreements for a lot of the federal funding that's been made available. This means that companies that are going to take advantage of government funding to accelerate these technologies have to have a legal agreement around community co-benefits in the areas they're deploying. And the Justice 40 initiative means that 40% of those benefits have to prioritize historically disadvantaged communities. So there's some really smart policy work that's gone into this, but it's certainly necessary, not sufficient. We're still not there yet.
But I'm really glad you ended what you were saying where you did, because it's the perfect time to bring in Dominique. And I know all the things that you work on and care about very much. So Dominique, welcome. And would you introduce yourself and let us know what's keeping you busy?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. So great to be here. So I am a queer social entrepreneur and climate activist. And I come to this conversation with a few different hats, I think, as a lot of us do. I'm the co-founder and former executive director of Youth Climate Lab, a global organization accelerating climate projects, climate ventures, and policy ideas led by youth in over 77 countries. I'm no longer involved in that. Now younger, cooler people are running it. And so do check out their awesome work. But I'm spending a lot of my time these days working as part of the Climate Justice Just Transition Donor Collaborative, trying to increase philanthropic investments into climate justice and just transition, especially into youth-led solutions. And also working with climate tech companies and sparking, kind of all sorts of partnerships, really trying to explore the role of climate tech in advancing climate justice. And so basically, overview of my roles is really just how do we make sure that these transitions to a safe and just future is really for everyone, and making sure that we're not losing sight of, the whole purpose of the SDGs, the world's to-do list, which is to leave no one behind.
That's perfect that you actually mentioned that, the idea of a just future, because in all of these conversations that we have, it sometimes worries me that some people will be left behind, and most of the time it's people in the developing world, and a lot of these technologies will be 20 years ahead later than we will even experience it in the first world. I say that now because I'm in New York, whereas a few months ago I would have said, "Help us, I'm in South Africa." But how do we then make sure that everybody is moving forward at the same rate? Are people thinking in that way? Are we making solutions for everybody instead of just going, let's all wear this new material, but everybody else will just have to hope their plastic shoes will last long enough until technology is affordable?
Yeah, this question of how do we make innovation work for all is actually, my favorite icebreaker when I go to climate tech events. But it's a really big one. I think it starts with us recognizing and making sure that we're not just talking about the what, but really the how. How are we building these solutions? And also who are we working with? Who is leading these solutions? Who is getting funding? And who are these solutions really benefiting? I think we're at this point, we're here because we don't have time at all. And so we absolutely need to throw everything we've got. We need everyone to change everything. But we can't do it in ways that perpetuates and exasperates current inequities. We know that climate change, Francis, you mentioned this, and it's been mentioned, of course, before, is in this panel is that, climate change is impacting those who've had the least to do with causing the problem. It is impacting primarily the communities in the global south. It's primarily impacting Black, Indigenous people of color, women who have the least share of decision making, but also who are receiving the least amount of capital for their solutions. And so, if we're talking about this, question of innovation for all, it absolutely has to be around how do we make sure that funding is going to those who have the most at stake in addressing these issues. For me, this is very much rooted in radical collaborations. I've heard that buzzword mentioned in this panel. It's my favorite buzzword. I love buzzwords. But this one I think is a really key one because it really challenges us and emphasizes the importance of working together, but also, what are the ways in which we can look towards more open-ended, unconventional partnerships and collaborations, where you have not only policymakers, entrepreneurs coming together, but Indigenous communities, youth activists. We've talked about the IRA being the result of pushes from all different parts of the system coming to huge innovations. And so, how do we really continue to center that work?
Gosh, I wish I could take this particular panel on the road and just throw it at all the moments, all the systems, because I think we'd really change something. And we're going to run out of time, which is, it's on brand. We have no time, but it's annoying because we have not a lot of more time.
There's never no time.
There's never enough time. So I am going to ask maybe a last question to all of you, and because I'm not too bossy, I don't mind who answers first. So maybe raise your hand once you think of what your answer would be. I think if there was one thing you could change to speed up your work and achieve where you're headed to get the sort of systems change in that we need, what would it be? And within that, we've lost a couple of people, I think. So that means Sean and Michael are advantaged to answer first. If within that, what is the one thing that you would change? And if it's relevant, what is the role of activists and citizens in this? We've had a lot of talk today about government policy, research coalitions, all really needed and necessary. But if there's one thing that you could do right now as entrepreneurs and campaigners, what would it be?
Look, we're all, citizens. We all have actions that matter, whether you're, working out on a farm, whether you're running a government, everything in between. And so, that in and of itself can mean something when you pull together, when you bring these communities together and actions in incredible groups like we just heard from. So all of our actions matter. We have the solutions, that was also said, and they exist. So that's hopeful. The problem is we have to overcome, upwards of 100 years of action in the other way. So we need whole new sets of systems. So ideally, we can redesign things and do them in line with a lot of what Dominique just shared, where everyone is participating and it is feasible and possible. You need government to lead and be aligned on that collaboration. You need the big corporates to be willing to take a leap and to take chances on new technologies. And the unlock for us on your question is we need capital early on to be willing to think a little longer than next quarter, think, a couple years out, think just beyond the other side, because if we keep doing more of the same, we're going to be heading in the direction that Sean was highlighting, which is it's getting worse and worse, even with all these great solutions. We need action now. So capital, all systems change.
All systems change, capital and action. Now, Sean, you put your hand up. What's your one thing?
I feel bad, Gail, because I can see Francis and Dominique and you can't. So pick me. So I'll make it really snappy. I had a call this weekend from one of the TV channels in the UK saying, could you come on and be part of a debate about the fact the UK government are now saying we need to have 7 bins in every UK kitchen? What do you think about that? Which side of the debate would you be on? I said, I'd be on the side of the debate that says, why is there 1 bin? Why is there a bin? Can we fundamentally ask ourselves why we have normalized waste? So my call would be, let's ban the bin. Can you imagine if we suddenly thought nothing can be single use, be it plastic, whatever we make it out of, everything has to be reusable, go back to that original system that, before plastic broke it, where everything we made had a second life, third, fourth, fifth, forever life. Wouldn't that be amazing? So my action would be radical, because it would be ban the bin.
So simple and yet so massive. Ban the bin. I love it. Okay, I'm going to come to so Frances waving her hands first.
I'm going to be even snappier. I'm going to say put a price on carbon, fix the economic distortions, don't put the burden on the poorest in the world to make the responsible choice when it's often too expensive.
Absolutely. Which handily, for waiting, Dominique, you get to have the final word.
I would say that let us value multi-solving. We can feed one bird with 2 scones, or as many scones as possible. And this issue of climate must be, multi-solved with issues of gender equality, poverty, you name it. And so I think it's very much, recognizing that we can multi-solve, and funding models and founders should be looking at how we can really get approaches and solutions that are multi-solving in this current time.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you all so much. And for everyone watching, honestly, look these guys up. They're all amazing. And I very much hope to see you all in person again soon, and possibly get us all together one of these moments. But thanks for now, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was brilliant.
I mean, that honestly... Wasn't that great? Where have you? I need you back. Where have you gone?
It was so great. Am I not still there? Am I?
Yeah.
Can you hear my voice?
We got you. We can hear you.
Of God.
We can hear you.
Well,
you've gone to heaven basically, but we can hear you. Just can't see. You're sort of in the cloudy swirl, but we can hear you.
I'm still here.
Oh, you're back.
Here.
Brilliant.
Don't worry.
Hi.
So I think it's brilliant. I think Sean said something that I hadn't heard before, which I think was absolutely brilliant, which is the idea of manufacturers should be responsible for the entire life of these plastics, and that just changes how we use them, because they are a forever thing. So they should be responsible in terms of how they think about how they make them. Like, okay, cool, you can sell it, but you have to have a system that, what happens when it breaks, what happens when it gets old. You should also be responsible. I think that was very important in changing how we because if you can't solve it, stop using it, kind of a thing.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? Is that if it's such a problem that you can't deal with it in your own kitchen without a bin, then you shouldn't have brought it into the kitchen in the first place. And if we all stop doing that, then we'd be in an incredible place. The thing I really liked was that we ended in a place of intersectionality and like a holistic solve. Like you asked the question and Dominique answered it about we can't solve these things in a way that people are left behind, or that they disproportionately benefit the developed world. And yet again, the developed world gets wealthier and and happier and safer, and the developing world has to, as you say, manage with its plastic shoes and hope that they don't break. So I think we did it. I think we nailed it. That was our first live podcast. We had to be clever. We had to listen.
Witty.
You listened.
We had to be interesting. We had to let people talk. I think we did well. We did well. And it's just exciting to be able to bring all these people in, because I think what I've found was really the integrating theme throughout the season that we've done of the podcast is the idea of everybody has to be involved. It's the idea of it's integrated, it's complicated, but if we don't bring everybody in from indigenous to national policy levels, we're not going to solve this. And I think that's been, it comes up without us even asking. So it's good that everybody's already thinking in that way. And it's exciting that, empower the smallest to the biggest, and we can get to the end.
Together we're going to get there, right? So look, let's treat it as if it's the end of a podcast. So this has been an idiot's guide to saving the world. Thanks to We Don't Have Time and Stockholm Climate Week for having us. If you want to find us, an idiot's guide to saving the world, we are on wherever you get your podcasts. And so that is going to be me, Gail Galley, saying thank you very much. Goodbye.
And Loisa Matinga saying free the banana. Bye.
Thank you.
Welcome to the United Nations Development Programme session of Stockholm Climate Week today. As most of the world discusses the urgency of the energy crisis and how we can transition to sustainable energy, Ukraine is facing a crisis that is critical to survival. The priority is to keep the light and heat flowing, but at the same time, it is also looking at laying the groundwork for a more sustainable and resilient energy infrastructure. Today, we have with us Jaco Chiliers, the resident representative of UNDP Ukraine, who's going to be sharing with us current experience and insights to energy security in Ukraine. So Jaco, there you are, wonderful. So please, first of all, introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your work that you do for UNDP.
Thank you very much, Katrina, and it's really a great privilege to be here at this very important event. As you mentioned, I'm the resident representative of UNDP in Ukraine. I lead a wonderful and a strong team, mostly Ukrainians, that come to work determined to change the lives of their people for the better. So we have a staff of about 400 people on the ground here that work in communities throughout Ukraine in every single region or oblast, as we call them here, dedicated to doing different things. And we've been in Ukraine since 1993. We've worked on many development challenges, including working with the government, working with civil society, working with private sector, on anything from good governance initiatives, economic growth. We also help with job creation. But we've also worked on protecting the environment and working on climate change related issues for the government. But as you can imagine, since February 2022, everything has really been turned upside down in Ukraine with the Russian invasion and the war that broke out in Ukraine. So just to give you a little bit of numbers of what we're dealing with here in Ukraine, we have about 7.1 million people that have moved back into poverty after the war broke out. And this is just in 14 months since the war happened. We've estimated that about 15 years of development gains have been wiped out in the last 14 months. And we recently did, together with the World Bank and the European Union, what we call a rapid damage needs assessment. And this estimated that the damages since the war broke out is in the region of $411 billion. So you can imagine really astronomical damages. The country is really dealing with a lot of challenges. And what we are then trying to do in UNDP is work in 4 areas. We try to sustain public services. So we help with schools and hospital restorations, bringing kids back and helping making sure that people have healthcare. We try to boost economic services, so we create jobs and help businesses reestablish themselves. And then we work also on demining. As you can imagine, it's very dangerous for people to come back. A lot of war ordinances or ammunitions are lying around. Kids can play with that, and people want to return to their houses. Farmers want to go back to sowing seeds and planting crops, but there's also often a lot of dangers there for them. And lastly, we restore the energy infrastructure, which is part of what we will talk about further today.
Thank you very much, Jaco. So how many people would you say are affected by the damages done to the energy infrastructure?
Well, the numbers are really astronomical in terms of what has happened. We did recently, and we just completed a study that was done with the World Bank. And it estimated that about 61% of the capacity that have been generated in Ukraine have been damaged or totally destroyed. About 22 out of every 36 power stations, or the 36 power stations in Ukraine, have either been totally destroyed or damaged. So what it meant is that about 12 million people have had very limited or no access to energy during, specifically since October when these attacks started, but since the beginning of the war as well, because the energy infrastructure have been damaged a lot since the war started. You can imagine, and I was here during the winter period of time, that was not a happy period for people. We didn't have lights. We didn't have energy to heat ourselves. We didn't have the opportunity to sometimes just do the basic things that we take for granted when we have electricity, charging our phones, just boiling some water for tea or coffee. Those were all things that people for hours and sometimes for days did not have access to and could not do. And I think the hardest part of all of this is, when one look at what happened with these attacks, is that it was not just power cuts that affected people, but it really that connections with people were also lost. People had to flee to bunkers to protect themselves, and connections with people and just having solidarity with people around you was something that was missing during the winter. Things are luckily starting to improve, and we see significant improvements since the end of winter, and with the incredible work that the government and also Ukreinegro, which is the electricity companies, have done here in Ukraine. Those are just incredible, and the people are daily heroes for me every day for going and continuing to try to restore the energy grids and the energy infrastructure.
So how can you work with restoring the energy infrastructure during the war? Because there is still lots of shelling, et cetera, in many areas.
Yeah, so it is really very challenging. These damages, which we mentioned, is about of about $10 billion to the energy infrastructure. Most of those are actually not in the war-affected areas. Most of those have been targeted through drones and through missiles. Targeted drones. I can tell you, we've been to some of these infrastructure facilities. They have been hit exactly at the point where the most critical energy generation is happening. So it becomes very, very difficult during the war to continue to restore these damages on a day-to-day basis. But what we've seen is that the international community has actually done an incredible job in moving forward and actually really contributing to restoring these energy damages. We, for instance, in UNDP get money from Japan, from Iceland, from Sweden, from the European Union, from Norway, just to mention a few countries. And there are plenty of donors who are contributing to helping Ukraine here. And what we see is even in the war-affected areas, anywhere from Kherson to Kharkiv, to the areas that's really on the front line, that people are able to start restoring and start to see the electricity and lights return to their communities, which is really encouraging. So we estimate that in the next 6 months, or before the next winter starts, that there's critical needs of about $1.5 billion worth of investments that needs to be invested in, specifically in the energy infrastructure.
So, Jaakko, when you do all this work, how is the focus on the green recovery? I mean, green energy and facilitating this transition while you're amending the system?
Yeah, throughout, and I think they always say there's a light at the end of the tunnel, or there's hope for people. The sad part is obviously with the damages and the suffering that people have had to go through with these attacks. But at the same time, as Ukrainians would tell you, this is also creating new opportunities for them. They are starting to look at rebuilding their energy infrastructure in a renewed way and a renew way. So they're looking at renewable energies, they're looking at wind, they're looking at solar. They're also looking at how to, while they're rebuilding, reducing their dependence on coal and gas, to make sure that they can also invest in new forms of energy efficiency. And they're also looking at new decentralized power generation. So at the same time, while there's a lot of hardship and a lot of difficulty of just keeping the lights on and keeping energy flowing in the country, there's also a renewed effort to think, how can we do it better, and in some ways build back better, but also build back greener.
Well, thank you very much, Jaakko. And if you're watching this and you want to contribute, how do you contribute?
Well, I think there's various ways. The solidarity with Ukrainians throughout the world is actually incredible. I would say that, there's various ways that you can donate. Part of it would be through UNDP, because we do a lot of work, but there's also a lot of UN agencies, including NGOs, that do incredible work here on the ground. I would say find out who is reputable, which organizations you can support through whichever country you're watching this from, and contribute, because the people in Ukraine need it. Let me just say, I have never come across a nation that is so resilient and so determined to overcome the challenges they face. It is really empowering. It is really, every day I get inspired by what Ukrainians are doing, and please continue to help and support.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your insights, Jaakko. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
So there is definitely a lot of work that needs to be done for us to have a sustainable future, but how do we create a global awareness? We'll start by watching a very successful campaign. It's a video that has so far had more than 2.2 billion viewers. So please watch this.
You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
Well, it's a fabulous video, isn't it? So now let's meet some of the brains and hearts behind this UNDP campaign, Don't Choose Extinction. So please let me welcome on stage, we have Boas Paddy, Chief Creative Officer at UNDP. Please give him a warm hand. It's a fantastic campaign.
Thank you.
And also joining us here in the studio is Mick Tobbe-Carlsen. He's a serial entrepreneur gone green. His company, Global Mindpool, yes please, is behind the Don't Choose Extinction AI. It's an AI-powered platform designed to harness collective intelligence. And with us on Zoom, we should be joined, yes, there you are. Nick Garrett was a senior creative consultant in the creation of the campaign. And you have 24 years of industry experience leading some of the most creative companies in the world. And you joined Deloitte Digital Creative as a partner in September 2021. So, yes, absolutely. So, all of you here, all three of you, had a big part to play in this creation of this fantastic campaign. And, well, it's important for us to sort of grasp that it's a huge endeavor you started here. So, Boas, please tell us about the campaign, how it started, and what was the purpose of starting it.
Sure, thank you. It's wonderful to be here again. In about January 2020, so just a few weeks before, in the before times, I had an office retreat with a number of policy folks at UNDP. And one of the policy folks at the UNDP was the head of nature, environment, and climate. And I asked him, we were talking about campaigning and what campaign we could do. And I bluntly asked him, if you had one issue that you needed to campaign about before you did anything else, the first step, what would that be? And he said, we need to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. And frankly, I didn't know what it was, so I had to get out my Google and check. And that was very telling, because I had no idea what fossil fuel subsidies were. I'd never heard of them before, nor did I know that my tax dollars are actually paying for them. Diving deeper into the issue in the coming hours in that retreat, I discovered gradually the absurdity of the situation, the enormity of the problem, and that the fact that it actually is, us, in a way, destroying ourselves by paying for it. We're actually paying subsidies to fossil fuel companies to pull oil out of the earth and pollute the earth and destroy the earth. And we are doing that with our own tax money. Of course, it's not up to us, it's up to policymakers. But it still seems so absurd. So we decided to do the campaign about it. The other part of it is like, if, last year, to 2022, $700,000 was used in fossil fuel subsidies around the world. It actually went up in 1 year. It went up from the year before, from 423 to 700. That's because of the Ukraine war that we just heard about, and various other economic factors. But so we have $700 billion spent last year on fossil fuel subsidies. So if you stop to imagine what you could have as positive income from $700 billion, it's enormous. You could create a universal basic income and give people the ability to kind of get the money themselves rather than fossil fuel companies getting the money. Because if we took away fossil fuel subsidies, the first thing that would happen is that the fuel prices would rise. But if the government gave you money instead, you wouldn't feel it. It would be a zero-sum game. But actually it could help alleviate poverty. It would lower inequalities. It could create girls' education. It could create green jobs and green tech. So we decided to try and match up the two. We would take away from here and we would put it here. It seems like a simple solution, but we needed to explain that to everyone, not to policymakers necessarily. I mean, yes, to policymakers, but we wanted to explain it to everyone in the world. We wanted this to be a message that could be heard across the world. And that's where the problem was. And that's where the power of creativity comes in and essentially to the rescue. Of course, with my dear friend Nick Garrett, who was absolutely pivotal in that moment where we needed to explain a very complicated issue in a very, very simple way.
So, Boaz, could you please tell us a bit, how has this campaign inspired companies, organizations, or people? Do you have any great examples? I'm sure you do.
I mean, it has all across the world. We see, first of all, the first thing that happened that in COP26, that was 2 COPs ago. We had, me and you were together in COP27, but before that, in Glasgow, fossil fuel subsidies had never been on the COP agenda. Like it just wasn't ever mentioned. And not necessarily only because of this campaign, but certainly it had impact. Fossil fuel subsidies became part of the COP agenda. So now negotiators have to negotiate about it. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about it openly. That's one big thing that happened. That's a big global thing that happened. But we are also seeing increasingly that policymakers around the world are willing to have a conversation about it. They're willing to contemplate the idea of lowering fossil fuel subsidies. Now, if you lower fossil fuel subsidies without the transactional return of giving something back to people, what happens is that we get situations like the yellow vests in France and various other. So there's civil disorder, there's mass riots, and we want to avoid that, and we want to leave no one behind. But if there is a way for us to kind of like repurpose those funds for a positive use, then there is a way forward, and then it becomes a choice. And so lots of countries are approaching UNDP and asking us to help them through that transition. And just to be clear, this has to be the first step in a green transition, because the fossil fuel subsidies skew the economy. They skew it towards fossil fuels and make renewables seem more expensive.
It's not a level playing field.
It's not a level playing field. So it's a very, very important first step, and we're definitely seeing movement in that direction now. Excellent.
Turning to Nick now, you obviously have a long track record and strong track record in the creative business here, and you've been instrumental in this process of this campaign. So could you please tell us a bit about storytelling, the importance of and the power of storytelling and related to this process here?
Me today. Lovely to be there with Mick and Boaz. Storytelling isn't a new thing. It's obviously a skill and an art that's been going on for millennia. And the art of storytelling can sometimes look simple, but of course, there's a huge amount of science, communication science, and rigor behind it. And I'll go into that in a minute. The greater the challenge, the greater the art of storytelling. And let's look at it as creativity. If we can be interesting to deliver a vital message, we have to deliver that message in an extraordinarily interesting way. And I'm sort of going to regress back into maybe some marketing science here. Everything is dependent on one key thing. So it's three filters. First of all, it's cut through. Then we've got comprehension. Then we call it likability, but let's say it's engagement. If we can't get to that engagement piece, and that engagement piece isn't tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or billions in this case, then we can't genuinely trigger behavior change. And I'm going to talk about behavior change in a second. So the cut-through piece is absolutely vital. Having a dinosaur standing on stage at the UN delivering a message is going to get cut through. So we have a vehicle to take everyone's attention. But cut-through alone doesn't count for anything in storytelling. It's a starting point and it opens the funnel. Cut-through then leads to comprehension. Do I understand the message that is being delivered? So that art of delivering quite a challenging message in a challenging category at a challenging time. And Boaz might go into more detail about the consumer engagement model and the segmentation we looked at. But we're not talking to the no's and the hard yeses. We're talking to the 2.7 or 3.2 billion people in the middle who are sitting on that fence. So to land that succinct, single-minded proposition and message right there, to deliver that comprehension, to remove doubt, to remove questions, again, there's an art in it. And finally, that final piece of stickiness and engagement. So they're the three vital tenets of powerful storytelling. We'll get to the actual story, and particularly in behavior change, it's a reductionist thinking so that you reduce to the simplest, easiest statement. And that statement needs to be something that billions of people are saying yes to, because no one will refute it. And in this case, don't choose extinction. When you have those lines, and I remember the team presenting it to Boaz before we got into all the script, you can see his eyes light up immediately, because that don't choose extinction, I'm pretty sure there's no one on the planet that would be choosing extinction in a simple, classic, rational way. So that's a platform everyone's saying yes to. And then you build it up, build it up, build it up. So is my piece of creative storytelling differentiated? Yes. Am I relevant? Yes. And is it a sustainable message that's powerful and connects? And I think the art of modern storytelling, and this is where Mick and his team came in and did such an extraordinary job. At the heart of great ideas, there's an experience. And in that experience, you're then driving people into an ecosystem that is sticky, engaging, and you're giving them the tools to act on themselves. And in our instance, it was a fact-based conversation. So instead of getting people to say, I think about X, it's I know this. And that is the piece. Great storytelling to drag you in, to get your attention, and then bring them into an ecosystem with wonderful tools, assets, information to be able to either contribute through Mindpool or to be able to arm themselves with the facts, to be able to have robust conversations in the real world.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. So over to you. Your company obviously played a pivotal role also in this transition here, this transformation, this delivering of this message. So you created the website. which aim to engage, of course, pull in people and make them act. Why is it so important, do you think, to engage, involve ordinary citizens in this transformation? And how did you play this out? How did it play out for you?
Yeah, I think it's very important for all of us to be able to engage. I think we can walk around with our political views and all kinds of things, but if we aren't engaging, it's not. We don't take it in fully. It doesn't become a part of us. So I think it was very important to get people committed to doing something. That also means that you play a more active role and you become a better ambassador towards your friends and parents or whatever. So the active element of it was very important. The thing is, when you, as we've heard before, I think Sarah Hunter mentioned it, that everything is aligned. We are all, the politicians, the entrepreneurs, everybody agrees what we're going to do, but it's just not going fast enough. So we need to keep pushing, and that's what we can do by engaging civilians, normal people. We need people to understand that they need to vote. This needs to be more important than immigration or pension or whatever. There are many important issues in politics, but this is a threat to our children's future. And if we get inside people's heads and inside their actions, there's a small hope that they can push politicians to make the necessary and often unpleasant decisions, very expensive decisions. But it needs to be done because all of a sudden we're all Ukraine in a certain situation. So we need to do something, and activating people is a good way of getting them involved.
So Mick, you've been using AI to collect the data and to power this transformation. So how has people responded? How has this been used, the platform, the website?
We're not necessarily using AI to collect the data. We're using the campaign to collect the data. So the main issue for anyone who's interested in data is to get a lot of it, and for that you need a large campaign or a lot of money. But we use AI to look at the data and to find out the interesting parts of the data. And all the data goes to the UNDP to help them with various issues. In this case, the first part of the campaign was fossil fuel subsidies. But the idea about the global mine pool is that it can be sort of an evergreen platform where UNDP can ask questions and get sort of on-the-fly input to whatever thing they're interested in.
So Boaz, over to you. How have you been using the input from the global mine pool?
UNDP's main partners and clients, in a way, are governments around the world. Those are the people we speak to. We speak to policymakers. We have a program called the Climate Promise that helps 105 countries with their NDCs, with their nationally determined contributions to the climate agreement. We have massive amount of work in climate and in climate adaptation and mitigation. So for us, that network exists. If we can take to that network new data that shows that if you take bold decisions, there will not be riots in your streets, then it makes it easier for those policymakers to move forward. It makes it simpler for them to understand that they might get reelected again, that they're not going to face extinction themselves in the political sense. And so that's what we want to do with this kind of data. We want to take it back to policymakers. We want to be able to say, hey, here is an option. We're not telling you what to do, but we're telling you that if you follow this path, if you choose the path of really moving towards this transition away from fossil fuels and moving towards renewables, it's possible. And a first step would be to phase out these very, very dangerous subsidies.
And Boaz, the response from political leaders across the world?
I think it's been positive overall. I think it's been overwhelmingly positive. I think while we were building the campaign, of course UNDP is an organization that works with governments. We receive most of our funds from government, and there was a worry in UNDP that we would governments might become angry at us.
It's a bit unorthodox, yes.
And so we built a heat map of where this could be a real issue. And what happened was, bizarrely enough, that where we built the heat map almost exactly mirrored where the film became most viral. So places like Saudi Arabia, places like India, places like Nigeria. The film was a huge success there. And we were,
What does this tell you?
It tells us that, you know, people are ready for change. People want action. People want bold action. And people want acceleration. Everyone today has been talking about that acceleration. And yes, you know, the technology exists, the possibilities exist. We can reduce fossil fuel subsidies. We can reduce fossil fuels. We can transition. We can decarbonize. We can electrify. And we are doing that, but we need to do it faster, and that's what people want.
Thank you, Boas. So, Nick, the role that the creative community can play in this transition, you obviously made a great contribution here, but in general, creative people watching this, how can they step up and step into the game?
I think the creative community has a level of generosity and ambition that's extraordinary. So I think we've got no shortage of amazing creative people. When I say creative people, not just storytellers, of any definition that comes from a science, art, engineering background. I think the real opportunity is being able to connect them with organizations and individuals like the UNDP or BOAS that have got the science and the rigor. So instead of being in a world where the creative industry often talks about, I think, it's being able to back that up substantially with I know. And when you have sticky creative ideas backed up with hard data and fact, you've got sort of the magic place. I think the art of storytelling and the opportunity for creativity is simple, because there's a danger if that energy is redirected in the wrong place, it doesn't actually help. So to be creative, you have to be simple. It's the reductionist thinking. Tell the story that needs to be told, not the story you think you're doing. Boas and I have been talking about this for a long time, but it's injecting a sense of optimism in there. Shock and awe, doom, negativity. There are lots of things to be negative in the world, but if we don't create a sense of hope, a sense of purpose, and a sense of opportunity. So yes, we have to be there's problem design and creativity, but the art of great creativity is opening your mind up to solution design and the opportunity to change. So I think it's so clear that the creative community and the creative community supported by corporate sector, the public sector, has so much more room. I think the last piece is connectivity. It's the creative community to connect and amplify some core messages versus having contradictory messages and all ladder up to some extraordinary, to build some extraordinary momentum of clear, simple, powerful, engaging platforms. Then there is a huge opportunity to cut through and lead to systemic change.
Thank you, Nick. So, Mick, how do you regard your role and maybe other people or companies like yours in this transition?
I think that I'm an entrepreneur. I've done a little over 20 companies. I think for me, it's very obvious that this is the only thing that makes sense, because having spoken to all the wonderful people of UNDP for so many years, I've sort of got an insight to what the world looks like in 20 years, and it's super scary. And I think I find it so weird that we are doing these conferences, people are meeting, politicians are meeting, they're traveling around the world, and we're talking about that we should do something, but it's happening so insanely slowly. And then all of a sudden it hits. Somebody's cousin dies from a flooding or whatever. That is sort of in our world, because if you're in Pakistan, it's very much in your world right now. But at some point it'll come to here, and then we'll realize that all these small talks, and we want to create this idea, we have this business we want to make, and as in 5 to 10 years we can become this and that. Well, maybe in 5 to 10 years the world looks very, very different. And I have this example. I'm sure that before the invasion of Ukraine, they had conversations about the library budgets and boring stuff like that in Ukraine. And then the week after, they were all at the front with a gun in their hand. So nobody thought about making money or creative ideas or anything. Then they were fighting for their lives. And I think we can come in a very similar situation. Maybe not you and I, but at least our children can come in a situation where people die left, right, and center. And that's insanely scary. So for me, it's the only thing that makes sense. And I think a good thing is that this is also where the world focuses, so you can actually build businesses in this field. But first of all, we should have another another line item in our spreadsheet that wasn't how much money we're making, but actually what can we do to avoid this situation.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Boas, Mick, and Nick.
If I can just, before we go, I just want to give a shout out to the creative directors of the campaign, because we talked a lot about the creativity, and Nick was our chief creative consultant for the campaign. But we brought on.
Shout out to Nick.
Shout out to Nick, of course, but also shout out to this incredible company called Activista out of Los Angeles, Paco and Beto, who are our dear friends and our collaborators who came up with the idea of the dinosaur. So just a big shout out to them.
Of course, they need to be mentioned, absolutely. So thank you so much, Nick, for joining, and Mick and Boas. But stay put, because I've heard in my ear that we have a special guest that might be arriving any second here. So we'll just stay put.
Let's stay put. It's also.
So, Frankie, welcome to Stockholm Climate Week. Yes, it makes all the sense in the world that you are here. So, how does it feel to be with us here in Stockholm? We have an interpreter here. Yeah.
Yes, so I'm going to be translating dino to English today. So, Frankie, what did you say again? Of course, Frankie is extremely honored to be invited to the first Climate Week in Stockholm, and very, very happy also to see that there's so many people who are concerned about the planet and want to take action during this climate crisis.
So, Frankie, I'm curious, you were probably listening in on this panel. What would you say about the content? Okay.
Well, Frankie has a very, very special affinity to the little group here. When Frankie went to sleep, had a little siesta in his cave like 17 million years ago, he lost all his family, all his friends, like everybody. So these are his closest friends. And so he's very, very proud to be part of this movement to try and save the planet. Because since then, Frankie has also made a lot of new friends traveling around the world. Yeah. Whom he absolutely adores, and he does not want to lose them all over again. So basically, Frankie, that's why Frankie is very, very much part of this movement and wants to be out there and try and, get people out there to take action.
Well, thank you so much for your hard work, Frankie, and thanks for bringing this topic really to the full focus of our attention. Thanks so much.
Frankie? Save yourselves now. Don't choose extinction.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frankie. Well, thank you all for this fantastic panel, and especially thanks to Boas for bringing Frankie back to life here. I'm sure that together we can find solutions for a better planet and for us humans. And with that, we'll end the third day of Stockholm Climate Week. We'll be back on Saturday to celebrate Earth Day with fantastic guests, live music, and also the screening of the beautiful movie, My Friend the Octopus. So don't miss it. Bye-bye for now.
Where did it go wrong? Please tell me, who do I blame?
Just name them, what do we do in this moment? Take to the streets, they're empty, storm the parliaments. They're shut down, no one in charge but the rodents. But we're not going to let this thing get out of hand. You know, we've got a plan, you know, 'cause we're not going to lose the best things we ever knew just because some bad wind blows. Talk to the trees, they'll listen, talk to the bees, they know, talk to the rivers, they've been around. Open your mouth and speak out, open your eyes and see, open your heart, it's a key. 'Cause we're not going to let this thing get out of hand. You know, we've got a plan, you know, 'cause we're not going to lose the best things we ever knew just because some bad wind blows. From the mountain tops to the seas, the swallows will swoop to the breeze. If we just fly from our greed, only take what we need. No one's going to be left behind. This is our moment to shine.